Stations, your final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds until airtime.
Left point at 3. Yes, sir! In front, they score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
This week has been a very different week for Michigan football, and that's a credit to the last 3 seasons. For the first time since early November of 2021, Michigan is hoping to bounce back from a loss from a week prior. Since that week, the program's only 2 defeats came in the semifinals of the college football playoff. Those around the program, led by head coach Chiron Moore, have said the right things in the aftermath of last week's loss to the Longhorns, but today is the first opportunity to show the right things and get back on track. The new era of college football, 12-team playoff brackets, more challenging schedules, deeper conferences at the top of the sport, all of that allows for a mulligan or two. However, Michigan also saw how far it has to go in order to be a true contender. Texas felt like one last week. Michigan did not, but it was just one game. This is the next game. It won't cure all issues or quiet all critics with a win, but it's a chance to get the bad taste of a loss out of the collective mouth of a program that hasn't gone through this in a while. We're here for Michigan and Arkansas State, counting you down to kickoff on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Now, with former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Well, Jack, you've been saying really ever since joining this broadcast crew to soak in the run that Michigan was on. Wolverines had taken 16 straight overall, 23 in a row at home, 28 straight in the regular season. So how has this last week felt for you around the program, around the fan base?
A little tough. It's a week that you wanted to have back. Obviously, last week against Texas, Michigan got punched in the mouth. And it's the first time that's happened in a while. First time in this stadium it's happened in a long, long time. And it's a character builder, or it can be a character builder. And more often than not, as you said, I've been reminding the fans to soak it in, enjoy the run. Winning is hard. Everyone's trying to do it. There are great coaches and great players everywhere in the country. And so to go on the run Michigan has over the last several years, it was really, really special. But look, the reality is that Michigan's not the team that it was a couple of years, over the last couple of years. And that's okay. You want to see growth from this team. You want to see them take a step forward week in and week out and improve on the things that they need to keep getting better. Tough week, obviously, with the Texas loss. Michigan lost a few people near and dear to their hearts. I know we'll get into that in a little bit. So a tough week for Michigan, but that is part of college football. That's part of life, and you keep rolling on, try to get better, and keep improving.
On Monday, head coach Chiron Moore detailed the road to bouncing back from Saturday's loss.
We always talk about a 24-hour rule, and we've been fortunate where that 24-hour rule has just been wins. So now the 24-hour rule applies to a loss, and you got to get over it. We got to learn from it, though. We can't let failure be our undertaker, and we have to make sure we continue to push forward and have some fortitude and strength to get better, which our guys have already been in here watching the film. I walked in yesterday early in the morning, and Colson Lovell was in here by himself watching it, kicking himself in the teeth about how he played. And we got so many great players, great kids, so we got to just, as coaches, make sure we do everything we can to put them in a great position to go win.
And this feels like the time where captains, seniors, team leaders, all of that, they have to step up. And hearing that anecdote about Colston in there on Sunday watching the film, heard from Wink Martindale this week. Will Johnson had a talk with the defense early in the week to try to spark a bounce back. It does seem like the team has done the right things leading up to Saturday, but ultimately the only thing they can really do to start the path forward is to play well here and get a win.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's kind of, that's the interesting part about where we find ourselves now is we haven't felt this way in a while. And so it's the first time we've had to hear from coaches or players about, man, we really got to look ourselves in the mirror. We really got to get back to the fundamentals and the drawing board to figure out what's working, what's not. And we just haven't had to do that a whole lot. It's been, hey, keep this thing rolling, keep getting better. Now it's, okay, we got to check ourselves and figure out what's really going on here. It'll be interesting to see with a bunch of new faces, new coaches, new players, new guys trying to work together. Is that a reality? Can they make that a reality? You don't have to go light the world on fire tomorrow, but you got to see continuous progress. You got to see some of these mistakes that we've seen over the last couple weeks getting fixed, correcting things, maybe coming up with some new ideas and stuff, because otherwise it's lip service. We haven't had to deal with that a lot lately. Most programs do. Most programs, the coaches, the media get in front of the cameras and say the same things and kind of say all the right things, but it doesn't end up happening. Michigan's got a chance in an inferior opponent today with Arkansas State to start building something better to get ready for Big Ten play.
Jack alluded to it. Some awful news this week. Early in the week, we learned that the iconic actor James Earl Jones, a Michigan alum whose booming voice adds so much to the introductory video here before home games at the Big House, he passed away at the age of 93. And then yesterday, the news came out about the death of longtime Michigan administrator Greg Harden, who helped Wolverines student-athletes, including Jack and John and so many others, as a mental coach. We wish all the very best to his wife, Shalia, his 3 children, Brian, Victor, and Olivia, his sister, Lynette, the entire Harden family. Greg's words always resonated, but more so now that he's gone.
The greatest enemy you have ever faced, the greatest enemy I have ever faced is fear and self-doubt. There's no greater enemy. The enemy within is the largest enemy you have to conquer. The competition is between the ears. What you have to convince people is that instead of somebody telling you there's nothing to be afraid of, is to stop being afraid, you got to teach them to stop being afraid of being afraid. Fear is a normal part of being human. And half the greatest moments in your life, some of the greatest adventures we've ever had, some of the most fun you've ever had, you were about to crap your pants. Or did. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
I'm not lying. So understanding that fear is part of, it comes with the territory, and you must learn to embrace it and anticipate it and begin to understand it's predictable, therefore manageable.
Always so impactful, important, but with that humor, that relatability, we're going to miss Greg Harden.
Yeah, G was a guy who made everyone feel really special and was one of those guys who, when you talk about somebody who just has it, he was a guy who had it and was able to influence and help individuals on a personal level. And this university and this athletic department and these teams come together for the better half of several decades. And he was a guy who was special to me, special to a lot of the players here, and we'll definitely miss G.
Yeah, leaders and best. Few embodied that greater than Greg Harden. There will be tributes throughout the game here at the Big House. The players and staff have a commemorative shirt to honor the great and unfortunately now late Greg Harden. Much to do on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. We will scout the Red Wolves of Arkansas State coming up at 9:30. Wide receiver Kendrick Bell hops on the show at about 9:55. We'll have John Jansen's thoughts on the game and on G coming up around 10 o'clock. And then during our final hour of pregame, you'll hear from kicker Dominic Zavada playing his former team. And, of course, Doug sit down with the head coach Chiron Moore. And throughout the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show, our friends at WWJ will keep us up to date on the latest traffic and weather updates. And update 1 is right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will detail the week that was a unique week for Michigan football as we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
It's tough, man. These you don't like these feelings, and the players, they're walking around, they're somber. But really, I feel it's my job to lift them back up, to instill that confidence in them, because they are kids and they work extremely hard to get here. So, they feel it more than anybody. So I'm just doing everything I can to make sure I uplift them.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
That is the head coach, Chiron Moore. So let's go through this, Jack. A week after a loss, everyone who's played football has endured it. How did you approach it? And that 24-hour rule of flushing the previous game and moving on, can you do that completely after a loss?
It's probably closer to 48 hours, right? The rest of the day, you're obviously upset about how the game went, and then you're probably going to watch film the next day and get chewed out a little bit. So you're really not in a good mood then either. So it's probably more of a 48-hour rule in all honesty. But I really appreciated what Coach Moore said about, hey, it's my job to get these guys' spirits back up. That's the new era of college football where these coaches have to be so tight with their players that they really are, part coach, part father figure, part psychiatrist almost, where it's like, hey, it's my job to get the best out of these guys. I mean, I can tell you when I was here in Coach Hoke's era, we had a couple bad losses, and they were not to teams like Texas. They were to far worse teams than Texas. And just candidly, I don't think they did a good enough job of doing those things. About, hey, we're going to be all right, right? This is how we're going to figure things out. We're going to come together. We're going to bond together, and we're going to figure out some of these mistakes and instilling a sense of confidence instead of fear of, oh, we all made mistakes, we're not up to standard, we're not good enough. I really appreciate Coach Moore's comments about that, because you are going to come to an inflection point pretty soon here in the season where it's like, okay, we stumbled against Texas, that's a great team, we'll get better. Or we stumbled, we never recovered, and then things could spiral, right? So you're at a really crucial point right now. Hey, keep the faith. We will correct things. It's early in the year. We got new faces out there. Let's keep gelling and get the thing back on track.
There are plenty of lessons to take from last week, obviously. To me, we talked about it Saturday. It's pretty obvious. The two that really stuck out, the third down conversions and the turnovers. Yep. Texas, 10 of 16 on third down, 8 of 10 before halftime. And they forced 3 turnovers, really forced 2, and then the Colson Loveland fumble that he was, watching over and over on Sunday. So one word of emphasis for Chiron Moore this week, discipline.
This game has always been about 11 guys. It's never been about one person. It's never been about just your talent. And what we've learned here is that you've got to play, when you're equal talent, you have to play disciplined football. because that's a good football team that we lost to, and you've got to be able to make the tackles. You've got to be able to have the non-missed assignments, and if you do that, you can win. But if you don't, you're not going to win. And I think that really taught us a lesson.
Yeah, how many times have we said the phrase team win over the last few years? This was a team loss last week, and the margin can be pretty thin. 10 of 11 players on the field at once could do the right thing, but if that one is off, you have issues against a lot of teams, and especially Texas.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, with that Texas team, they're really well coached. A lot of great players out there, have their scheme. They got some veteran guys that have been in that program for a while. So they're firing on all cylinders. And you were going to need Michigan's best game. You were going to need 11 players, not 10, to get things done. And right now Michigan just didn't have that. They just don't have it. We'll see how this goes today. But that's a sign of a team that's right on the edge, right? There's enough good things going on, but there's not enough good things going on. And the disappointing part, the frustrating part, is you could go around probably to every position group throughout the course of watching that film and point to, oh my goodness, look how close we were here if so-and-so would have done this. And then the next play, it's somebody else, right? And again, I think the silver lining in that is you're close. You're not quite there yet. You're close. Michigan had the good luxury the last couple years of not really playing a real tough schedule until November. And so they figured some of these things out on the fly. We remember the Bowling Green game last year, JJ throwing 3 interceptions. I mean, there were things that weren't really that good we didn't get punished on last year. You had Texas come in here who's going to have a chance to win the national title this year, and you were faced to deal with that early on. What I'm looking for is how does the team respond to that?
It's a great point, because last year, you mentioned the Bowling Green game, which was the 3-interception game for J.J. McCarthy. Michigan didn't exactly blow Rutgers out either.
No,
it looked good at the end. The scores were lopsided because Michigan was really, really good, but that was a slow easing into what became a gauntlet of a schedule come mid-November. The thing that really stood out, though, the third downs, and that maximizes it. Remember, at halftime, Texas had controlled the football for 19 of the 30 minutes in terms of possession. And the one time where it felt like Michigan caught a break and couldn't capitalize, remember that first drive, there was a touchdown pass, and then it came back on holding. They got off the field, didn't give up any points. Any characteristics you saw that were similar or something that's easily correctable with the third down conversions?
As it pertains to that, I remember in the first half thinking to myself, okay, if you're going to send pressure, and we talked about in the pregame show, if you had to get to Quinn Ewers. And a lot of those third downs where we didn't get there, we blitzed from depth. There weren't guys on the line of scrimmage. So somebody triggers late. Well, Quinn Ewers is a pretty talented quarterback. Okay, this guy's coming, 1,000, 2,000, boom, wide receivers are open, get rid of the ball. If you're bringing pressure, it's really challenging if you don't get home quick to do it. And then when you don't, and we would hope that with this defensive line you could get pressure with 4, we didn't. So they got great receivers. We were, I think, just out-schemed a little bit and just out-executed we didn't put enough pressure on him to force the ball out of his hands. And those good wide receivers, they shake loose after 3 or 4 seconds, and boom, there's a first down. Just poor execution on third down.
Yeah, something to correct, much to correct heading into this one, the final non-conference test before the classic Big Ten rivalry of Michigan and USC coming up. It will feel in some ways like an extension of a non-conference next week, but it's a big one, and it's in the league, which, again, we're talking about the 12-team playoff. You can go 0-3 in your non-conference and still have every opportunity as everybody else once you get to conference play because of the 5 automatic bids. We will dig more into the corrections from last week that Michigan will need to make in our self-scout coming up in about 4 minutes. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We'll continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show with our Self-Scout next. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Michigan Stadium's first ever Stripe Out is almost here. On September 21st, where the Wolverines welcome USC to Ann Arbor, fans attending the game in even-numbered sections are encouraged to wear blue, while those sitting in odd-numbered sections are encouraged to wear maize. Head to mgoblue.com/football promotions for full details. Help us stripe out the Trojans on September 21st by wearing blue in even-numbered sections and wearing maize in odd-numbered sections.
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available through Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're enjoying a craft beer or RTD at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
This is University of Michigan football, live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Go Michigan!
It's a Michigan game day.
If you trust your training and you do things the right way during the week, those things show during the game. So continuing to trust in that and trust that, trust my arm, trust my instincts. I think that's a big jump from week 1 to week 2.
That is the quarterback for the Wolverines, Davis Warren. We'll have his full answer about how he has critiqued himself, how hard he is on himself later on in the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. But as we delve into our self-scout, whenever a football team suffers a loss, it feels like the quarterback gets a lot of blame. And, hey, just like winning tends to spotlight the quarterback, whether it's deserved or not, just kind of how it goes. So how would you assess Davis Warren in a vacuum through 2 weeks of action?
I think he's playing better than the general public is giving him credit for. I think there's a couple things going on. You got an offensive line that's not playing as good as they should, and an offense that's predicated upon that. So when that's not working, everything else really won't fall into place. I think Davis Warren is, he came in as a walk-on, and the mindset when you're a walk-on, particularly at quarterback, is just don't mess up, don't make mistakes. As long as I manage things around here, I'll keep getting ahead. I'll stay in good favor with the coaches. Things will keep working out. The reality is that does save you and keep you around when you're a walk-on. But when you're the starter, you have to now become a playmaker. And I think that the coaches need to recognize that in him. I think he needs to recognize that in himself. We saw it a lot late in the game when nothing else was really working last week, when he was under pressure, when things were happening, and he was rolling out of the pocket, sometimes not by design, but just extending plays. I remember thinking to myself, man, he's a better athlete than I think we all know. And he can extend a play and then find an open receiver down the field. When he ad-libs a little bit, things start to work out. And unless you're the New England Patriots in their dynasty run where everything was so scientific, look at the Kansas City Chiefs these days. Mahomes just goes out there and plays backyard football, makes plays. I think he needs to get into that mindset more. I think the coaches need to encourage him to get into that mindset more of, hey, let it loose. Go make plays. Go have fun. Go play backyard football a little bit. They need to call plays that help highlight that for him. They might need to simplify it down. But let him be an athlete. Let him go out there and try to do some things. This is a good opportunity today with Arkansas State, a team that we are much better than, to try to test some of those things and see how they work.
We knew there'd be some growing pains with the offensive line. This team is replacing its top 6 from last year. So where is the line at right now, and what areas are you maybe most concerned about what you've seen through 2 weeks?
It's funny. It's kind of just fundamentals that you learn in Little League football. About
correctable.
Yeah, very much so. But low man wins, right? We're playing a little too high, I think, up front right now. I think there's a lot of guessing going on. I think that guys are not really sure of one another, not really straining. You hear Coach Moore talk about that strain and what that means for an offensive lineman is, when the running back kind of gets towards the line of scrimmage, are you still straining forward? And it just that split second of extra strain makes it hard for a linebacker or a defensive tackle to fall off and make the play. When he's going backwards instead of being able to shed you, do you just strain that little bit extra? These are all things that I think the line will continue to get better with as the season goes on. It's disappointing that they're not there yet because there are some guys who have played football, even though not necessarily been starters or played a ton of impactful or meaningful minutes. They've played enough football, right? And they should be able to get this thing rolling. I think you get Khalil Mullins rolling with that group and use Donovan as kind of that scat back third down guy and just start to really get some reps at it. Again, a good opportunity today to practice those things.
Defensively, a topic throughout the game last week, and this is probably going to be something that Michigan has to contend with because of just how good Will Johnson is. Texas basically avoided the Will Johnson side of the field. Mm-hmm. But it's a big field out there, and there's still plenty of room for teams to operate even if they do eliminate that side. So how can Wink and this defense, and maybe Will, adjust a little bit?
Well, I mean, I think from Will's standpoint, people are going to throw away from him. He is that good. He makes plays. He finds a way to disrupt the game, and so teams are just going to leave him alone, right? So, I think from Wink's perspective, you put him on the best receivers no matter where they're at on the field. He just follows the best runner around the whole game, and hopefully that eliminates that type of player for them. And then you just do different things from a coverage perspective, especially with those safeties, right? You shift the safeties to the other side of the field. You're going to maybe double-team tight ends. We got hurt a lot last week with tight ends. I think that's something you got to look for is maybe these linebackers can't match up that way with these guys, and so maybe the safeties have to come into play a little bit more and start to bracket coverage guys that Will Johnson is away from. And then it's on the defensive line too. They got to do a better job getting home to the quarterback when they call blitzes. When Wink calls a blitz, guys coming from depth from 10 yards away from the line of scrimmage. Boy, it's got to be great coverage for those guys to end up getting there. It just takes too long. So there's a number of things that I think they're working on right now. I put it on, though, you can get schematic as much as you want. I think the defensive line has to step up a little bit last week. Now, granted, they were getting tired. They were on the field too much. But they were guessing. They were high. They were trying to look around to see where the ball was instead of getting low and running through the line of scrimmage to disrupt the backfield. Didn't get enough pressure. Didn't stop the run well enough. They were on their heels. That Texas offense was humming. So big week for the defense to get back on track.
You mentioned the defensive line. Michigan boasts 2 wrecking balls up front, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, future first-rounders, and Texas seemed to do well enough against them so they weren't headline players last week. Like, for Michigan to have won that game, they needed KG and Mason to be absolute studs. It didn't quite happen. It does feel like if you're going to take away that side of the field where Will Johnson is, those 2 in particular have to be great. They have to be. You can't scheme away against them. All you can do is just try to give them more attention, and that changes what you can do offensively.
Well, and let's not forget that Texas offensive line is one of the better ones in the country as well, right? So you got a lot of those things working for you. But, I think this is where we got to talk about last season, where we saw all that depth. And what that was able to do was it kept that defensive line fresh all the time. Those guys were never gassed. They were running around at 100%. And as the game went on, we wore teams down because of that depth. We don't necessarily have that this year. And you got Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant, 2 first-round picks, All-American types. But guess what? They are big boys, and they will get tired when they're on the field all that much. It's what happens inevitably with defensive lines. We don't have the depth that we once had. Those guys are on the field too much. They're on the field too much because the offense can't sustain drive, so we're putting them back out there. And because of that, they slow down, they get high, they get a little lazy, and offenses take advantage of that. So, again, we need our offense to help our defense out.
If the Wolverines defense can record 2 or more sacks today, our friends at Big Boy will give Michigan fans 50% off appetizers all day on Monday. They're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy at participating locations only. Great work to seamlessly bring that in with you talking about the big fellas up front. They get tired, Big Boy.
Did you do that?
It actually was scripted that way, so I kind of lined it up, but you really brought it to life.
Serendipitous.
So, yes, that's right. 50% off appetizers on Monday if the Big Boys come through at Big Boy. All right, we will introduce you to Arkansas State, the 155th unique opponent in Michigan football history in about 4 minutes. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will talk about the Red Wolves of Arkansas State and our opponent scout next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Fish your way to winnings this September at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Play for your chance to win over $115,000 in prizes every Saturday. Every hour from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 2 lucky guests will reel in $1,000 in premium play and 500 grand prize bonus entries. Then on September 28th at 11 p.m., one lucky angler will take home a brand new 2024 StarCraft STX 2050. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
I grew up probably about 2.5 hours from Ann Arbor in a resort town called Saugatuck right on Lake Michigan. My father was the chief of police for over 35 years. My mom was the hospital administrator. We go back there, we have a place there. My mom's still alive. The whole town shuts down over the summer in terms of 4th of July. We go back. And everyone that's a business owner I went to high school with, very familiar with the University of Michigan.
That is the fourth-year head coach at Arkansas State. The Michigan native Butch Jones went over to Ferris State to play college football, worked his way up to the head coaching position at CMU, where he won a couple of MAC championships with the great quarterback Dan Lefevre, then replaced Brian Kelly at CMU. He replaced Brian Kelly at CMU, and then he replaced Brian Kelly at Cincinnati after the Chips went through the MAC season perfect in 2009. 23 wins in 3 seasons at Cincinnati. Tennessee came calling, didn't quite go as well, 34-27. Fired late into his 5th season there. Went to the Nick Saban School of Coaching, redone or re-evaluated as an offensive assistant. Now back as a head coach here at Arkansas State. And it was cool. He had a bottle of Verner's there on the podium this week. He's an important football figure in this state, and he knows Michigan well. In fact, Larry Martin, who's the director of operations and event management here at Michigan, he was the best man at Butch Jones' wedding. So a special opportunity for Butch Jones and, as we'll talk about, some Michigan natives on this roster.
A Michigan guy, not a Michigan man, but from the state of Michigan.
Look at the synonyms today.
Do you think he purposely put that Verner's there to show a little respect to the mitten? Had to have, right? You don't think Arkansas State?
Yeah. No, he said it's normally. No, it's not. I'm very sure of that. No, he did admit in his press conference that normally it's water, but he rocked some Verner's there this week. So
it's good to see Butch Jones in college football. He recruited me when I was out of Toledo, Ohio, when he was at Cincinnati. And then when he was at Tennessee, another little fun fact, my brother's wife babysat his kids. So, and my brother's a scout for the Tennessee Titans, and so he scouts Arkansas State, so I pid that whole thing together. And we got a bunch of fun facts on Butch Jones because we don't know what to talk about with Arkansas State.
Isn't it so weird that what did Doug just do here?
I thought he was holding up some Verner's or something.
But yeah, it's amazing how small and tight-knit the football community really is. But in any event, slow climb for Butch Jones at Arkansas State, but a climb. 2-10 in year one, 3-9 in 2022. Last year, 6-6 in the regular season, bowl appearance for the first time since 2019. And they lost last year in the bowl to the darlings of college football this past week, Northern Illinois, in the Camellia Bowl. The issue for the Red Wolves, in a lot of ways, close games. 3-10 in games decided by single digits in the first 3 years under Butch Jones. So they've implemented a fourth quarter program in the offseason, 2 weeks in, and it's certainly shown dividends. They've won by 3 over a good FCS program in Central Arkansas, by 4 over Tulsa. And I mentioned the Michigan ties. Linebackers Marvin Ham and Charles Willikis, punter Ryan Hiker, and kicker Clune Van Andel. Great name. Clune Van Andel. They are from the state. Willikis from Rockford. He transferred from Michigan State. He leads the team with 17 tackles. Ham, a Bellevue native, third with 15 tackles. He's got 1.5 tackles for loss. It's got to be cool for them, and it's also a big measuring stick and opportunity for them coming back to their home state.
It is. I mean, candidly, they probably don't expect to come in here and walk out with a victory. It's just, they don't have that kind of talent to do that. But a really cool opportunity for guys, particularly from the state, to come back. I'm sure they'll have a lot of family that will be in the big house today, being able to watch them, and a really neat experience. It's, it's tough. The schools, like in Arkansas State right now, I think are really trying to find their footing in this new world of NIL and transfer portal, right? Mm-hmm. Because the minute that they do develop a good player and he starts to pan out, guess what? One of the big schools comes calling with a bag of cash, and then the kid's gone all of a sudden. So, it does work both ways. Then they can go to a place like a Michigan where somebody might not be getting a lot of time because somebody's better than them starting on the field, so they can pick away from those guys. But I think that transition's a lot harder. How do you know what the guy's like if you can't see him on film? All those types of things. I think for an Arkansas State and programs like that, it is really challenging right now in this new world of college football to find some sort of identity, build a culture, build a program the way that Michigan has over the last several years, where they know who they are, they know what they want to do. You're kind of at the mercy of the state of college football right now. And so an interesting opportunity for these guys to come in, have some fun, and play on this big stage.
Offensively, Arkansas State has a good quarterback, Jalen Rayner. He was the first true freshman to win the Sun Belt's Freshman of the Year, first true freshman quarterback to win the Sun Belt's Freshman of the Year since 2007 last season. And in that great debut last year, he threw for 17 touchdowns, ran for 5 more. This year, the Kernersville, North Carolina native has completed 57% of his passes, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions through the air. He is the team's leading rusher with 122 yards. Their top tailback is Zach Wallace, about 4 yards a carry on 119 rush yards. Receiver-wise, they got to look out for Corey Rucker, number 7, 13 grabs, 239 yards. No one on the team outside of Rucker has more than 89 receiving yards. And a note, likely no right tackle Malakin Thomas. He was a second-teamer last year in the Sun Belt. Butch Jones said that it was unlikely he would return. He was out last week. But largely, this is somewhat similar to Fresno State. You've got a quarterback with some experience. Mm-hmm. You've got some talent. Definitively, Fresno State, one of the newest members of the Pac-12, maybe we'll talk about that in a little while, they were better than any 22 and 23 non-conference team that Michigan faced. Fresno State was. I think Arkansas State could be second in that list to Fresno State if you take all the non-Texas teams. They're 6-win team from last year, and I think they have a chance to be bowling again this year.
Yeah, well, don't miss the message. Just because they're not that talented all around doesn't mean they don't have pockets of guys that can really play. I mean, scouts will tell you that they have a number of those guys on that roster that are going to be playing on Sundays. The difference is at this level, you just don't have enough of them, right? And so for like we talked about, I think their right tackle is going to miss this game today. That's a big blow to them, right?
doubt.
Where if Michigan's DNs now can kind of tee off on a guy who doesn't have a lot of experience, probably has never played on a level like this before, that's where all of a sudden things really start to fall apart for a team like Arkansas State. But again, don't miss the message. There's a handful of guys out there that are going to be playing on Sundays, so you have to respect your opponent and make sure you bring your A game today.
Should be a fun one. Michigan and Arkansas State. We'll preview some other games going up on college football's Week 3 slate as we continue. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
A big one at noon at Camp Randall. We'll talk about that and some other games going across the Big Ten and the top 25 with Rob Joyce next. Wolverines and A-State, the Red Wolves of Arkansas State, coming up at 12:01. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
Hey, Michigan fans, the best football deserves the best Bloody Mary mix. Zing Zang, Michigan's favorite. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, Worcestershire sauce, and a bold blend of spices, Zing Zang delivers a taste that's as legendary as our team. And for those who love the heat, try Zing Zang Blazing. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Find Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix at local retailers. Go blue and go Zing Zang.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right, we'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports, made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older and in Michigan to play.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jensen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
We will do that with Rob Joyce in moments. First, though, time for the tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer. Bring a large plastic tub to throw all your dirty utensils and dishes in. This makes it so you have an easy, organized, and clean pack-up process. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local teams across the Midwest. As promised, the great Rob Joyce is with us in our Learfield Network studios. And let's talk about, you're going to need in Madison, Wisconsin, every time-saving tip because it's an 11 a.m. kick for Big Noon. Alabama and Wisconsin. Fascinated by this one and others throughout not the best Week 3 slate by any stretch, but certainly some interesting games, Rob.
Yeah, Wisconsin, Alabama highlights the noon slate. Illinois also hosts CMU in the Big Ten. For Bama, just the second trip ever to an original Big Ten team. The other, they also played Wisconsin in 1928. I'm sure you all remember that one. 3:30, couple rivalry games. Oregon State. Ducks haven't looked great the first couple of weeks. Going to Oregon State, a place they lost a couple of years ago that ruined their playoff hopes. Purdue hosts Notre Dame. You have the Apple Cup, Washington State. Both teams unranked, but look okay through the first couple of weeks. And then not a whole lot going on otherwise, at least in the Big Ten, that gets the blood boiling. Minnesota, Nevada, Michigan State, Prairie View, A&M, Iowa, Troy, your mid-afternoon tonight. Nebraska, an FCS team, Northern Iowa, Northwestern, an FCS team. And then welcome to the Big Ten, UCLA, Indiana is the 7:30 game tonight.
I'm telling you, if Indiana wins that game, they might be like 5 or 6-0. So watch out there. 1928, Glenn F. Thistlethwaite and the Wisconsin Badgers won 15-0.
You're not making that up, really?
No, Thistlethwaite I mean, hey, you know what? This week fans have been making up words in terms of frustration, right? Like kerfuffled and cattywampus and whatever. We got Thistlethwaite here.
Wow.
He was the coach. I can't tell you many of the players from 1928. But, yeah, 15-0. That's a 1928 score. That might have been 6 safeties and a field goal.
Yeah, well, I mean, that sounds completely made up, but I'll take you at your word for it, I guess. It'll be fun watching Alabama go, on the road. It'd be really cool to see that happen late in the year, right, where they got to go to Camp Randall and the weather's bad or something like that. But it'll be exciting to watch. Oregon State, like Rob was talking about, going to Corvallis ruined Oregon's chances for the playoff a couple years ago. So, in a rivalry game like that, you never know what can happen. That would be a really, really interesting shock and shake up to the early landscape of college football this season.
And the other one, I'll just point out, Nebraska has the feel of a team that if this were the 4-team playoff, I don't think anybody would be talking about Nebraska in college football playoff. But if this defense is how it has been the first couple weeks, and they play Northern Iowa today, so we're not going to learn a whole lot. But this could be a Nebraska team that hangs around and is in the national picture for the first time in a long time. Nationally, Rob, maybe the best game was on the slate yesterday.
Yeah, 2 ranked games this weekend. Last night, kind of a dud. Kansas State rolled Arizona. Can you name the other game with 2 top 25 teams?
I know it. I'll see if Jack can name it. The other top 25 game today.
Is it LSU, South Carolina?
No, that is where game day is.
That's where game day is. That's what I would have thought. No, I don't know. Who is it?
It's the second all-time meeting between Missouri and Boston College.
Good for BC.
Yeah.
It's good to see them get back on a little bit of a winning streak, although it's just one big win against Florida State. We'll see if they can sustain it. But between BC coming back to a little relevance and then Nebraska, back to Nebraska, Matt Rule's a good coach. That's not going to shock me to see Nebraska get pretty good over the next couple years. So watch out. Particularly, like you said, they figured out a defense and they got that young quarterback, Raiola. If he ends up panning out to what they think he can be, watch out because Nebraska might make some waves.
Yeah, but for it to be week 3, and obviously there was so much pomp and circumstance around the Michigan-Texas game, but there are, Rob, plenty of SEC teams that have looked good, but it just hasn't had a whole lot of oomph to the schedule. And remember, the SEC is still only playing 8 conference games. So outside of Alabama, Wisconsin, where Bama's been, a little more than a 2-touchdown favorite in this on the road, you just wish there was more to it because there are some SEC teams that, they're in the top 10, top 20, but not a lot of oomph to the games.
Yeah, one to look out for, 3:30, one of those SEC teams you mentioned, Oklahoma, scraped by a Houston team that looked bad in week 1. The Sooners host Tulane. If you saw that game last week, controversial OPI had a chance to tie the game late at home against K-State, would have sent the game to overtime probably. Instead, that controversial flag's thrown. They're 1-1, but the Wave could give Oklahoma trouble at 3:30 if you're looking for, this is kind of a sickos committee type game. Florida and Texas A&M at 3:30. We don't know who's starting at quarterback for A&M. Yeah. Really don't know who's starting. I think it's Graham Mertz for Florida, but they have the 5-star freshman DJ Lagway. But, yeah, there's just, honestly, guys, not a whole lot. Preseason, I think people were looking forward to Georgia, Kentucky, and then, boy, Kentucky looked bad last week. So that's just not a great slate, admittedly, here today.
I feel like there's going to be one team because there are a lot of ranked teams on the road. Notre Dame's at Purdue. Utah's at Utah State.
That Notre Dame game, who knows, right, what will happen after what looked to be a really, really solid win in week 1 against Texas A&M. We obviously know Northern Illinois goes into South Bend last week and gets a win. That's really interesting. I mean, talk about an inflection point. Michigan's got to figure out a few things and figure out what the rest of their season is going to look like going forward here. So does Notre Dame, because talk about highs and lows. They come off of week 1 thinking, man, we're back, and then all of a sudden, no, you're not. And now they got to figure it out. And I don't know. I don't know if Purdue's any good this year. My gut tells me no, but you just don't know how these teams will respond. And the other thing, too, with this new era of college football, these are all new guys playing together a lot of these places. So it's not like you have, hey, we know who our locker room is. We know how these guys are going to respond. A lot of these programs, it's new faces. It's a more selfish age of college football. Is it about the team? That's why, what we got going here at Michigan is so great right now. But a lot of these teams don't have that, and so they might not respond. They're young kids still. They might not respond the right way after some of those big losses.
It's just not the same era as it was when Coach Thistlethwaite was leading Wisconsin in 1928.
I set you up for that one, too.
I know.
There we go.
Well done. All right. We'll keep tabs on some of those games and preview more with Rob Joyce as we continue. We're going to hear from Kendrick Bell in about 5 minutes, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
It is a gorgeous day for football here in Ann Arbor. Some warm-ups starting to get going in earnest on the field as the Wolverines and Arkansas State ready for this non-conference clash. We will hear from Kendrick Bell coming up in a little bit. First, break here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan Football from Learfield.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
You're listening to University of Michigan Football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
For Michigan games, you don't do anything halfway, and that should include wings. Detroit Wing Company makes wings that are as big and as bold as the Wolverines themselves. Order yours now for your tailgate or watch party. Or, if you're attending the game, get to our spot in the big house. Just go to DetroitWingCo.com to order ahead, or see us at the game, because a U of M game is the perfect time to really get saucy. Detroit Wing Co. How Detroit wings.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
We're just getting warmed up for another great game day in Ann Arbor, and joining us as he does each week here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, Andy Hetzel. Hello, Andy.
Hello there, Brian. I'm glad to be here today, and I'll be cheering for our Wolverines from the first whistle.
Andy, there's been some focus recently on the rising prevalence of social anxiety. Today, let's talk about how we can combat that by investing in our social wellness. Blue Cross is ready to help with some tips on mibluedaily.com.
Brian, being connected to others and the community around us has a lot of benefits. You can actually see that at Michigan Stadium today. It's a big community, and everybody's feeling good. Higher levels of connection are tied to lower levels of depression and anxiety, along with higher self-esteem.
And studies show that positive relationships with family and friends are great for our emotional well-being and our physical health. Those relationships lower our stress levels, which improves our blood pressure, cardiovascular health, and immune function. And it can start with something as simple as reaching out just to talk.
Absolutely. One thing to keep in mind when we reach out to talk is that listening is just as important. With all the distractions around us, including the cell phone most of us carry in our pockets, we must practice being fully present in those important conversations.
That's such a great point. It's also important to strike a balance between caring for yourself and others. The best ways to care for ourselves include things we talk about with Michigan fans frequently: regular sleep, good diet, and exercise.
That's right, Brian, and we can combine self-care with social connection. Close relationships are important, but friendly acquaintances are also a key part of well-being. And there's lots of ways to make those connections. Take a yoga class, join a club, take a class in cooking, writing, painting, just not all three at the same time.
While doing yoga, right?
Yeah.
One thing that does turn out well is making an effort to help others. Giving to others helps them, and it helps you. There are volunteer opportunities at many places in our communities, libraries, schools, and food banks, just to name a few.
Brian, we've had a great conversation about an important topic today. Anyone out there who's listening who's interested in some more information and inspiration is invited to search for social wellness online at mibluedaily.com.
Thanks as always, Andy.
Thank you, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Great to visit with Kendrick Bell, Michigan wide receiver. First off, for you, a couple of firsts so far this year. First catch against Fresno State, first start against Texas. What has it meant to you to get acclimated, to get out there and play this year after not playing last year as a freshman? What's that all meant to you?
It's a blessing. I thank God for every opportunity I can get. And it feels really good to go out there and get my feet wet, and doing what I can do to help the team win.
Where have you grown the most from the day you stepped on campus here to right now?
My maturity. I feel like when I got here, I was a little immature, but as now, I feel like I'm very mature in what I do and go about my business.
Unfortunately, those firsts for you came with Texas, at least, in a loss. What did this team learn from that experience last week?
We got to be more detailed. We got to be better practices throughout the week. I'm not saying that we didn't practice well, but we just got to be. We can always be better. We always strive for perfection, and the urgency got to be up there more.
How has this week of prep been? Did you guys flush it? Coach Moore talks about the 24-hour rule. Were you able to pretty well utilize that?
Yeah, I say that Sunday after treatment, I was locked in, ready to go for Arkansas State. I meet with Bellamy every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so on, getting through the game plan, getting ready for Arkansas State, make sure that stuff's not even mentioned. We just know that we got to be better, and we will be better.
Of course, you were a quarterback earlier in your career. How has that helped you as a receiver? Was the acclimation pretty seamless because you kind of knew what's going through the mind of a quarterback as a receiver?
I will say it was kind of dope in my eyes. I can see the coverage. I know what the weak zones is in that coverage. Going throughout, helping out other receivers, like, what's this coverage? Like, what should I do? Right? Like, boom, sit right there in that zone. You know what I'm saying? Just helping out. And I will say it's opened up the game a lot for me from being a quarterback to a receiver.
Do you miss the quarterbacking, though?
A little bit. I'll say I miss throwing the ball, slinging that thing a little bit, yeah.
That. How's Ronnie doing, and what has he kind of meant to you, not just from the Michigan standpoint, but just growing into becoming the player that you are?
I will say, following his footsteps, coming here at Michigan, it was, again, another blessing, you know what I'm saying? Because he knows what he's doing. He knows, he's at the highest level playing football, helping me out, showing him, hey, what can I do right here? What can I do right here? What can I do to make this look better? Giving me tips and help from the game. So I will say having him as a guide is pretty dope.
I'm sure you get asked about him a ton, so I want to give you the platform. Who else has been instrumental to getting you to this point, to being at Michigan?
Coach Bellamy, Coach Goodrich, even teammates like Fred Moore, and Timo, and Samaj. They all helped me whenever I stepped in that room. Roman and Six, right there, like, yeah, we're gonna get you right. We're gonna be all right. And now Coach Moore, he's like, hey, you can do this. Like, all right, I'm going to go out there and do it with confidence and detail and urgency.
So Arkansas State, what stands out about them on film? What are going to be some of the challenges with the Red Wolves coming to town here?
They're athletic. They play well through the hands, play well. They play well overall. So we just got to go out there and treat them like any other team, go out there and try our best to win.
Heard a lot about the 1-0 mentality, bouncing back. What would a win mean to just get last week kind of out of your guys' mind?
I feel like last week is already out of our minds, You can't let that loss give us another loss, you know what I'm saying? So going in to this game is going to be big, just, get another win on the column. Win is a win, It's always a blessing to get another win.
Kendrick Bell, Michigan wide receiver, maybe one day a quarterback here and there. We appreciate the time.
I appreciate you.
Great stuff with Kendrick. Excited to see how he continues to evolve in this Michigan offense. We got John Jansen standing by, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's pause 10 seconds to allow our network stations to identify themselves. This is Michigan football from Learfield. We are a little bit more than 2 hours from kick. 12:01 for Michigan and Arkansas State. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
Offensively, you've got to be able to convert on third down, extend possessions to give your defense a little bit of a break. Now, it's not all that, but defensively, if you can't get off the field, they were 8 of 10 in the first half on converting third downs. If you can't get off the field defensively, it makes for a long day, which we all had in the Big House.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
And our first segment with John Jansen here is presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix. Before we get into the on-field stuff, obviously a really tough week around the Michigan family. Early in the week, found out we lost the great actor, the Michigan alum James Earl Jones. And then yesterday, longtime Michigan administrator Greg Harden helped so many Wolverine student-athletes, including both you two. He helped me, too. Mental coach. He passed away. We wish the very best to his wife, Shalia, his 3 children, Brian, Victor, and Olivia, his sister, Lynette. John wanted to give you an opportunity to share what has been a very profound impact that Greg's had on you.
Still shocked that we saw Greg. I saw Greg last Friday night. We saw him here in the stadium on Saturday. And now a week later, we're mourning his loss. Yeah. And it was so unexpected. But he was an individual, when you look at and you look at the top end of the roster, guys that he helped, Desmond Howard, Ward Manuel, athletic director, Tom Brady, Michael Phelps, but that wasn't his only concern. When he was with those individuals, they were his one and only concern. But then you go all the way down to the bottom of the roster, and he was just as concerned and just as helpful for every single one of those. And it wasn't just limited to the student athletes. It was administration. It was those up on the hill, for the university. And his reach for those that were here, going out into every industry, at every single level, at the highest levels of this country. I mean, he has been so impactful, and it's just one man. And it kind of goes to show you what one individual can do. But when I talk about, consistency is the truest measure of performance, a lot of those things came from Greg Harden. Coaches used them. Coaches around the country used them. But his big thing was was just always be yourself, always be consistent, be true to yourself. You could fool a lot of other people. You can lie to a lot of other people, but you can't lie to yourself. And he was as honest an individual and brutally honest at times. But that's what he was to everybody.
Yeah, it was profound to see the impact he had on so many people. John, like you said, guys like Tom Brady and Michael Phelps, all the way down to the walk-ons in some years of Michigan sports that it wasn't clicking and it wasn't working, and seeing the outpouring of emotion from folks yesterday on social media and all that, you remember how special certain people are. Greg was a guy that came into everybody's life and made an impact and made everybody a better person, and it's actually kind of mind-boggling to think how many people that was: players, coaches, administrators, business folks. It doesn't matter. That guy was able to touch so many, and will greatly be missed.
Or a first season radio play-by-play broadcaster for basketball at a shoot-around at Iowa in January 2020. He gave me some lessons that I will never forget, so we certainly wish the best to the Harden family. No easy way to transition. It's certainly not a fun topic to talk about from a football standpoint, what happened last week, but, John, the third down success for Texas and failure for Michigan certainly stands out most of all. Plenty of issues on Saturday, but those figures stick out because not only are they backbreakers to a defense, but also it doesn't give your offense much of a chance to get going and get into a rhythm with the score not lopsided like it got by the second half.
Yeah, and offensively, I mean, everything this week has to be about getting back to the basics, and it's about success on first and second down so that you're not in third and long situations, that you're able to get to manageable. You're not going to be 100% on third downs. Even though Texas was really good, they were 8 of 10 in the first half. They weren't perfect. And so you've got to put yourself in a position to have success. And defensively, when you do all of that work on first and second down and you're forced them into 3rd and 11, don't let them out of it. That's really where it started to snowball last week. Was you thought that, especially with the talent on defense, you'd be able to get home on Quinn Ewers, or you would be able to stop their rushing attack. Like, there just was nothing that Michigan was doing to give themselves an advantage.
Yeah, that third down stuff, John, I'm curious your opinion on this. It seems like, A, we didn't get to Ewers quick enough, right? So those wide receivers end up shaking late down the field, and you're able to convert, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 8 even at times. But one of the things that I noticed last week, I'm curious your opinion about, is bringing pressure, but bringing guys from depth. A lot of times guys trigger, but they're 10 yards from the line of scrimmage. And Ewers is a smart quarterback. He's got all the time in the world. He's watching the wide receivers, and eventually somebody shakes open. A lot of times you're trying to disguise those blitzes. I get it. You want to catch them off guard. But when guys are coming from 8, 10 yards down the field, it takes 4 seconds to get to the quarterback. It seems like they tried that a number of times on third down, weren't able to get home, and that's what burned them.
Well, a lot of times it's the delayed attack because you feel like you're going to win up front with the 4 rushers that Michigan has. And when those don't win, now
then
all of a sudden that second wave is what you're hoping gets there, but by that time the ball is gone.
Right.
So if they're able to evade that first rush, then the second one's the one that finishes them off, but they'd never had the first.
Yeah.
This segment presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix, proudly served at the Big House. Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. There was a busy week on In the Trenches, our podcast feed. We'll talk about some key clips from that as we continue, but first, another traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will hear from Makari Page and Davis Warren during our In the Trenches segment. Busy week along the podcast. We'll recap it next as we count you down to the Wolverines in Arkansas State. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, We're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Can you believe these seats?
I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house. Are you kidding me?
Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, a soft pretzel, some dog food?
Yeah, I'll take...
What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything?
What are you talking about?
I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in.
Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter.
You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd. Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Another Maze Out is on the way. Michigan Volleyball hosts rival Michigan State on Friday, September 27th at 7 o'clock, and the first 1,000 fans at Chrysler Center receive a Maze Rally towel. Tickets are just $6 for one of the biggest matches of the year for Michigan Volleyball. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your seats today. That's mgoblue.com/tickets. Go Blue, wear Maze on Friday, September 27th for Michigan Volleyball at Chrysler Center.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. Let's go in the trenches.
Before we do that, Michigan's availability report out. Notable name, questionable, Tyler Morris, Michigan wide receiver. Jack Tuttle, yet again this week, listed as questionable. So Tyler Morris and Jack Tuttle on the questionable side. Heading into this one, we'll certainly keep tabs on that as Michigan tries to get that pass game going, and Tyler Morris certainly has the potential to do it. All right, we encourage you to subscribe to MGO Blue Podcast in the trenches 3 times per week during the season. Post-game episode coming out after this one, thoughts from the crew, interviews, all of that. Defend the Block, Conquering Heroes, some great guests this week. Men's basketball freshman L.J. Kaysen for the Defend the Block episode. Hockey head coach Brandon Naurato on Conquering Heroes. And on Wednesdays in the trenches, John had senior captain Makari Page. He's been a part of a lot of winning over the years, but this week Makari mentioned that the week has reminded him of another one he experienced.
It's been a long time since we've had to deal with a loss here at Michigan. How have you dealt with it, and how have you helped your teammates be able to process this and overcome it?
Yeah, it's been hard, definitely. I think that the next step is just, it kind of reminds me of we lost in 2021 to MSU, and we still went far into the playoffs. But I feel like it's kind of like the same message to the guys that Aiden and them gave to us in 2021. Just it's one loss, second week of the season. So early on, we got a lot of big games left to play this year. So we win those games and take it day by day. We'll be all right.
And if you recall from that 2021 experience, the very next week, Michigan got right back in the race for the Big Ten, beating Indiana, and then Purdue upset Michigan State. Michigan can't get as much back this week necessarily, but with USC looming, John, it does feel like how Michigan looks today will be important.
Yeah, and, this is one, you've got to take care of business. You've got to do what you're supposed to do. That's go out there and run them over and just win and make a convincing win. And when you look at this team and what they have at stake moving forward, yeah, USC is up next. And, thank goodness USC had the showing that they did against LSU because it's an added opportunity. It's not one of those games where, Michigan's just supposed to win. It's a good opponent again. And so there's plenty of those left on the schedule. But really the task at hand is just, hey, Arkansas State, the Red Wolves, what are you going to do to get better in preparation for the entire Big Ten season that is going to kick off next week?
Well, and the good news is the way that you're going to win this game is the same way for Michigan that you're going to win any other game. And it's back to fundamentals. It's back to running the football, controlling the line of scrimmage, playing aggressive 11-man defense, 11 guys tackling, right? Our style of play doesn't change no matter who we play. It's just an opportunity. You hate to call it a bit of a tune-up game, but it's an opportunity to just get back on the right track today. And what is an inferior opponent, but get back to those fundamentals. Get back to what you know you're doing well. Hopefully find a few things throughout the course of the game that you really start to like and you can find an identity around as the season goes on.
On Monday's radio show, you can get the archive of that each week on the Go Blue podcasts feed. John visited with quarterback Davis Warren, and Davis went into a critique of himself through 2 games.
Like, I'm definitely my biggest critic, and I think that's something me and Coach Campbell talk about a lot is not needing to be so hard on myself all the time. But I think first 2 games, I'd say, I feel like I've done a good job just, in terms of positives, just kind of controlling my emotions, kind of operating this offense as it's meant to be operated and, getting us in and out, making the right checks, making the right kills, handling protection things, and distributing the ball in a timely manner. I think I need to do a better job taking care of the football. 2 turnovers last game, and it doesn't really matter whose fault it is. It falls on the quarterback to take care of the football, and so I need to do a better job of that to put us in better position to be successful. And then I think just continuing to stay focused on the fundamentals. That's what you realize when you get out there is if you trust your training and you do things the right way during the week, those things show during the game. So continuing to trust in that and trust that, trust my arm, trust my instincts. I think that's a big jump from week 1 to week 2. Even with a loss, I just think I realized in week 1 that I can trust my instincts out there. Practice is very different from the game in that sense. And, things happen a little faster, and I can trust what my eyes are seeing 100%, trust those instincts, trust the training that I've had, the preparation in the film room. And I know that this week those things will start to pop.
It's all about trust. You got to be able to trust your teammates. Coaches got to trust the players to take care of the ball. And when that trust is built, this is going to be a good team. They just don't have that yet. They don't have it with the 5 guys up front yet. The running backs don't have it with the O-line, protection, receivers. That's really where they could take a big leap this week is simply by, hey, I'm going to do my job, and so that everybody else can trust I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And then you start building it center to guard to tackle, that offensive line, and then it's the tight ends, receivers, quarterback, all of that stuff. And I think Davis Warren is going to be just fine. This offense is going to be just fine. They've got to find a way and what it is that they do well. That's really what it is, finding what they do well to build comfort and confidence.
We have a good fortune the last few years of not playing a real tough schedule till the end of the year. There were times where that offense, as good as it was at the end of the season, don't forget what moments looked like at the beginning of the year against lesser opponents. Look, last week we had Texas come in here that's firing on all cylinders. They're really, really good. We're not quite there yet. But, John, I agree with you wholeheartedly. It takes a little bit of time and a little bit of trust to get these things going, build that chemistry, start to gel together as a unit. Find an identity. What are you doing well? Stick with that. Become really, really good at that, and the rest of the things will sort themselves out.
Ultimately, Davis Warren has to be better, but it can't just be him, and vice versa. Davis Warren to me is not the biggest issue. I don't think he's close. It's a matter of just bringing it all together, and then hey, if everything else is coming together and Davis Warren is still struggling, then you have the conversation.
Well, this is the ultimate team game. You've got to have 11 guys on offense, 11 guys on defense, 11 guys on special teams that are operating on the same page and playing with the same intensity, the same execution. And when you have one that's off, it throws everything off.
Yeah.
And you're replacing 10 starters offensively, it's going to happen. You've got to be able to minimize those. That's why they've got to find those plays that they can trust. Hey, when we run this play, everybody in the huddle kind of gets a little grin like, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, instead of playing 10-man football, and I'm sure that if you watch the film from last week, there's a lot of plays out there where it's, oh, look how close this play would have been if so-and-so would have done this. And then the next time, it's another position group. I know every position group on this team wishes they could have a few plays back last week. It is a team game. You need all 11 guys playing at a high level. That's why, we keep harping on it, but it's paramount to figure out that identity. What do we do well where everyone knows what they're doing and their job and they execute?
No doubt. We'll get more from Jack during the pregame show. We'll get John's thoughts on some areas for other improvement for Michigan as we continue toward a 12:01 kick for Michigan and Arkansas State. First, we give you another traffic and weather check on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We'll continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We'll hear from Chiron Moore coming up. We've got an interview with Dominic Zavada during our final hour of pregame. All getting ready for the Wolverines and Arkansas State. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to a seasoned workforce of manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexities and compressed timing, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
It's time to step up, Wolverine Nation. The 2024 Recycle Bowl is scheduled for Saturday, November 2nd. We'll count every plastic, aluminum, and paper product put in recycle bins in and around the Big House. Last season, the University of Tennessee set a world record for collecting recyclable material. November 2nd is our chance to take this title, and we need your help. Michigan Stadium has a tradition of recycling and is committed to diverting recyclable material from landfills. Remember, when we all recycle, at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, it's the planet that wins.
This is Michigan football.
We had the same thing happen last year with JJ. JJ threw 3 picks against Bowling Green, and I probably counseled him for another 45 minutes after the game and on Monday, and just told him to be himself and not try to force things or make plays happen, because when you do that, that's when mistakes happen. And for Colston, it's be who you are. People make mistakes. That's going to happen not only in football and in life. And now it's time to learn from them and not make them again.
That's the head coach of the Wolverines, Chiron Moore, talking about Colston Loveland, talking about the adjustments. It is certainly a unique setup here as Michigan gets ready to face off with Arkansas State. John, that clip about Colston, how do you balance the need to improve with not letting the frustration get to you after a loss like that?
Well, there's going to be things that bother you after a loss. And obviously for Colston, it's the fumble, it's a couple of drops, it's a route, it's all of those things. But you go through every single guy, and they're all going to have those. They may not be as visible as the ones that Colston has, but you've got to find a way to move on. We talk about short-term memory in a game. That's play to play, but it's really hard when you've got 6 days in between games to forget about, because you've got to be able to go to sleep, and that's something that will keep you up at night. You've got to be able to compartmentalize and say, hey, okay, that happened. How can I take what happened and make myself better? And I know that's been Chiron's focus. And when your leadership has that focus, it'll translate to the guys.
Let's talk about the offensive line, just your impressions over it. We talked about it a little bit with Jack Miller earlier on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, but areas of most urgent need for improvement. And you said after week 1 that a lot of it was correctable. Do you still feel that way?
I do. The corrections just aren't happening as quickly as any of us would like. And it's hard to make those corrections at game speed when you're going from Fresno State to Texas. And the jump in competition is so great. So hopefully we see today when they take a step back in the level that they're facing. Not that I don't mean any disrespect to the Red Wolves, but we all know what to expect. This is a game where you've got to really focus on your technique, and you've got to do all the little things that the coaches are telling you, so that you, in your own mind's eye and in your own head, build up the confidence in those techniques. Now's not the time to try something new. Now's the time to hone in on those skills and make sure that by the time you play USC next week, that you understand fully why you're doing what you're doing.
Defensively, it does feel like Michigan needs more from that side of the football. It doesn't mean that they have necessarily played well below their capabilities, but if this season was going to yield a playoff appearance and the type of lofty expectations that you have every year at Michigan, it felt like the defense had to be a top 3, top 2, maybe the top unit in the country. It hasn't quite been there yet.
No, and that was probably the biggest surprise last week. And I kind of, in watching it again, I feel like there's 11 guys out there playing. This is, it's a new voice that they have. They're working through some things. But you've got to play, if you're going to be a top 3 defense, you've got to play good team defense. You can't be just a guy out there trying to make something happen by yourself. Mason Graham has to do it in conjunction with Kenneth Grant and with Derek Moore and Josiah Stewart. And we saw that last year. But just because you did it last year doesn't mean that you flip the switch and all of a sudden you go out there at game time and it happens again. Because you do have some new components in Jayshawn Barham. You've got some new components in Zeke Berry. He was there last year, but he's a bigger component this year. Quentin Johnson, guys that we've talked about before, but now they've got to find a way to be that great team defense that this team needs them to be right now.
Yeah, some of it just they need to play together more on both sides of the football.
Yes, but it goes back to the same things that we were talking about with Davis Warren in the offense. It goes back to trust and not doing something that you're not asked to do. Don't get out of your rush lane. That is, you may be able to make an individual play if you try and do something special, but that only happens once. What happens on the other 65 plays of the game where, hey, as a linebacker, I've got to know that my 3 technique is going to stay in his gap because I've got to trust that somebody's not going to leak out the other side. That's where you can't just go off script and do something on your own.
It'll be an interesting setup here. Michigan and Arkansas State hoping to bounce back after last week. Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. What a day. You look out here. Oh man. Last week was unseasonably cool. Maybe this is a smidge warm today by the time the end of this one. Man, what a day. It is beautiful out there.
Yeah, well, shoot, you could have fooled me. I thought it was always 68 degrees. I guess that's just the press box.
Yes.
But out there, this morning, it was absolutely, just like last week, we have been so fortunate so far through 3 games to have perfect weather for tailgates, for the fans that are here to be able to enjoy outside the stadium, inside the stadium, and throughout the entirety of the game.
No doubt. All right, we will continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show with a preview of other games going around college football. But first, we got to give you another traffic and weather check right on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines, Arkansas State, the Red Wolves, first ever meeting between these two in football. We'll talk about some other games, including still one that has resonated from last week, a result in South Bend. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Gambling can be fun.
Here we go.
Kind of like skydiving. The thrill, the excitement. But be careful, or gambling will start to feel like skydiving without a parachute. For tips that will help keep you out of harm's way, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than in the roomy new Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time, so you can take your travels even farther. Now through September 30th, you can lease a Camry LE for $299 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing with approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Book your room now. Toyota. Let's go places.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Going to Catholic High School in Fort Wayne, and all my buddies are Notre Dame loyalists, but they supported NIU today, and I certainly appreciate that.
That is the 6th-year head coach of Northern Illinois football, Thomas Hammock there. Weren't many things that made Michigan fans smile last weekend, but NIU pulling off the MAC's first top 5 win ever certainly at least lifted the spirits a little bit as they won in South Bend. And speaking of Notre Dame, it's time to visit this day in Michigan football history presented by Buddy's Pizza. On this day back in 1991, the catch by Desmond Howard propelled Michigan to a 24-14 win over Notre Dame, snapping the Wolverines' 4-game skid against the Irish. And, of course, the catch really jump-started Desmond's Heisman season. And a big reason why Desmond was a Heisman Trophy winner is because of the man we're mourning today, the loss of Greg Harden. Very instrumental. Of all people, Desmond has been as outspoken about Greg Harden's impact on him as anybody. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's knows all about being the best in the game and has been since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to score your original Detroit-style pizza. John, do you remember watching that 91 game and where you were? And I mean, that was probably at the peak of your Michigan football childhood fandom.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in 91, I was, a sophomore in high school. And, I mean, Michigan Saturdays, just like they are for a sophomore in high school right now, nothing has changed. Yeah. Just the names, the faces, and all that stuff. So I'm in the living room watching Desmond Howard and dreaming of, at that time, everybody wants to be the one catching the pass. Nobody wants to be 77 blocking for him. But, yeah, I mean, it's those moments. And then obviously leading to, at that time, which was, the Rose Bowl and January 1, the bowl games, whether it was Tyrone Wheatley, in the ensuing years, it was Desmond, it was Elvis Gerbach, it was Todd Collins. Like, you remember all of those moments that you watched when you were becoming a Michigan fan.
Hey, when you were a sophomore in high school, you were still thinking about tight end maybe as the future, right?
Oh, yeah. When I came here, I'm still thinking about tight end as my future, and I'm still mad that Lloyd throws the ball to Jake Long, 5 years after I leave, and he swore he would never throw it to an offensive lineman. Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah. No, definitely over it. This explains a lot.
Yeah. There's a lot I'm not over.
Yeah, no, same. All right, here we go. Rob Joyce in our studios. Let's talk about the Big Ten games of note. Alongside our game, a really interesting brand name game up in Madison.
Yeah, I don't think Alabama's over that 15-0 loss in 1928 to Wisconsin. That's the big noon game. Alabama at Wisconsin, then Illinois hosts CMU. Illinois-Nebraska next Friday. Watch out if the Illini take care of business and Nebraska takes care of business. That could be one to watch. 3:30, a bunch of rivalry games. Oregon's at Oregon State. Washington playing Washington State at the Seahawks Stadium, so technically neutral site. Purdue hosting Notre Dame. And you also have Minnesota, Nevada, MSU, Prairie View, A&M, and then Iowa hosting Troy. And then we got a Big Ten game, UCLA, Indiana. UCLA's debut officially in the conference, and then a couple of teams taking on FCS opponents. Then Maryland, we forgot to mention earlier, Maryland is at Virginia to round out the Big Ten slate.
Yeah, that's what's interesting, Rob. You bring up a good point about Illinois coming off the big win over Kansas last week. How are we going to judge with an 18-team league? Obviously, the Big Ten's hoping to get at least 3, maybe 4 teams into the college football playoff on a yearly basis. But how will the seasons be celebrated for a fan base of, okay, if Illinois was picked to finish, I don't remember where they were in the preseason poll, but, picked to finish in the bottom 5 and they finish 8th, right? We talked about Indiana. If they win against UCLA, their schedule's set up to where they could realistically think about a 6-1 type start to their season. How are we going to gauge not a playoff appearance, but maybe a team that's supposed to be bottom 5, 6 in the league who end up being 6th or 7th?
That's going to be the question. And I think a lot of programs and a lot of athletic directors are trying to assess, how do we evaluate success? If we finished 5th and next year we finish 7th from the bottom, or we finish in the top half, like eventually you want to bite at the apple. You want to be able to compete for a championship. But, I don't know that that's always going to be the case for a Northwestern or an Indiana or even a Purdue. And I don't mean anything derogatory towards those programs. I just don't know how they're able to make a jump from where they are now to the top echelon on the Big Ten, because you are now talking about all those big teams, Oregon, USC, even Washington has a history of doing that, Michigan, Ohio State, the powers that are already in it, Penn State.
Yeah, no doubt. Top 25, not a whole lot to talk about, but at least, Rob, there are some teams going on the road.
Yeah, LSU is at South Carolina. That's at noon. Oklahoma State didn't look great last week, but they're on the road at Tulsa. The only other top 25 game today is Missouri hosting Boston College at 12:45. We did have a game last night, K-State and Arizona, technically a Big 12 non-conference game because those two already had that game scheduled. Kansas State rolled, so Mizzou, BC, your only top 25 matchup. Outside of that, no, a whole lot. Ole Miss is at Wake Forest. Georgia's at Kentucky, but Deeks and Wildcats, respectively, didn't look great, so not a whole lot really going on, which, of course, means we're going to get some sort of massive upset.
There will be one because of the fact there are some road games. Sure. If you're asking me to pick it, I have no earthly idea.
Well, but how about BC, the season that they've had so far with Bill O'Brien, where they've been over the last few years? And, just as a side note, we're trying to figure out what BC is. We're also trying to figure out what Michigan State is. They will play next week, and we'll get a better gauge of where the Spartans are in the Jonathan Smith era.
No doubt. Should be a really interesting day. Somehow, some way, college football, even with a less than glamorous slate, drags you in, finds a way to get you intrigued, and we certainly anticipate that in some way, shape, or form. If you're just joining us, Tyler Morris listed questionable on the Michigan availability report, along with Jack Tuttle, same for him as last week. We'll certainly monitor that as warm-ups are underway on the field here underneath a beautiful, beautiful day at the Big House. Wolverines and Arkansas State, first ever meeting between these two programs. Doug Carr standing by. We'll hear from him coming up in a moment on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. But first, we'll get you a traffic and weather update.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Arkansas State coming up. We'll hear from Doug Karsh next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Yacht Ride to float your boat. Saturday, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band. Special guest, the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Tickets as low as $35 and are on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office and eatchicks.com. Smooth sailing. October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. The Little River Band and Atlanta Rhythm Section. SoaringEagleCasino.com.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen.
It's the Detroit Wing Co. Tailgate Report, reminding you that you don't have to just wing it for the Michigan game. Not when Detroit Wing Company is ready to play. The tastiest way to watch the Wolverines win is with our delicious brined wings and chef-created sauces. Find your wings at a DWC near you, or visit us at our new spot, Hatched in the Big House. Kick off the game right. Go to DetroitWingCo.com. That's how Detroit wings.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
And Doug, I want to start by talking about what we started with Jack, started with John. Tough news, not just James Earl Jones early in the week, but the late, great Greg Harden, called a secret weapon around here for so many years, and he had since, quote-unquote, retired. But what he did, his line of work, his impact, he could never fully retire. Obviously, we're thinking about the Harden family, but any big takeaways that come to your mind about G?
So my wife hangs around here a little bit and meets a lot of people, and I mentioned to her the sad news that Greg Harden passed. She said, "Wait, who's Greg Harden?" And I had to explain it, and I brought up his picture. Yeah. And I showed her his picture, and my wife goes, "Oh, my God, the guy that was nice to everybody?" Yeah. And I'm like, "Yep," because he'd meet my wife, make her feel like $1 million, and then the next person, make them feel like $1 million. Yep. Made everyone he came across feel like they were a part of Michigan in some way or another, and that they were playing, whatever they did, they were playing an important role. It's so sad and so unbelievable. And, so many of these kids out there and quite frankly, teams for years. He goes so far back with so many Michigan student athletes in all sports.
Yeah, and I mean, to think about the forward thinking that Bo had at the time to bring him on to work with football. And the story, I mean, I don't know if you guys know the story. He originally turned Bo down.
Did he?
Yeah, because he wanted him to come in and talk for like 20 minutes. And he said, no, I'm not going to do that. This is it's not just a 20-minute spiel. It's something that needs to be done, on a bigger level. So, he told Bo no. And then obviously nobody tells Bo no. It's, right? And so he came back and made him an offer he couldn't refuse. And, now we're looking at 2024. And, he's a guy that the door was always open, right? It was open door policy. And when you have an open door policy and you retire, your phone doesn't get turned off. That door is still always open. He was still doing the same thing for everybody else. He just wasn't getting paid for it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, to Doug's point, he always made you feel like you were the most important person to him in that moment, even though I can't imagine how many emails, phone calls, texts, in-person interactions he had. And the irony or the coincidence of this is that this type of week for Michigan football is where he thrived.
Yep.
And so for him, he was here. I didn't see him last Saturday, but he was here. Yep. I was over at basketball practice yesterday. Namari Burnett and I were talking. He said, I saw him. We dapped up. We caught up real quick. And then, boom, a few days later, he's gone. But this was the type of scenario where he really, truly was that secret weapon. And it'll be really fascinating to transition to football, how this team will indeed respond to what has been a week that they have not experienced, prepping for a game immediately after a loss since after Michigan State in 2021.
It's difficult, and it's a new challenge for this staff, right? I mean, last year it was how do you deal with success? It was so much success, but everybody's patting you on your back, telling you how great you are. You got to get right back to work. You have no time to stand there and listen to how great you are. You got to continue being great. Now, when people are doubting you and you are feeling the pain of the loss, you got to get back to being great. And it's clear that there are some growing pains that you were hoping that you were going to avoid, specifically offensively. Yeah. And it's a work in progress, but I think the leadership there. I've heard that Davis Warren has been a hell of a leader. I've heard that Quentin Johnson has been a hell of a leader, and making sure that when those guys get up in front of the team and talk to their teammates and say and reinstill a confidence, it helps. People aren't doubting themselves at practice and doubting themselves when they're studying film.
And the hard lesson to learn, and it's one that we all learn at some point. Doug, you and I get to face this on a minute-by-minute basis during the week. They're listening to all, in January, how great Mason Graham, Kenneth Graham, even in August, talking about how great they are, and now all of a sudden they're talking about all the deficiencies, and they're sitting there going, wait, you just told me how great I was. Now you're telling me how bad I am. That is, it's not easy to hear, but it's the world that we live in.
Chiron Moore had a great line to you on the coaches show this week. Don't let failure be your undertaker. And I'm like, ooh. Yeah, so it was going to happen at some point. It was going to happen at some point, and he was ready with that line.
I think Chiron has picked up some of the Jim Harbaugh writing turned into motivation. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So can't get it all back this week. We talked about earlier, the unique part about that 2021 game was that Michigan got right back in it the next week because Purdue upset Michigan State. Michigan can win this game by 100, and not everything is quote-unquote back. What do you most want to see from this team going into a big one next week against USC?
You always got to make sure you're going to win the game first and foremost. It's so nice to see them establish the run game, the Chiron Moore smash concept, bring it back. And they also got to find playmakers on the outside offensively. And, we'll see throughout the broadcast. We have some ideas of some guys who might play bigger roles, but they've got to find some players. And I think Jack Miller made such a good point last week. And, John, you reiterated it about when you're a walk-on, you are going through this process trying not to make a mistake. Just don't make a mistake. At the end of that game last week, Davis Wharton didn't have time to worry about mistakes.
Right.
And he started bouncing out of the pocket, creating time for his receivers, delivering the ball downfield, maybe taking a few more chances. So maybe that's part of his maturation process, and we see a quarterback that makes some more plays today.
Also, we would just like to, on behalf of the program, thank Arkansas State for Dominic Zavada. That would be very nice.
Yes.
Walk on to star kicker there, now here at Michigan. How about that? This is the 155th unique opponent for Michigan. And when football was created here in Ann Arbor, of course, we all thought that Michigan-Arkansas State would be the Dominic Zavada Bowl. It all has culminated here.
Yes.
But no, you want to talk about a surreal. Normally you transfer, and if you're going from the group of 5 to the Power 4 or the Power 2, whatever you want to call it, you're thinking, okay, well, I'll keep touch with you all. I'll watch you on Tuesday nights or something.
He was down there earlier hugging a lot of guys. It seems like
and we talked about it on the Inside Michigan Football Show when he was our guest.
Yep.
What's it going to be like? And he's like, I mean, all those guys are still my buddies.
Yeah.
It's just they're going to be on the other sideline.
Yeah, no doubt. He's the most loved kicker maybe ever in this game today. No kicker will ever feel more love in this game than Dominic Zavada.
Yeah, here's the advice to him. Just keep making them.
Yeah,
we'll still be loved.
Yeah.
Well, and the goal is Chiron Moore and company would love him more if he was kicking a bunch of extra points.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's the goal. All right.
Exactly.
We'll look forward to you guys' call here. We'll get John's keys to the game momentarily. First, though, our final check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Arkansas State coming up. One more segment on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, and John will dig into his keys to the game as we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show is almost done. But before we go, let's get John Jansen's keys to the game.
And let's break them down. Certainly for Michigan, we hear a lot about this being a game about Michigan. This is how Michigan can compete against Michigan. The standard, right? The process, pursuit, and standard of Chiron Moore. So how can Michigan implement that, execute that, embody that, starting with the offense?
Well, I mean, as a team, it's simply getting back to basics. That's what Chiron Moore has been preaching all week. It's blocking, and you can't do anything without an offensive line. You got to be physical. You got to be violent up front. And defensively, we heard it from Wink. We heard it from those guys. You got to be able to tackle. That is exactly what today is all about. And for the offense, I'll start with them. You know, you must run the ball. And I'm going to put a number on it. At a minimum, 4.5 yards per carry. And to be able to gain some confidence in a few plays that, hey, no matter what happens, we know when we run the counter or we run the lead or we run, an ISO, whatever it is, that you're going to be able to get 4 or 5 yards a clip. That's going to be essential today. Protect the quarterback, and that's not just the offensive line. It's not just the quarterback himself, but it's Kirk Campbell, this offensive staff, by play calling. How are you going to continue to protect the offensive line, protect the quarterback, put the offensive line in position for success? If you can run the ball, play action pass is the best way to create some confidence in that offensive line that we can protect the quarterback. And then find a receiver that you can trust. Take a look at Kendrick Bell. Take a look at Donovan Edwards coming out of the backfield, Samaj Morgan. I think there's a lot to be said. Yes, you've got Colston Loveland, but you've got to find one of those receivers that you trust is going to be where he needs to be every single time, that little safety that you're looking for. And then, the number one thing, or it's number 4 on mine, but no turnovers. You cannot give the ball away. That is, Mike Hart said it best, and I will use this until the day I am no longer on the air. The ball is the program. Whether you're throwing it, whether you're carrying it, it doesn't matter. You got to protect the football.
Defensively, again, we talk about the standard of this defense. Top 20 in defense in college football, that's pretty darn good. But when you're top 20 with this group and this offense trying to find itself, that can't happen.
Got to get off the field on third down. That is of the ultimate importance. You can be good on first and second down, and that generally is the formula for making you good on third down. And if you force a 3rd and 10 or a 3rd and 11, don't let the opponent off the hook. Find a way to get off the field. And so that's it for this defense. And honestly, if you can be 20% or less on third down conversions of allowing the offense to convert it, that's going to be a winning effort. And then, just like I said, offense, you got to protect the quarterback. You've got to find a way to get after the quarterback. And I think today it's going to be very similar to what it was against Fresno, very similar to the way it was against Texas. The ball's going to be in and out of their hands quick. You still can pressure the quarterback. You can still affect how he throws the ball, force him to get off of his mark, and move around in the pocket, force him to throw off of his back leg, even if you're not going to be able to get home and actually get the sack. And then number 3, I talk about blocking and tackling, no yards after contact. Do not let them out of any tackles. First man there, wrap up. Hey, you are done gaining yards, and we invite you to lay down, because if you don't, you're going to get smashed by 10 other dudes that are coming to try and rip that ball out. So that's going to be the key for the defense.
And then special teams, we talked about Dominic Zavada against his former team. He's already one 50-plus yard field goal away from tying the all-time Michigan record for a career. He's had 3 of them.
Yeah. That's
not what this team wants to see, but what else is key for you on special teams?
Hey, do well. Keep doing that well. Don't change. But as good as that's been, you've got to find a way to get more yardage in the punt game. 36 yards an average punt is not good enough. It's not the Michigan standard. So, Tommy Doman, hey, step up and let's get some more yards. Let's get some hang time. Coverage team, get down there. You can cover 36-yard kick. You don't have to, worry too much about your gunners or everybody else getting off. But it's when you get that ball down 45, 46, 47 air yards, that's what you absolutely need, and we got to start getting there. And then on punt return, last week we got 8 yards of return. You need to average a first down. Take a little bit of the burden off of the offense. And we talk about field position. That helps. Turnovers on defense. Special teams, how can they be a weapon in the punt return game? Yeah, take one to the house. That'd be great. But get a first down, and then alert for the fakes today. When you're playing a lesser team, that's always on the table.
Should be a fun one here today. Michigan and Arkansas State. We've got a lot to do on the pregame show, our offensive and defensive scouting reports. We will hear from Dominic Zavada, former Arkansas State kicker turned Michigan Wolverine, and Doug sits down with head coach Chiron Moore. Thoughts from Doug, John, Jack, and Jason, all getting you ready for the first kick of the day in college football, 12:01. Wolverines and Arkansas State. This has been the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Stay tuned. Our pregame show starts in just a few minutes. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for more analysis from the crew and comments from the locker room during the pregame show, which starts after this 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never
Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Left point of three. Yes, sir! Here comes. They score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
Very impressive performance by the Texas Longhorns out of the SEC as they defeat Michigan here today.
Unfamiliar spot for a lot of these guys.
Couldn't get the win this past week was really frustrating, disappointing.
We know we lost to a very good team, so it's up to us to bounce back from that. Don't let it determine the rest of our season.
We got to get over it. We got to learn from it though. Have some fortitude and strength to get better.
We got to do what we know we're supposed to do.
We got to be more detailed, and Derek's got to be up there more. I think it gives us a great opportunity to kind of reflect and look in the mirror and move forward.
Every guy knows that you can't get too high, you can't get too low. It's all about how you respond.
You can't let that loss give us another loss.
That pain won't leave your mouth till you get another W, so definitely ready to go back on the field.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Absopure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. The Michigan Gaming Control Board. Learn how to play it smart when you're gambling. Visit don'tregretthebet.org. And by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
15 games last season, 15 wins. And the question throughout last year was, how do you handle success? The Wolverines handled it well. And now, head coach Chiron Moore and his staff, how do the Wolverines handle the other side of that coin? How do you bounce back from a big loss? Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. And, John, you've been in this situation before. How is it best handled?
The same way you want. You got to go back to work. You handle it the exact same way. There are things you got to correct. There are things you got to continue to do well. But you have to be able to put in the work so that when you get to game day, the next game, and because it's painful, it's 6 days away. Now all of a sudden you're here. All that work should translate into being able to go out there and find success.
You mentioned some things to work on. Offensively, issues, third down, explosives. Let's start with third down. It's often related to the distance to go. Michigan has to find a way to move the chains.
They do. They got to find a way to get some yardage on first down. If you're going to run the ball, if you're going to be a team that runs it on first down, pick up 4 or 5 yards. Put you 2nd and 5. Get you 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2. Even that 2nd and 5, you could take some shots downfield.
And where do the Wolverines find explosive plays offensively?
Well, you got to look at Colston Loveland, 1. That's the guy that has the most confidence. He's got the most talent. Then you start looking at a guy like Samaj Morgan, Donovan Edwards on the edges in the run game, Khalil Mullins, but throwing them the ball out there. But keep an eye on Kendrick Bell. I think they're going to ask him to do just a little bit more.
Meanwhile, teams have run the ball against today's opponent, Arkansas State. Time for Michigan, as Chiron Moore likes to say. Time for the Wolverines to smash.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it has to be. You've got to find a way to go out there and be violent offensively and defensively up front. That's going to set the tone, and we've talked about it all week. You got to find an identity for this team.
Fans really focus on the quarterback situation. Davis Warren won the job prior to the season. Of course, we know his story. He beat leukemia, hadn't played a full game in 4 years, and Wolverines haven't been firing on all cylinders offensively, but certainly not all of it is on Warren, who started to make some plays off script in the second half last week.
One of the things you can look at as an offensive staff is when he gets outside the pocket,
yeah,
he's making plays. He gets a clear view of the field. It makes protection a little bit easier. It gives the receivers more time to run their routes, find an area to get open. and now all of a sudden maybe they tripped into and fell into something that's going to work for them.
As for the Michigan defense last week, Texas had a lot of weapons and really used them as one would expect. Arkansas State not nearly as deep or explosive. Good quarterback, really good wide receiver.
Yeah, and we've got a good, in terms of Will Johnson, we got a guy that can man up on him one-on-one. If you're sitting there going, hey, you got one really good offensive weapon, let's eliminate them.
The Red Wolves 2-0 with a win over Tulsa and a great come-from-behind win over Central Arkansas the week prior. Lots of season left, and you got to take care of business and first and foremost win today's game. But Michigan needs a get-right game with the USC Trojans coming to town next Saturday.
And that's exactly what this needs to be. We talk about the identity. Run the ball. Find somebody that you trust in the pass game. Defensively, be good on first down, but get off the field on third down. But it's about controlling the line of scrimmage. Gain some confidence up front.
It's homecoming here in Ann Arbor. It's Michigan and Arkansas State. The weather today, 74 degrees right now. No wind. It's on its way to 82. It'll be toasty. Coming up here, we will preview today's opponent, Arkansas State. Also, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage. We will hear from former Wolverine Jack Miller and former Wolverine number 8 Jason Avant, and later Michigan head coach Chiron Moore. We kick off just afternoon. It's Go Blue versus A-State here at the Big House. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
He can't any stop, and it is Michigan's ball game. Look at those Wolverines.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than in a roomy new Toyota, like the best-selling RAV4. Now through September 30th, get 4.99 APR financing on a new gas-powered 2024 RAV4. Or lease a RAV4 LE for $339 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details. Or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan Medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. It's homecoming in Ann Arbor. Now let's return to the broadcast booth. Here's your host, Brian Bush.
And before we get into our scouting report, sad news for Michigan athletics yesterday as the man known as the secret weapon around the athletic department, the great Greg Harden, passed away following complications from surgery. G was a mental coach and so much more for thousands of Michigan student athletes and many, many others around the campus, the area, college athletics as a whole. He is survived by his wife, Shalia, their children, Brian, Victor, and Olivia, his sister, Lynette. Greg always knew the right thing to say, even if it wasn't necessarily what you wanted to hear. It was always with love, joy, and even some humor. Greg's spoken and written words always resonated, but they do even more now that he's gone.
The greatest enemy you have ever faced, the greatest enemy I have ever faced is fear and self-doubt. There's no greater enemy. The enemy within is the largest enemy you have to conquer. The competition is between the ears. What you have to convince people is that instead of somebody telling you there's nothing to be afraid of, is to stop being afraid, you got to teach them to stop being afraid of being afraid. Fear is a normal part of being human. And half the greatest moments in your life, some of the greatest adventures we've ever had, some of the most fun you've ever had, you're about to crap your pants. Or did. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
I'm not lying. So understanding that fear is part of, it comes with the territory, and you must learn to embrace it and anticipate it and begin to understand it's predictable, therefore manageable.
We wish all the very best to everyone who Greg Harden knew and loved. Obviously no easy way to transition, but we do to today's game. A week where Greg Harden would have been a very key component to the build back after Michigan, having won 28 straight regular season games, encountered a thorough loss to Texas. Not everyone on this team was here for that entire streak and the loss that preceded it, but senior captain Makari Page was, and he has drawn on that experience this week.
It kind of reminds me of we lost in 2021 to MSU, and we still went far into the playoffs. But I feel like it's kind of like the same message to the guys that Aiden and them gave to us in 2021. Just it's one loss, second week of the season. So early on, we got a lot of big games left to play this year. So we win those games and take it day by day. We'll be all right.
John, how have the leaders of this program, the team as a whole, handled the last 7 days?
Well, they've got to think back to what it felt like after that Michigan State game. And you heard Makari Page refer to it there, the leaders that were there at the time. They're no longer here, but that experience lives on. How did they handle that week? What did they do? It wasn't hit the panic button. It was to go back to work, figure out why they lost the game. What are some of the reasons that we want to make sure that we don't lose another game by? There's always going to be reasons that you lose a game. You just never want to lose because of the same thing over and over and over again. And now they've got to figure out today it's going to be a different formula, but they've got to solve that formula now.
As we get into our offensive scouting report, here is offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell on his and the staff's role in bouncing back.
We have a policy here that, on Monday after the game, we flush the previous game. We learn from it. We don't forget about the mistakes, but we flush the thought of not winning, not what we did poorly. We move on to the positives. And then I'm really preaching this week a 1-0 mentality, one snap at a time, one rep at a time, one meeting at a time, one play at a time, one day at a time. So that's how we focus on that.
What positives can Michigan take from last week, John? And can that last drive offensively against Texas be a potential roadmap to improvement?
It certainly can. And when you think about getting Davis Warren outside the pocket, we saw that in the very opening drive that they had. And even though it was only 3 plays, there was a rollout. Easy pitch and catch to Colston Loveland. You gained some yards. What is it that happened on that play that allowed it to be successful? When Davis Warren is running around now under duress, but he's able to get outside the pocket and see the field, is there something that we can use there to continue to build upon offensively to make this offense a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more explosive?
Arkansas State 2-0 on the young season, but they've given up 31 to FCS's Central Arkansas and 24 to Tulsa. Here's Kirk Campbell on the Red Wolves defense.
They're an aggressive downhill, stop-the-run defense. They'll put as many hats as they can in the box to stop the run. They challenge our receivers on the outside with press coverage at times, sometimes off, but it's really just straight man-to-man on the outside. So we're going to have to make plays on the outside of receiver, and we're going to have to run the ball in the loaded boxes.
That is our offensive scouting report. We will talk about Michigan's defense and how they can combat Arkansas State's offense as we march toward a 12:01 kickoff. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Are you interested in a career in metals and plastics distribution? Join the Alro team. Alro Steel and Alro Plastics have over 3,000 teammates in 80 locations covering 16 states. At Alro, you will receive extensive upfront training with many opportunities for advancement. Our core values include loyalty, honesty, and integrity. We offer competitive compensation and an excellent benefits package. Apply today at careers.alro.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Arkansas State, Michigan's 155th unique football opponent. The assignment this afternoon, kickoff coming up in about 45 minutes. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app. Available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage on the Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Defensive scouting report now. Michigan allowed 31 points last week, 24 of which came in the first half. 24, by the way, was the defense's high point total allowed in a full game all of last year. Here is defensive coordinator Wink Martindale on what he saw.
When you follow the pillars that we have to a T, you play really good defense. Uncharacteristically, we had too many missed tackles, too many communication breakdowns, and sort of steamrolled on us. And, to play that many plays in the first half, and once again, it's our job to get off the field. It sort of weighed in on us. But I thought they did a nice job in the second half of bouncing back and playing some good football.
Now, John, in particular, Texas 8 of 10 on third down before halftime. In all, 10 of 16 in that category for the game. It felt like every first half third down conversion tilted the game more and more to the Longhorns.
Well, it did. And when you're giving up 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11, you're converting those into first downs. It becomes really difficult and frustrating to be able to get off the field. As a defensive player, you're thinking, how did they possibly convert that? Now you got to go back and you got to reset your mental approach. Hey, it's 1st and 10. And you've got to try and force them into another 3rd and long situation. But eventually, you've got to do something on 3rd down. Now, in the second half, they did a much better job of that. Only 1 touchdown in the second half. That's more of the performance that we're expecting from this Wolverine defense throughout the course of the year.
The Wolverines will attempt to bounce back against an Arkansas State offense led by the reigning Sun Belt Freshman of the Year. It's dual-threat quarterback Jalen Rayner. Almost 600 yards of total offense this season. The top target, their number 7, Corey Rucker, 13 grabs, 239 yards. No other Red Wolf has more than 100 total receiving yards in the first 2 games. Here's Wink on those 2.
They make the offense go, especially the quarterback. He is a very talented young man that, he's not afraid to pull the ball down and run with it, especially, in critical situational football plays. And, he's going to be a tough out.
We talked about the uptick in non-conference competition. Obviously, when you face Texas in Week 2, that is the case. But even here today, Arkansas State and Fresno State with Mikey Keene in the opener, if you have an experienced quarterback, that goes a long way in these types of environments and makes for a really good test, again, for Michigan's defense.
Well, it does. And, the question right now at every level, how do you stop a mobile quarterback? And one that is as experienced as him, you get into those 3rd and 10 situations, and the answer is you find ways to continue to put pressure on him, but you keep him in the pocket. But if you have guys like a Kenneth Grant, we saw him run down somebody, a running back, at Penn State last year. That's how you defeat. You kill speed with speed. Michigan has it in spades. Now they've got to find a way to make it effective speed.
A former Red Wolves star turned Wolverine joins us next. That is kicker Dominic Zavada. Michigan and Arkansas State, a 12:01 kickoff. More in a moment. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Core breaks a tackle to the 10, to the 5, Blake Corum to the end zone.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Getting set for Michigan and Arkansas State 12:01 kickoff from the Big House. Great to visit with former Arkansas State player and now Michigan Wolverine kicker Dominic Zavada. We'll get to that in a moment. But just for you, 5 of 5 to start, 3 of 3 on field goals longer than 50 yards. To what do you credit the success you have on game day, and how do you prepare and get ready for the opportunity to go out there and kick?
Yeah, I credit the whole team, the whole coaching staff. You know, they've been behind me. They've shown a lot of trust in me. I credit William Wagner, the long snapper, and Tommy Doman, the holder. They've been great. They've been automatic, and there's no worries for me when I go out there that there's going to be a bad snap or hold. And I credit the line. You know, I've never felt any pressure from the defensive line. And, yeah, like I said, the whole team and the whole coaching staff has just been super supportive.
What went into the decision to come to Michigan? And did you know that Michigan was playing Arkansas State while you were portaling?
I mean, obviously, well, first I'll answer your first question. Coming to Michigan is you know, it's the winningest program in college football history, and that's something I want to be a part of. You know, it's a very historically, it's got a great reputation, and you know, a lot of great players to come through here. Jake Moody to be one, James Turner, 2 great kickers, and then countless of other, you know, amazing players, the greatest football player of all time. And, you know, so it's a true honor to be a Wolverine. And as soon as I had, there was a chance that I could go here, I was all aboard it. And then, yeah, I knew that Arkansas State was going to play, and just because it's one of their bigger games of the year, so everyone looks forward to it. So when I entered the portal and Michigan hit me up and I knew there was a chance, I was like, I really might be playing my former team, which is super cool because I'll get to see the guys again, and I'm super excited to see them. You know, they've started the year off great, 2-0. And I'm just excited to see the boys, and you know, just give them a high five and tell them what's up.
Yeah, what do those guys mean over there to you? Because you had 2 great seasons to start your career, and obviously you mentioned team when I talked about your individual success. I'm sure you feel the same way about them.
Oh, absolutely. They're they were the exact same way. The whole coaching staff, the whole team was behind me, and I had their 100% support. And going there, it being my only offer, they were a true home to me. They took me in with open arms, and going from a walk-on to being a scholarship player, it's something special. And there's memories that I have from that place that I'll remember for the rest of my life, and friendships that I'll continue to have for the rest of my life.
Really well said, Dominic. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
There's Michigan kicker Dominic Zavada. We'll come back with more pregame coverage next as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house. Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, soft pretzel, some dog food? Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands, and it's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd.
Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Intercepted by Charles Woodson. Powers home the Heisman.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The 2024 F-150 is built Ford tough and proud to be the official truck of your Detroit Lions. With intelligent functionality already built in, everything from home renovation to tailgating just got better. Right now, returning Easy Plan lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $339 a month for 24 months, with $3,959 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $3,000 renewal cash. Offer ends September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $339 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Wolverines and Arkansas State readying for their first ever meeting in football. And Michigan football is brought to you by the leaders and best at Michigan Medicine. Jobs in healthcare can open unlimited career potential with the added benefit of knowing your work makes a difference. For more information about Michigan Medicine and how you can unlock your potential with the leaders and best, visit michigananswers.org/careers. Brian Bush, Jack Miller, Jason Avant back here on the pregame show as we count you down to the Wolverines and the Red Wolves. So guys, obviously a lot went wrong for Michigan last week. Texas certainly did a lot right too. Jason, I'll start with you. As you reviewed last week's performance, what are the areas that absolutely have to improve as soon as possible?
Well, we have to be able to find an outside receiver that will alleviate some of the pressure. We need a guy that we can go through on the outside, that we can play the offense through at times, not just Colston Loveland. But I would say also some protection issues and being able to throw the ball consistently. I don't know who that guy is, whether it's Davis Warren, whether it's anybody that's behind him. We need a guy that can throw the ball consistently. Later in that game, he was able to get in his comfort zone, and when the game was out of reach and just play, that's what we need from him earlier in the game. And the last thing I'll say is that the defense did pretty well with the exception of third downs. So we have to figure out a way to get out of third down, and the inside corner and the guy opposite of Will Johnson has to play a lot better.
Jason, I thought you were going to stay in your lane and just start talking about receivers, but and then I would start talking about the offensive and defensive line. But you
just glazed over.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I do agree with Jason with everything he said there. But I will focus on the offensive line has to be better. The offense is run through them, being able to run the ball, control the clock, control the line of scrimmage. That goes for the same thing on the defensive side of the ball. You got two All-American defensive tackles. They didn't play their best last weekend. They weren't able as a defensive front to get pressure on Quinn Ewers. That's where the third down problems came into play. Receivers receivers coming open late, things like that. It all starts, the identity of this team is up front, is at the line of scrimmage. Both sides of the ball need to be better. From there, they can start to figure out their identity.
It does feel like that could be the skeleton key to unlocking what the true potential is on both sides, and we'll see if the Wolverines can tune that up in their final non-conference matchup of the year. We'll talk about the guys' thoughts on what we'll be discussing in postgame as we continue for a 12:01 kick. Also, Rob's check of the out-of-town scoreboard, Doug's visit with head coach Chiron Moore. All to come. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Donovan Edwards throwing deep down the sideline. He's got a receiver wide open. It's a house call for Michigan.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. Welcome back to our broadcast of the 2024 homecoming game. It's Michigan and Arkansas State.
And it is a gorgeous Saturday afternoon, soon-to-be afternoon here in Ann Arbor for the Wolverines. Third game of the year, their final non-conference test. And Tyler Morris, Jason Avant, was added to the availability report, which comes out a couple hours before each game, as questionable. Tell us what you've seen from Tyler Morris so far here in warm-ups.
Yeah, he's truly questionable. He is in pads. He is moving around a bit, but he's not taking first-team reps, so I don't know if that's a good sign of him playing today or not, but we'll see as the game starts.
Yeah, certainly we will keep tabs on that. Jack Tuttle also listed as questionable, but the typical rotation in terms of the offensive drills that are going on right now was Davis Warren, then Alex Orji. Have not seen much of Jack Tuttle, but we shall see about that. To this one, guys. Jack, I'll start with you. Whether it's trying to manifest what we want to be talking about in postgame, but what must Michigan do as we look ahead to the Big Ten opener next week against USC? We talked about the issues. If they can clean up one or two, what do you most hope they are?
I think the offensive line has to play better. It starts there. They have got to get the running game going. They have got to get ahead of the sticks. So you're looking at 2nd and 5, 3rd and 2, things like that instead of being backed up. They had a tough time doing that in week 1. It never really matriculated to that in week 2 either. The offensive line has got to get going. I think defensively, the way they played in that first week, aggressive, fast. They were coming from different angles. 11 men to the ball, tackling, that aggressive, violent style of defense. They have got to continue with that, get back on the right track, and then, again, run the ball. If they're able to run the ball, the rest of it, the play action opens up. Then they bootleg out the quarterback. They can find receivers down the field. We're going to have to get, like Jason said, we're going to have to find some wide receivers that can stretch the field, be explosive. You can't have it all go through Colson Loveland. But if you can't run the ball here at Michigan, the rest doesn't matter. They have got to dominate the line of scrimmage.
Jason, how about you?
You know what? It's one of those things that I agree with Jack, but I think it's time for us to turn the page a little bit. And when I say that, I'm talking about we have to transition into a true balanced offense where we're passing the ball, at least 50% of the time or even 60% of the time, because we have to compete going forward, and we need to get recruits and quarterbacks and receivers in the program, and you can't do that running the ball as much as we do. So at the end of the game, hopefully we're talking about the receivers and how they came out and how they were able to get some reps against man-to-man coverage, what this team likes to do a bunch, and seeing them get open.
Jason, I bet you we run the ball more than we pass the ball
I'm
today.
sure we will, but I'm just talking about the future of the program.
Wow. all I'll say is, man, there's some shots fired there between Jack and
I
Jason.
usually leave that between John and Jason, but I had to get in on the game.
Well, that was flawless, and we'll see if Jason will be out recruiting for Coach Moore and the Wolverines after this game plan. Regardless, great stuff from you both. We'll hear from head coach Chiron Moore coming up in moments. We'll have Rob Joyce's check of the out-of-town scoreboard as we get you ready for a kickoff right at 12:01, Michigan and Arkansas State here at the Big House. A homecoming Saturday with beautiful weather and a chance to bounce back. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverines student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more rings, 2 more.
You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the Big House or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
On your radio, online, at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
Hello, Michigan fans. It's almost time for kickoff here at the Big House. Let's check in with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, as we do every Saturday throughout the season. Andy, always good to talk to you.
Hi there, Doug. It's great to be with you, and I'm excited to cheer on our Wolverines today.
In college football, the best players are measured in part by the awards they collect at the end of the season, whether it's a Heisman, an Outland, or a Mackey Trophy, just to name a few. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan has picked up some impressive hardware of its own, right, Andy?
Yes, indeed, Doug, and it reflects the success we've had in serving our health insurance members right here in Michigan. We are proud that Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan has been named the J.D. Power Award winner for 2024 as the top commercial health plan in Michigan for member satisfaction. This is the second time for that award in the last 3 years.
Well, Andy, you and I have talked about just how complex and complicated health care can be for people, but Blue Cross focuses every day on making your members' experiences easy, useful, and personal. And I'd say the J.D. Power Award recognizes those efforts.
Yeah, it is right, Doug. Blue Cross invests continuously to make accessing health care easier for our members. We're providing access to care wherever they are and whenever they need it, around the clock and around the country. And we're proactively engaging our members in managing their health conditions and offering health insurance products and solutions that meet their expectations for quality and security.
This recognition represents your members' feedback across 8 different measurement areas, and for 2024, Blue Cross ranked number 1 in all 8 areas. That is impressive.
That's right, Doug, and we're excited about that. It's like getting a series of first downs on first down on your way to the touchdown down the field. It's gratifying to see Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan as number 1 when it comes to providing access to healthcare services, and number 1 across measures of trust, ease of doing business, the quality of our web and mobile capabilities, and more.
Andy, that highly rated Blue Cross mobile app is a great tool for your members, and this is great news for Blue Cross. You can learn more at mibluedaily.com. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Counting you down to Michigan and Arkansas State, 12:01 for the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the Learfield Network studios with our first look around the rest of college football. Pair of other noon kicks in the Big Ten, including an intriguing matchup at Camp Randall. Wisconsin hosts number 4 Alabama. Third meeting all-time between the pair, including the Tide's first trip to Madison since 1928. Illinois Central Michigan in Champaign, the other noon kick in the conference. Illini trying to start 3-0 for the first time since 2011. Early rivalry weekend kicks off at 3:30. Purdue hosts Notre Dame at Ross-Ade. Boilermakers have lost 8 straight in the series, have not beaten the Irish since 2007. Then a couple of Thanksgiving mainstays now move to mid-September. Oregon is at rival Oregon State. Washington meets Washington State in the Apple Cup. Oregon is true road game at Oregon State. Washington a neutral site game playing at the Seahawks Stadium. Also at 3:30, Minnesota hosts Nevada. Michigan State welcomes in Prairie View A&M. 4 o'clock, Iowa tries to rebound after last week's rivalry loss with a home game against Troy. 7:30, the Big Ten debut for UCLA hosting Indiana in Los Angeles. Nebraska finds itself ranked for the first time since 2019. Huskers entertain Northern Iowa out of the FCS. Northwestern also an FCS opponent today in Eastern Illinois. Again, all those at 7:30. Then at 8, Maryland heads on the road to Virginia. That's the day in the Big Ten. Top 25, only 2 ranked-on-ranked matchups. One was last night, Kansas State steamrolled Arizona. The other is at 12:45. Number 6 Missouri plays host to 24th-ranked Boston College. The Eagles ranked for the first time since 2018 against Michigan and Arkansas State. In a few minutes, our pregame coverage continues. We'll get the thoughts of head coach Chiron Moore. He chats with Doug after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Go Blue. Go long. Go 5.5% ABV. Go sparkling citrus and real liquor. Go gluten-free and full flavor. Go with the drink that's the fastest growing spirits brand in the world 2023 and is unlike anything you've had before. Go with the Finnish Long Drink, a drink that goes with cheering on the maize and blue unlike any other spirits brand out there. Long Drink, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume, gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024, The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Chiron Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Michigan and Arkansas State getting you set for the Wolverines and the Red Wolves. And we're joined right now by the head coach of the Wolverines, Chiron Moore. And, Coach, over the last few seasons, you had an opportunity to respond to wins and respond to success. Different challenge this week, responding to a loss. How did it go?
It was good. We really learned a lot from the game, and you either you really don't lose, you learn lessons. So for us, we took it as that. We hit the ground running, and a lot of hard work this week.
Talking to your assistant coaches earlier in the week, they really liked the way the guys came out for practice on Tuesday. Did that resonate throughout the week?
Yeah, it was a really good week of practice, and the guys were really attacking it. Much detail that we needed. Fateless opponent for us every week, and just go 1-0.
Let's talk a little bit about things from a week ago. Third downs, both offensively and defensively. A lot of times that's completely related to the distance on third down, but is there something about that money down that you guys have worked on?
Yeah, I mean, getting the ball to the right players, but really just doing different things from an offensive perspective. Mixing up the run and the pass, trying not to be predictable in protections and route concepts, make it really easy for us to complete. And then defensively doing things to mix up the looks, but also give us advantageous looks for us on defense.
The other thing is finding explosive plays on offense. Are any players starting to stand out?
Yeah, I mean, I think the running backs are really starting to get their gear. As about this time last year when we talked about the running game, and the first play of the game for Blake Corum was like a 75-yard run. So I think we're getting to that point in the run game where that's going to start to get going in the passing game. Obviously, Colston's done what he's done. I think Samaj and guys like Kendrick Bell are really primed for big games.
Davis Warren, speaking with Kurt Campbell, your offensive coordinator and quarterback coach, the one thing he loved about him was his demeanor and his leadership, and never wavered last week. How has his week of practice been?
I mean, I thought he's thrown the ball really, really well. And the control of the offense, the command of the offense has even taken another step that you wanted to see. And he's done a really good job of flushing that last game, but learning from it.
You also talked earlier in the week about Alex Orji earning more playing time in practice. How was his week?
Good. So excited to see what we can do with Orji in the game plan, and ready to go.
All right, Michigan and Arkansas State. We'll talk about the Red Wolves when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option, at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
We're back with more from head coach Chiron Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Continuing with Michigan coach Chiron Moore prior to Michigan and Arkansas State. Dominic Zavada met with the media earlier this week. What a interesting kid. Very likable. He says he plays EA Sports to get confidence in his kicking. When did you know you might have had a special one?
During training camp. I mean, we would ask him to make kicks left and right. Just bring him out of nowhere. Hey, make this 45-yard, make this 50-yarder. And then I think I saw him in the indoor at some point just kicking 60-yarders. I'm like, this dude's really, really good. And it happened in a scrimmage. We were having to move the ball situation, and we would say, all right, it's for the game, 60-yarder. I said, hey, can we kick this? And he's like, yeah, I can kick it. And kicked it and banged it with room. So I was just like, this kid's going to be really good for us.
Special teams last week, you made a change. You got Jordan Marshall on the field. You also got Benjamin Hall on the field offensively. Talk about what you've seen from those two running backs that gave them more of a role.
Yeah, both those guys have really worked hard in camp and have bright futures, both young, and just excited to see what they're going to do.
Any other young players starting to stand out in practice that might make an impact on the field, but at least starting to stand out off the field?
I think the guys, that whole group is doing a really good job. Dom Nichols is a guy that's been on scout team, but starting to make a move. He's got all the size, got all the length and ability, so really excited to see him. And the other guy's Brandon Hillman. He's only a sophomore. He's not really well known, but he's as athletic as anybody on the roster.
All right, Arkansas State, let's start with their quarterback Rayner and their wide receiver Rucker. It looks like those are the two that can create some problems for you today.
Yeah, they do a good job. The quarterback, he can make those scramble plays. He can, but him and the receiver have a very special connection of the jump balls. So we got to do a good job getting him down, and when the ball's in there, go attack it.
All right, coming off a loss, what are some boxes you hope to check today? Keys to this game that would make Chiron more happy when it's all said and done, other than a big win?
Yeah, I think there's three big things. Really control the line of scrimmage. We have to do that on both sides of the ball. Play penalty-free football. I think there's too many penalties. And then turnover battle. If we win those, I think we'll win this game.
Coach, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chiron Moore, we'll hear from him after the game. Kickoff is next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Michigan Stadium's first ever Stripe Out is almost here. On September 21st, when the Wolverines welcome USC to Ann Arbor, fans attending the game in even-numbered sections are encouraged to wear blue, while those sitting in odd-numbered sections are encouraged to wear maize. Head to mgoblue.com/football promotions for full details. Help us stripe out the Trojans on September 21st by wearing blue in even-numbered sections and wearing maize in odd-numbered sections.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Big Ten Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Sports.
Very impressive performance by the Texas Longhorns out of the SEC as they defeat Michigan here today.
Unfamiliar spot for a lot of these guys.
Couldn't get the win this past week was really frustrating, disappointing.
We know we lost to a very good team, so it's up to us to bounce back from that. Don't let it determine the rest of our season.
You got to get over it. We got to learn from it though. Have some fortitude and strength to get better.
We got to do what we know we're supposed to do.
We got to be more detailed, and Derek's got to be up there more. I think it gives us a great opportunity to kind of reflect and look the mirror and move forward.
Every guy knows that you can't get too high, you can't get too low. It's all about how you respond.
You can't let that loss give us another loss.
That pain won't leave your mouth till you get another W, so definitely ready to go back on the field.
Michigan football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Once again with national champion John Jensen, here's Doug Karsh.
At the Big House, which just served a moment of silence in memory of James Earl Jones. The Michigan family saddened by the loss of James Earl Jones, and also one of the greatest ever in the athletic department, Greg Harden, passing away this week. Wolverines will have a G logo on their helmets today. 34 years, part of the university as the mental coach with athletics, retired in 2020, but still was around and working with these student athletes. He'll be honored at the first time out today. And, John, a great loss for the Michigan community.
It's a tremendous loss. And when you think about all the lives that he touched here, around the country, around the world, really, it's remarkable. And, I mean, this is a guy that was talking about mental health before it is anything like we know it now. The topic of mental health has obviously been hugely important, but it was the mental side of competition, preparing for competition, getting over losses, which is something that, ironically, this team this week is going to have to be doing.
Arkansas State, the opponent today, comes to town 2-0. First time they've been 2-0 since 2008 out of the Sun Belt Conference. A program that has had coaches like Hugh Freeze and Gus Malzahn, and now have Lynn Allen, Butch Jones, the native of Saugatuck, Michigan, former running back and wide receiver at Ferris State, and of course longtime CMU coach in his fourth season with the Red Wolves, 13-27. Arkansas State made the jump from 1AA to Division I, FBS as it's called now, back in 1992. All-time 0-10 against Big Ten teams. The last time Arkansas State played a Big Ten team was back in 2022 when they lost to Ohio State 45-12. All 12 of those points for Arkansas State will be on the field today. They'll just be wearing number 96 for Michigan as Dominic Zavada, as a freshman, hit 4 field goals in that game for Arkansas State. Michigan, well, we've heard from Chiron Moore there. The team has done a good job flushing last week's game. The quote he had for you on the coaches show Monday, "Can't let failure be your undertaker," is a great quote, but it's a new challenge, right? A challenge of last year they had to deal with success, and now they have to deal with coming off a loss.
And really, the way you deal with it is no different. You got to block out outside noise. You got to focus on what you're doing, and you've got to go back to work. Fix what needs fixing, and you get another opportunity to go. It's 6 days in between games, but now it's a brand new day. Let's see what we've got.
And upon the James Earl Jones introduction, the Wolverines are taking the field here at the Big House. It's going to be a toasty day here in Ann Arbor for Michigan and Arkansas State. The Wolverines facing an Arkansas State team that, well, had a pretty dramatic win in week 1. A come from behind, drove the length of the field with a minute to go and got a touchdown pass from Jalen Rayner, the quarterback, to Corey Rucker, the wide receiver, with 3 seconds left to win that game. Rayner and Rucker are really the guys that make it go. Wink Martindale, Michigan's defensive coordinator, really unhappy with the Texas game, the third down conversion rate, the tackling. Texas avoided Will Johnson all game long. Yep. You got to get him involved some way. You can't just let another team take him out of the game.
No, and the problem with Texas was they had a number of different weapons. And if I'm Wink right now, I'm looking at Will Johnson and saying, no matter where 7 goes, you follow him around the field. You shut him down and put him on an island. That's, if they're going to just go away from him, then you eliminate their number 1 weapon.
Michigan offensively, expect to see them try and run the football today. It's an Arkansas State team that has struggled stopping the run. And the Wolverines, we might see some of that extra beef where they like to throw the extra offensive linemen out there. But I also know they want to get playmakers on the outside making plays. We saw Tyler Morris limited in warm-ups. Coach mentioned Kendrick Bell first as guys they hope are ready to step up.
Well, Kendrick Bell's a big target. They've been able to get to him about once a game, but they need more targets down the field. And don't be surprised to see Davis Warren get outside the pocket, get a clean view of the field, allows a little bit more time if protection's going to be an issue for those receivers to run their routes. But when it comes down to it, it's about winning up front. This offense is going to always be predicated on the success of the offensive line. You've got to be violent up front. You've got to be productive up front, and that's their challenge today.
This is a Pat Narduzzi defense that the Red Wolves run. The defensive coordinator at A-State is Rob Harley, who spent 6 years with Narduzzi as his linebacker coach, and he brought those concepts to the Sun Belt. Schematically, they're going to load the box. They will play some man-to-man on the outside. So we will see how Michigan decides to attack that Arkansas State defense. The captains are at the center of the field. Speaking for Arkansas State will be their captain and their quarterback, Jalen Rayner. We go down for the coin toss.
Number one, you're going to speak for your team? All right, gentlemen, for today's game, we're going to use a coin to honor our military for everything that they do for us every single day. The stars is heads. The Marine Corps emblem is tails. Number one, what's your call? Heads. It's calling heads the stars. It's tails. Michigan has won the toss, like to defer to the second half.
There you go. The Wolverines will put their defense on the field first, and they'll face Rayner in that Arkansas State offense. Just about set to get it underway from here at the Big House. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. So Michigan wins the toss, defers the selection to the second half, and we'll see the Arkansas State offense first and the Michigan defense first. And, John, I know this defense is going to want to get off the field on third down, and they're going to want to tackle better than they did a week ago.
Yeah, this is a team that's going to be aggressive, a defense where I thought that this was going to be a team that was led by the defense. Now, they didn't play horribly last week, but they did get outplayed by Texas. This is their next opportunity. They're going to be flying around today. They're going to be aggressive. We're going to see a lot of blitzes. And honestly, it has to be led by Jayshon Barham.
Let's go down to the field and our guy, number 8, Jason Avant. Jason, what is the mood on the Michigan sideline following a week ago?
You know what? Everyone is up in spirit, but there is some sadness because G. Harden meant so much to a lot of these guys. Guys like Donovan Edwards, a bunch of guys talked about it with me for a brief second. G is such an iconic figure for the sports program, all sports here. And it's a day that they want to play and represent for him today, but they'll go out and perform for him.
Have you seen the G helmet sticker on the back of the helmets?
Yeah, I've been seeing some of the G helmet stickers, and also all the coaching staff. Most of the coaching staff is wearing the G shirt, so I definitely got to get one sometime soon here.
Greg Harden, one of the great Michigan men of all time. Jaquez Cross is deep for the Arkansas State Red Wolves, and it'll be Tommy Doman kicking off for Michigan here at the Big House as we're just about set to get it underway here in Ann Arbor. Michigan 1-1 in this game. The 23-game home winning streak came to an end a week ago. 28 consecutive regular season wins. That streak comes to an end as well. Time to start a new one here in Ann Arbor today. Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field, and we're ready to go as Doman steps off his steps and is back to approach the football, put toe to leather, and away we go here in Ann Arbor as this kick heads towards the south end zone. Cross lets it go over his head and into the end zone for a touchback, and Arkansas State will take over from the 25-yard line. And that man, Jalen Rayner, he's a problem offensively, preseason second-team All-Sun Belt quarterback. He can throw it, he can run it. Jaquez Cross, his main running back in the backfield, a transfer from Purdue, and keep your eye out for a transfer from South Carolina. 6-foot Corey Rucker. He is their leading receiver with 13 catches, 2 touchdowns in that game winner against Central Arkansas. We'll set the Michigan defense. Well, we have time to do it now. Up front, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, Derek Moore, and Josiah Stewart. The linebackers, Jayshon Barham and Ernest Hausman. In the secondary, Will Johnson, Quentin Johnson, Zeke Berry, Makari Page, and Jair Hill. Shotgun formation for the Red Wolves. Rayner takes the snap, hands it off to Cross. Surveying the Michigan defense as he runs to his right, puts his head down and gets what he can, which isn't much on first down.
Nice job by Kenneth Grant creating penetration. That's the one thing that this defense needs to do every single time. Between Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, create some penetration, get in the backfield, and disrupt the rushing attack.
Quentin Johnson up from his safety position to make the stop. Second down and 9 for Arkansas State. Rayner in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Gonna fire in the flat. He's got his man who's met immediately at the line of scrimmage and dropped. That was the tight end, Manny Stevenson Jr., and it was Will Johnson making an impact early in this game. No gain on second down.
One of the things the entire defense talked about, especially Wink, though, was tackling. That's an open field tackle. Hey, when you make contact, you got to wrap up, run through them. That was textbook by Will Johnson.
Here Will Johnson's matched up on Corey Rucker. Good matchup there as Raynor's back to pass on this 3rd down and 9, and he's got his man Rucker in front of Will Johnson for first down yardage across the 35 out to the 40-yard line. Jalen Raynor to Corey Rucker. Move the chains for the Red Wolves.
I'm surprised that Will was giving him such a buffer. I mean, there was 10 yards in between him. He was basically starting at the first down yardage.
Arkansas State goes hurry up, inside handoff, and it's Cross, puts his head down and burrows through the right side of the offensive line for a couple. Kenneth Grant, credit with the Michigan tackle.
Got to be big up front, got to be violent up front, set the tone, don't allow it, make them a one-dimensional team. I know that Raynor's a really good quarterback. He's experienced, he can get outside the pocket, but you got to be able to, at the bare minimum, stop the run.
From the 42, Raynor's got the snap. Here comes the pass rush, steps up, flushed out to his right. Flag is down, he's going to take off and run. Met by Houseman at the 45-yard line and driven backwards there. But we await the flag. It is in the neighborhood of a holding call, John.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be holding, and that's one of the things this defense needs to be very careful about when you're in man coverage and everybody's got their back turned. As soon as the quarterback, we're going to get a call here.
Holding. Offense, number 75. 10-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage. Second down.
As soon as the quarterback escapes the pocket, there's a lot of green grass there, and that's exactly what happened on that one. Thankfully, it'll be called back because of the hold. But you got to be alert when as soon as he starts to break pocket of being able to get outside and get him down.
Hold on E.J. Demaragar, the transfer from played at Missouri and Oklahoma before landing here at Arkansas State. We see Ike Iwuna in the game, Rayshawn Benny in the game, Cameron Brandt in the game, TJ Guy in the game as they go second team defensive line on this second down and 17 for Arkansas State. Raynor in a shotgun takes the snap. Handoff running left is Cross, and he's buried in the backfield. Oh, what a play by Ike Iwuna.
Well, we saw Kenneth Grant do it on second down in that first set of downs, and now all of a sudden we see Ike do it. You've got to be able to get into the backfield, and as soon as you do, be a disruptive force, pursuit, and this Michigan defensive line has that athletic ability to be able to run down running backs.
Give Iwuna the TFL, loss of 2 yards. It's 3rd and 20. Raynor goes quick wide receiver screen, far side in front of the Arkansas State bench, getting outside and towards the sideline, and we're going to get a late hit. Reagan Ely caught it, and a Wolverine came over and hit him out of bounds. And that's going to give Arkansas State an automatic first down.
It's a lack of discipline.
Yeah, Jason, I hear your frustration.
Yeah, that was Quentin Johnston coming over from the safety position. He could have just laid off at the end.
Play. Personal foul. Defense, number 28. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic. First down.
He definitely didn't hit him hard. It was like a glancing blow, but it was definitely unnecessary, especially for a senior.
It would have been 4th down and long. So this essentially...
It's like a 3rd down conversion.
It plays like a turnover.
Yeah. And whether it's a turnover, whether it's a hit out of bounds, they all become a matter of discipline. You've got to be able to run the right routes, hold on to the ball, but when you've got a team stop, don't give them a freebie.
Well, Arkansas State now has the ball in Michigan territory at the 44-yard line. Raynor inside handoff to Cross, and there's just no running room here as they run right up the middle behind the big center, Jacob Bayer. No gain there. Mason Graham on the stop. Bayer's an unbelievable story. He tore his ACL 5 months ago.
Yeah.
5 months ago, and he's
Super
back on the
genes.
football field. Yeah. Or maybe send Rod Moore down there and see if...
Yeah.
After the game, I'm sure they might be able to help more than they'd want to before the game, but what are they doing? It's an incredible comeback story. 3 receivers split to the left for Arkansas State. Second down and 10. Balls on the turf on a handoff and drop for a loss. Picking it up is Raynor, and Will Johnson comes in from his corner spot. A fumbled exchange there between Raynor and Cross, a loss of 5 as Raynor picked it up, but got dropped immediately by a blitzing Will Johnson. That'll be 3rd and long.
Yep, now it's 3rd down. They've allowed them to convert the first 2. This is an opportunity for them to get off the field. No harm, no foul. And at this point, you got to stiffen up and find a way. 3rd and 14, 3rd and 15, get off the field.
These were a problem a week ago against Texas, and obviously the Wolverines helped Arkansas State on their second third down conversion with the penalty. 3rd and 15, Rayner in a shotgun with 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Back to pass is Rayner, flushed out of the pocket to his right, fires, and he's got a man. First down yardage right in front of the Arkansas State bench on the far sideline. 16 yards on 3rd and 15. Move the sticks again for Arkansas State, and I believe it was Courtney Jackson.
So, John, in this situation where the quarterback can run is dynamic, they want to play these zone coverages because if you run, he can get out.
Rayner back to pass, fires underneath. He's got his running back over the middle, and he's dropped immediately by Hausman for a short gain. Jaquez Cross on the reception.
Jason, I understand the zone concept. It's the fact is you've got too much of a buffer. You know, if Will Johnson is worried about getting beat deep by Corey Rucker, we got bigger problems. I mean, you've got a 10-yard buffer.
Ball on the 29-yard line for Arkansas State, over the middle again and dropped immediately again. Is that Cross? No, that's Courtney Jackson, the wide receiver. It's going to set up a 3rd and short. Well, Arkansas State has converted 3rd and 9, 3rd and 20, 3rd and 15. Here they're looking at 3rd and 2.
And this is where those penalties, even if you're struggling to get off the field because the team just executes better than you do and they convert a third, this drive should have ended in that 2nd, 3rd down when Quentin Johnson hit him out of bounds.
Michigan's got 5 D linemen on the field here on this 3rd and 2. Pistol formation. Rayner in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Handoff to Cross. Met in the backfield, fighting forward. Did he get the first down? This is going to be close. It'll depend on the spot, and I think he's short.
Yeah, he's going to be about a half yard to a yard short. Now it's decision time by their offense. Do they believe they can pick up 1 yard? Doesn't look like they do.
They're going to bring out the field goal kicker, Clune Van Andel, who is from Grand Rapids.
Huh.
Van Andel, no relation to the Van Andel family of Amway fame. Clune, this will be a 42-yarder. Ball's in the middle of the field as Arkansas State tries to get points on the board. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is on the way, and it's off the upright. No good. Ball hit the right upright, and the kick is no good. And Michigan's defense gets a stop here after allowing Arkansas State to convert 3 of 4 first downs on their opening possession. Michigan will have the football for the first time when we continue from the Big House. 9:02 to go first quarter. We are scoreless in Ann Arbor. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on the beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Kraft.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the big house. The Michigan team now is leading the fans in cheering Greg Harden, who passed away earlier this week, Michigan athletic mental coach for 34 years until he retired in 2020, but was still around, and he was still with these student athletes of all sports, coaching them up, and sad loss this week.
Yeah, we're still here on campus, talking to every student athlete, didn't matter the sport, and still on call for everybody that he'd been working with prior.
Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season, a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Now, in pregame warm-ups, we saw Tyler Morris limited. We don't know if we will see him today, and he is not on the field for this first snap. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off to Donovan Edwards, fighting back to the line of scrimmage. Give him a yard. Didn't get much there. It'll be second and long.
Well, this is a very important drive for the offense to be able to generate a little bit of confidence. I really hope that they do get Davis Warren outside the pocket. Doug, let me know if you've heard this story before. Opponent goes down, misses a field goal. Michigan gets a chance to capitalize on some of that momentum. It's the same thing that happened last week. Now they've got to find a way. You can't go 3 and out. Don't put your defense back out there. Convert this.
Davis Warren takes the snap. We get a whistle and a flag on a swing pass out of the backfield. It was Samaj Morgan who was in motion, but...
False start. Offense, number 17. 5-yard penalty. Remains second down.
It's Marlon Klein.
It wasn't first down like last week.
Last week they had a false start on first down. This is looking very familiar.
It's uncomfortable, but this team has to find a way to be disciplined. You can't hit guys out of bounds. You can't shoot yourself in the foot with a false start to start the game off.
Second down and 14 for the Michigan offense. Ball on their own 20. Scoreless first quarter here in Ann Arbor. They run the same play to Samaj Morgan. Swing pass out of the backfield. Samaj has a lane up the far sideline. Takes one hit. Stays up. Puts his head down and dives forward for another couple of yards. Samaj Morgan with a bit of a spark, setting up a third and short. 14 yards there.
It was a nice explosive play. Getting a guy in space that can do something with it. We've seen Samaj Morgan, whether it's punt return or on offense, when he gets in space, he can be dangerous. Now it's a matter of being able to keep possession of the ball and converting on third down.
Shotgun on 3rd and 1. Donovan Edwards in the backfield off the right hip of Davis Warren. It'll be Edwards taking the handoff and powering forward very close to first down yardage, and I do believe he's got it.
Yep.
But not by much.
Yeah, the official on the opposite side is right on the yard to gain, and they do give him the first down.
Setting the Michigan starters, the offensive line from left to right, Miles Hinton, Josh Preeb, Dominic Jadis, Gio El Hadi, and Evan Link. The tight ends, they went with 2 tight ends to start the game in Marlon Klein and Colston Loveland. The wide receivers, Samaj Morgan and Kendrick Bell. Davis Warren is your quarterback, and in the backfield, Donovan Edwards. Shotgun on this 1st and 10 play for Michigan. They're going to roll out Davis Warren to the right, looking downfield, and he's going to put the ball, tuck it under, and run and get a couple of yards. Rolling out to his right, everybody was covered. Justin Parks chased him out of bounds. A gain of, they'll call it 1 here.
But you learn something on every play that you run. And they started out spread out. They brought it back in. They knew they were going to be in zone coverage. And then all of a sudden, hey, he's looking for Colston Loveland. He's not there. They had every level covered up. But I like the fact that they got Davis Warren outside the pocket, gave him a clean view, and let him be an athlete. Let him be a playmaker.
2nd down and 9 for Michigan. Samaj Morgan comes in motion. Snap, handoff. Donovan Edwards running right. Gets to the sideline in front of the Michigan bench and is dragged down for a gain of about 3 out to the 38-yard line by Justin Hodges up from his corner spot. It'll set up a 3rd down and medium.
Yeah, and this is another situation where this offensive line has a chance to disprove some of the things that they've put on film the last couple of weeks. If it's a 5-man protection, you got to make sure you're communicating, you know where everybody's help is. But the ultimate goal, obviously, is to keep Davis Warren clean and free to be able to see downfield.
3rd and 6, 3 receivers split left. It's Frederick Moore, C.J. Charleston, and Colston Loveland. Kendrick Bell split wide right. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Davis takes the snap, back to pass, fires far sideline. He's got his man, and it's caught. It's Frederick Moore near the midfield stripe on a little comeback route in front of Dante Joyner, who chases him out of bounds. First down for the Wolverines on a gain of 9.
The Red Wolves only rushed 4. Great protection by the offensive line. He had all day to throw. And, Doug, that's a long throw from the right hash all the way to the opposite sideline. Nice juice on the ball by by Davis Warren, getting it out to Fred Moore.
Yeah, that was a strong throw, and that's the Davis Warren the coaches love. Amarian Walker in the game for the first time. He's a deep threat. Pistol formation, extra O-lineman as well with Andrew Gentry. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Here comes the rush. He's in trouble. He escapes the trouble. Looking downfield, nobody to throw to, and he is taken to the ground.
John, they had Amarian Walker on a double move.
Yeah.
Couldn't protect it.
The protection broke down. I did see Amarian breaking free deep.
Well, so he was the receiver on the far side. They brought the corner that was on top of him. That was the corner blitz. And I think Miles Hinton did a tremendous job of trying to take 2 and slow it up. Davis Warren did recognize that's where the pressure was coming from the backside. He just didn't recognize enough to know that Amarian Walker was going to be wide open.
Yeah, loss of 1 rather on the scramble by Davis, who could have been a lot worse. He was back near his own 35. Second down and 11. Michigan on their own 46-yard line. 4:31 to go, first quarter. Warren takes the snap, hands it off to Donovan Edwards up the middle. And he puts his head down and plows into Arkansas State territory. A gain of 5 there. It'll set up a third and manageable. Justin Parks on the stop.
Going with the big boys on the front side. Andrew Gentry with the extra tight end, extra offensive lineman, and they blocked everybody down. They're trying to create angles for this offensive line. Down blocks are the easiest thing an offensive lineman could possibly do, and then bringing Max Bredesen back around to try and kick out that defensive end.
5 wide on this 3rd and 6. Michigan has to get to the Arkansas State 43-yard line. The ball's just across midfield. Empty backfield for Davis Warren, who takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking, fires. Colston Loveland, first down on a slant pattern at the 40. Falls forward to the 36. Move the chains. That was his 2nd or 3rd read on that play, John.
Yeah, it's nice to see him get that far deep in the reads. The only improvement we need to see from him is accuracy. That ball was a little bit behind Colston. If he hits him in stride, Colston Loveland is running in the open field, and there's no linebacker in this conference or in the Big Ten or for Arkansas State is going to catch him.
Michigan goes XL-OL with Andrew Gentry in there as well. 6 offensive linemen. Shotgun for Davis Warren. Takes the snap. Kalel Mullings takes the handoff, bounces it outside to the far sideline, cuts back inside and is dropped at the 30. A good gain for Kalel Mullings. Dante Joyner on the tackle, 6 yards for Kalel.
Yep, again, blocking everybody down on that left side, pulling around Giovanni El-Hadi. He picks up the linebacker, and you got Max Bredesen coming through as another blocker. I love the fact that when Khalil has the ball in his hands, there is not one player that's going to bring him down. He is a gang tackle guy.
They continue with the extra offensive lineman. And now the lone setback is Kalel Mullings. And Davis will take this snap from under center. Hands it off to Kalel Mullings running right. He's got a block. Cuts between 2 tacklers and he's in the clear. Kalel Mullings, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. Touchdown Wolverines. Kalel Mullings, 30 yards, and Michigan takes a 6-0 lead.
Well, things didn't look great at the beginning. You had a little bit of penetration, but Kalel Mullins, as I just mentioned, not one guy's going to bring him down. He's got great vision, great feel, and then Peyton O'Leary down the field blocking the only individual that could have stopped that touchdown run. Hey, you're never done blocking until that ball's in the end zone. Great job by Peyton.
Give O'Leary assist. Jason Avant, I know you love that. Wide receivers blocking.
Yeah, they've been blocking good, especially on the Samaj big gain earlier. The wide receivers have been doing a good job.
Zavada on for the extra point. It's up and good out of the hold of Tommy Doman and Will Wagner snap, and Michigan takes a 6-0 lead. 11 plays, 76 yards over 6 minutes and 39 seconds. A 30-yard Kalel Mullings touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
Here you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Hands off to Rob Lino, and it is! There it is! Oh, Rob Lino!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Escape at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Escape comes with Bliss blind spot information system with cross-traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, Easy Plan trade-in customers can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months with $1,839 due at signing. Payment includes waive security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for low-mileage Ford Credit red carpet lease. Payment includes $4,500 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 200A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and details. So lease a Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com. John Jansen, Michigan entered today as one of only 11 teams in Division I football without a rushing touchdown. That has been accomplished now on the 30-yard touchdown run by Kalel Mullings. Also, the longest run of his career.
Yeah, it's great to see him get in the end zone. And, I mean, every time you got to make a man miss, he did right to the line of scrimmage. And at that point, you get into the secondary. The question was always, could he break away? And he answered that question with the 31-yard run.
Jaquez Cross deep to field this kickoff from Tommy Doman with Michigan leading 7-0 here and 2:23 to go. And the kick will sail out of the back of the end zone. And we'll get a timeout with Michigan leading 7-0 here at the Big House on a sunny day in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Sports betting can be fun, just like football. There's excitement, winning. But imagine that sports betting is a 300-pound lineman coming straight at you. For tips that will help keep you on your feet, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Greenleaf Trust, we're prepared to help you win. Our clients, having achieved financial success in their own endeavors, come to us not for what they already know, but rather to benefit from our considerable expertise. With a nearly 100% client retention rate and specialized wealth management disciplines, Greenleaf Trust's Michigan-rooted team helps clients play the long game from one generation to the next. A brighter future begins at greenleaftrust.com.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
The first meeting between Michigan and Arkansas State is on the air. And today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit michigananswers.com.
Hey, when rivalries heat up, choose Chill. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Please celebrate responsibly. Well, John Jansen, you were making a point during the break. Everything's not going to be perfect.
Yeah, some players are going to have to make plays. We saw it on the first interception of the year, and Chiron Moore talked about it. Hey, go make a play. The ball's not always going to be where it's supposed to be. Go make a play. On that one there, Kalel Mullings, hey, not everybody is blocked up front, but at some point you make a man miss and you just make something happen.
And he broke a tackle there. Watching Arkansas State, I would say that this Red Wolf defense isn't the best tackling team I've ever seen.
No, I mean, they're going to be aggressive. That's Butch Jones' team. You know that they're going to be an aggressive team. They're going to overplay some things, so use that to your advantage.
Michigan leading 7-0 here at the Big House. 2:23 to go. First quarter. Ball's on the left hash for the Red Wolves. Jalen Rayner, quarterback in a shotgun, takes the snap. Handoff running right. It's Cedric Hawkins. Who spins out of one tackle in the backfield and just falls back to the line of scrimmage. The Michigan players are signaling it's Wolverine football.
Well, he was engulfed by Kenneth Grant. Can you imagine being a little bitty running back?
Offense.
There's an injured player for the Red Wolves.
Be extended for immediate timeout.
Little bitty running back who makes a spin, and then all of a sudden he's engulfed by Kenneth Grant. That's your greeting party?
Yeah, we'll have to see who the player is that is injured, but they will address him on the field. In the meantime, let's throw it to the update desk for a check on the scoreboard with our Rob Joyce. Rob?
Hey, Doug. Speaking of injuries, big one out of Camp Randall, Wisconsin. Game-opening field goal leads Alabama midway through the first. However, Badger starting quarterback Tyler Van Dyke carted off with a lower body injury, putting no weight on, I believe, his right leg. The backup, redshirt sophomore Braden Locke, appears to will certainly get the next drive. He started 3 games last year, but the Badgers for now lead 3-0 against Alabama. Other games in the Big Ten going on right now, just one other. Illinois an early 7-0 lead on Central Michigan, 8 minutes in there. Everything else still to come. 3:30, couple rivalry games. Oregon at Oregon State. Washington meets Washington State at the Seattle Seahawks Stadium in Seattle. Then Purdue hosts Notre Dame. Also at 3:30, Minnesota entertains Nevada. Michigan State playing an FCS opponent in Prairie View A&M. Iowa rounds out the afternoon slate, 4 o'clock against Troy tonight. UCLA, its first Big Ten Conference game, hosting Indiana at 7:30. Same start time, 7:30 for Nebraska and Northern Iowa, as well as Northwestern against Eastern Illinois. And then lastly, 8 o'clock in Charlottesville, Maryland on the road, doing battle with Virginia. That's your Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Abso Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. So we'll give you more on those, including anything that comes out on Van Dyke's injury, give you the first half highlights and more during the halftime show, driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor. For now, back to the Big House. Doug, John.
Okay, this injury is Cedric Hawkins, the running back who just carried the ball for the Red Wolves for no gain. And Jason, you got to look at it. It does not look good.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for him. Everyone's worried about his knee. He's up now. Let's see if they don't have a cart, so let's see if he can walk off or they're going to help him off.
I don't know how close you got to look. Did it happen on the spin, or did it happen on the tackle?
It happened on the tackle because the big Kenneth Grant was like twisting him down. Yeah. It wasn't the spin, it was after, it was the tackle. Yeah, he's not putting any weight on this left leg right now. I think it will probably be a knee or an ankle, but it looks like a knee.
The trainers are taking him off the field.
Yeah, his teammates are coming out and giving him support.
Hate to see it. So far, Arkansas State, -3 yards rushing. Here at the Big House, the Michigan run defense has been very stout. The problem was 3rd and 9, 3rd and 20, 3rd and 15, all converted.
Yeah, that's, 2 converted simply because, hey, they were able to complete a pass. The other one converted simply because Michigan made a mistake, a critical error.
And they get the stop on 3rd and 2 of all things. Forced the field goal attempt, which was no good. Michigan with the Kalel Mullings touchdown run leads it 7-0. Ready to go here at the Big House as Rayner in a shotgun takes the snap, fires over the middle, and it's dropped. Oh, he had a man, Courtney Jackson, transfer out of Syracuse on a crossing route. Zeke Berry was in coverage, and Jackson couldn't haul it in. It'll be 3rd and 10, and here we go with another 3rd and long, huh?
Yeah, and this is one where up front, you got the starters up there, other than TJ guys and for Josiah Stewart right now, but Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Derek Moore. Somebody's going to be singled up. Win a one-on-one battle, put a little bit of pressure on the quarterback.
4 wide for the Red Wolves on 3rd and 10. Rayner back to pass. Gonna pull the trigger, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage. A PBU for one of the men up front, Kenneth Grant. Mm-hmm. Good series for big KG.
Yep. This is where you need guys to stand up individually and make some plays, and whether you're going to be able to make a play at the line of scrimmage to stop a run, or if you're not going to get home on the quarterback, you're in his face, put that big paw up and bat it down.
4th and 10 for Arkansas State. Samaj Morgan deep. Sun could be a factor today. And Samaj will be looking into the sun. on this punt from Ryan Hiker. Guess where Ryan Hiker's from, John?
Australia.
Walled Lake Northern. Big punt, fair catch signal for by Samaj, who makes it at his own 22-yard line. Yes.
So you're saying I'm not close? You have me all twisted up on those questions. I don't even. I'm going to turn my mic off for a little bit.
29 games we had, I think, 22 Australian punters.
Right. My odds were in my favor.
Yeah. But Hiker got off a nuke, 53 yards, and Michigan will take over from the 22-yard line with 1:41 to go first quarter.
Well, Michigan, when we talk about third downs, that was a big topic last week. It's been a big topic all season or all week long. Michigan was 3 of 3. Obviously, they ended up in the end zone. You've got to find ways to continue building off of that that comfort, that consistency that you've developed in the opening drive.
Single setback is Donovan Edwards, who takes the handoff from Davis Warren. Edwards makes a man miss in the backfield and gets out to the 30 where he's chopped down. A gain of 8 on first down. And we have 2 Red Wolves now down in the Michigan backfield injured.
Good player. Defense.
Well, going back to that play as we find out what's going on with the injured players, Donovan Edwards, since that first game, has been much more patient in the backfield. There's a little stutter step in the backfield. He allows the lineman, pulling lineman, you got to give him time to get around. He did, and he got right in behind Giovanni El-Hadi there and was able to gain some yards. That's the patience that you've got to have when you're running some of those counters.
Yeah, that's been a great point by you right there. Donovan has been patient getting to the hole, speed through the hole. It's been a great job by him the last couple of games.
Both players are up and are being assisted off the field. It was Blaine Toll and Nate Marti, 2 defensive tackles. Marti is a preseason first-team All-Sun Belt selection. Toll, a transfer from Arkansas. They ran into each other in the backfield. It looked like Toll's knee hit Marti in the helmet, and they're both being escorted off the field. Hopefully they're okay. Good gain of 8 yards on first down for Donovan.
And here's the beautiful thing. Michigan's offense hasn't been in 2nd and 2 a lot. You've got an opportunity here to take a shot and stretch this defense, show that you can go downfield.
Bunch formation to the right with 3 receivers. Now they bring Samaj Morgan in motion from right to left. Handoff, Donovan Edwards. He's going to bounce it outside. He's got the first down and gets out near the 40-yard line. Another good gain. Etzenian with the tackle there on a gain of 9 for Donovan Edwards. Back-to-back runs.
Another great pause in the backfield. He basically got the ball. We didn't really know if he was going to pass block or not. That's how long he stood in the backfield before he picked his hole, let everything develop, and then attack.
Inside of 50 seconds to go first quarter. Michigan leading 7-0. 1st and 10 Wolverines on their own 39-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Full house backfield with Max Bredesen back there. Back to pass is Davis. It's going to fire, and it's going to get picked off. That was not a good decision, and going the other way is Arkansas State, and this could be a pick 6 down the far sideline, knocked out of bounds.
Great effort by Max Bredesen.
Max Bredesen chasing down like a linebacker, but I was under heavy duress, and Davis intercepted by Charles Willikus. Yes, a brother of Michigan State defensive lineman Kenny Willikus, transfer from the Spartans. He gets the interception. He gets knocked out of bounds at the 15-yard line.
Yep. Well, I'm not 100% sure what that play was supposed to be in terms of protection. Donovan Edwards was on the right, and Davis Warren faked to the left. That's where the blitz came from. To me, somebody was off the page there, or not on the same page in regards to where Davis Warren thought the blitz was going to be picked up. He turned around, and as he threw it, he had somebody in his face.
Arkansas State from the Michigan 15-yard line. 28 seconds to go first quarter. Red Wolves trail it 7-0. Rayner in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Here comes the rush. Rayner steps up. Dumps it over the middle to his receiver on a crossing route. That is Zach Wallace out of the backfield down to the Michigan 9, a gain of 6. Jayshawn Barham on the stop.
Great strength by the quarterback on that one. Rayner he's got a guy that is just hanging on him. I think it was Cameron Brandt was right around his waist, and he's still able to deliver the ball. Great power by the quarterback.
That's the final play of quarter number 1. Michigan leading at 7-0, but Arkansas State knocking on the door here at the Big House. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you ready to raise your game? Introducing 50 States Vodka, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Born and bred in Chelsea, Michigan, 50 States Vodka is crafted from sweet, organic, non-GMO corn and is gluten-free with 0 additives. That's right, every drop is pure, American-made excellence from the heart of Michigan to your glass. It's time to experience the best vodka around. Make sure you're toasting with 50 States Vodka, the pride of Michigan and the choice of champions. Cheers to victory and pure Michigan spirit with 50 States Vodka. Drink responsibly.
Bogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The 3rd annual Night Out at the Big House on September 12th sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, October 3rd. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/bighouse to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/bighouse. Limited seats are available.
Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. 7-0, Michigan on top here at the Big House. Arkansas State has the ball on the Michigan 9-yard line following the interception of Davis Warren under heavy duress out of the backfield.
Well, it's frustrating on that interception because the blitz could have been picked up, and even if it's not, if everybody's got a body on a body, then Davis Warren needs to be able to see that pre-snap and get the ball out of his hands, or just simply take the sack and not give up that interception.
Yeah, John, he can't throw that ball in that situation. That's a bad rap that everybody's going to see it and light him up for, because you stepped away from the pressure just to throw the ball up in the air. That's never a good thing going forward.
Yeah, even if he thought that there was going to be somebody there to pick up the blitzer, as soon as you turn around and you see somebody in your face, you've got to eat the ball.
There go quarterback run, and running to the right and stopped is Malik Hornsby. The wide receiver was in, no gain. It went direct snap to Malik Hornsby, and it didn't work. Michigan's defense had it sniffed out, and it'll be 3rd down and 4.
Yeah, it'd be a big win here if they can just simply force a field goal. Sudden change is going to happen in football. Mistakes are going to happen. Turnovers are going to happen. How do you respond? And so far, this defense has stood up in the red zone.
Arkansas State can get a 1st down inside the Michigan 5-yard line. Rayner in a shotgun. Back to pass, looking far side. Fires, and it's tipped and broken up. Looked like Amir Hall out there. Give him a pass breakup, and it'll be 4th down.
Yeah, that was a great play by Amir Hall. That ball was thrown pretty well. For him to get up there and get his hands on it was a pretty special play. We need more production from that side of the field.
Yep. Amir Hall was, as Doug Karsh likes to say, in phase.
He was in phase.
And did a nice job of turning his head, locating the ball, and jumped at the right time to be able to extend his arm and bat it away.
And let's circle back, credit Max Bredesen, because he prevented a touchdown, catching up to Willikis on that interception return. This will be Van Andel from 26 yards from the left hash. He's 0 for 1 today. Low snap, kick is up, and this kick is good. And Arkansas State is on the board as Michigan leads at 7-3 here at the Big House. Good job by the Michigan defense in a sudden change situation. And actually, that was one thing that Coach Wink said. He wasn't too disappointed with the way they handled sudden change last week, as they got some stops when Texas took over in Michigan territory.
Yeah, 10 points off the turnovers last week, forcing a field goal off of one of them. It's never an advantageous position to get into when the opponent has the ball inside your 20-yard line or even on your side of the field. That's really where you need your defense to step up and make some plays. And great job, credit to the Michigan defense for doing it here against Arkansas State.
Now, Jordan Marshall, who returned kicks for Michigan last week, is out with an undisclosed injury for this game. We see Tavi Dunlap and Keyshawn Harris deep for Michigan. As the Wolverines lead at 7-3 with 14:18 to go here first half.
It's nice to see Tavi on the field.
Yep.
Getting up, hopefully gets a chance to get a return here.
Senior out of Del Valle High School in Texas. And it'll be a pooch kick, and a fair catch is signaled for and made by Michigan's Jalen Hoffman.
Great decision.
Yep.
Those guys don't get a chance to have the ball in their hand very much. I know he probably was thinking I could take this one to the house, but they are coached up. If there's a pooch kick,
4 out of 5 of those ends in a fumble, I swear.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, Bowling Green last year with Braden McGregor.
Yep.
You know, and he was running up to catch it. So, you know, lesson learned last year from those that came before.
He's a tight end. I'm running with it.
From the 25-yard line, Michigan will have the football. 4 wide for Davis Warren. Wolverines leading 7-3. Snap, handoff. Donovan Edwards, big hole. Donovan Edwards runs a man over at the 30, out to the 37-yard line. Travion Thomas took the brunt of that tackle and gives 7 yards to Donovan, who's getting in a bit of a groove here.
Yeah, now we're starting to see some movement up front. We're starting to see some guys gain a little bit of confidence. Again, down blocks across the board. I like the fact that this offensive staff has said, you know what, let's find things that our offensive line can do well. Down block is the easiest thing, should be one that you've learned in high school.
7 yards out to the 32, and again they hand it off to Edwards up the middle across the 35 out to the 36. 2 runs and a first down is Donovan Edwards, and that O-line doing some work here early second quarter.
We talk about the patience that Donovan has had as they bring in the Andrew Gentry as the extra offensive lineman, but I like the fact that play was designed to go to the left. You had Giovanni El Hadi pulling around. We've seen it a number of times over the last 4 or 5 years. Donovan Edwards saw there was nothing there, and in previous games we've seen him, hey, ball's supposed to go there, I'm going to force it there. Having that ability to hit it backside.
XL-OL with Gentry in there. Handoff, Donovan Edwards spins out of a tackle in the backfield and fights forward. Gets a yard there on a play that got blown up by the front of the Red Wolves. Brandon Greel comes up from a safety spot to make the stop.
They brought a run blitz, and when you're in your stance as an offensive lineman, you've got to be aware at everything that's happening at the second level. As soon as they walk up, your antenna has to go up. Something's not right. They're going to be moving around up front, and be ready for movement at the snap of the ball.
Shotgun, 2nd and 9. Davis has the snap, fires quickly. As his tight end, Colston Loveland, 40, 45. He's got the first down, knocked out of bounds right in front of the Michigan bench at the 48-yard line. Moved the chains there for the Wolverines. Justin Hodges on the tackle. That ball was hot. Hell of a catch by Colston.
A hell of a catch and a hell of an attitude when you have the ball in your hand. To me right now, Colston Loveland is playing angry. There was no one that was more upset after last week's performance than Colston Loveland. When he got to the sideline, he wasn't going to step out of bounds. He was running over anybody that was in his way.
Shotgun for Davis Warren. From the 47-yard line, 1st and 10. They're going to roll him out to his right. Fires, and he's got his man in Arkansas State territory and driven well out of bounds. We'll have to see who that was. It was Samaj Morgan.
Yeah, put a saddle on him. Yeah, he got ridden out there like he was a horse. And here's what I like about, I talked about giving the offensive line the advantage. This is another opportunity when you run the play action and a little quick rollout for the quarterback. It allows the offensive line to be aggressive. It allows Davis Warren to, I think, do what he does best, and be an athlete to throw the ball.
Gain of 5 there on 1st down to Samaj Morgan. Khalil Mullings back in the game for Michigan. Shotgun for Davis Warren. Takes the snap. Handoff Mullings running right. Gets submarined as he gets across the Arkansas State 45 down to the 43-yard line. Dante Joyner just shy. Dante Joyner on the tackle. Just shy of the first down is Khalil Mullings.
Yeah, it's going to be about 3rd down and 6 inches. And on this one here, I'd really like to see him just, hey, load everybody up. Know that the defense is going to load everybody up inside, and just mano-a-mano, we're going to dominate you at the line of scrimmage.
3rd and less than a yard. Warren takes the snap, handoff. Kalel Mullings over the top, first down to the 40-yard line. He went all Superman there, moved the chains.
Yeah, shoot. I mean, I don't think he even needed to. Nice movement, nice job by the interior three. Josh Pre, Dom Jadis, and Giovanni El-Hadi getting great movement at the point of attack, and he does go airborne, but boy, if he keeps his feet, he might still be running.
First and 10, Michigan from the Arkansas State 40-yard line. 10:15 to go first half. Michigan leading 7-3. Two receivers split to the left. It's Kendrick Bell and Fred Moore. And a shotgun. Davis, play action, nobody there, and he gets swarmed under and sacked. Wow. That was a mess right from the beginning in every way.
That's the second time, John. Wrong direction on the play action.
Yeah, I mean, they got to get on the same page. That play action should be one that is, you know, that comfort food for the offense. As soon as it's called in the huddle, you're like, okay, here we go. No matter what happens, we can't mess this one up. And now that's the second time. And on top of that, you get an offensive lineman that gets run over. It doesn't bode well for a play.
The jailbreak up front for the Red Wolves. A loss of 8, 2nd and 18. From the Arkansas State 48-yard line. Donovan Edwards running right. Donovan Edwards breaks a tackle inside the 40 and down just inside the 40 for a gain of 8 there on 2nd and long. It'll be 3rd and 10.
But you're in the passing downs again. Play action is really not going to be something that you can sell at this point. So as an offensive lineman, hey, you know they're going to pin their ears back. They're coming. They're probably going to bring a blitz. They haven't been able to beat anybody one-on-one. So you've got to be able to identify where the linebackers, who is covering up a corner on the outside where they might bring somebody from outside.
Are they in Zavada territory already from the 40, 3rd and 10? Davis Warren in a shotgun with 4 wide. Back to pass. Davis is going to fire to the sideline. He's got Fred Moore, and Fred Moore's got a first down. Broke a tackle at the 30. Zavada will have to wait. Move the chains as he's run out of bounds at the 23-yard line by Justin Parks.
Hey,
Good
John.
3rd down conversion on 3rd and 10.
Hey, John, I'm loving seeing Fred Moore getting the ball after some mishaps the last couple of games with not making a play and the one game down the field and then a drop late in the game last week. Seeing him get some yards is good.
Yeah, that's a long throw. Nice route by him, knowing exactly where he's got to get the first down. He caught it, made one man miss, and a great job on protection as well. A little ET stunt on the right side. Nice job handing it off.
From the 22-yard line of the Red Wolves. High snap, Davis pulls it down, hand off to Donovan Edwards inside the 15. Hard running down to the 13. Dante Joyner with the tackle. Good, powerful football there from the senior running back.
That's what we saw from Kalel Mullins in the 4th quarter of the Fresno State game. And that energy, when you start dragging tacklers from the 2nd level for an extra 2, 3, 4 yards, and then the offensive line gets in there and pushes it, that mentality is going to carry over the rest of the offense.
11 carries, 57 yards for Dono. 2nd down and short from the 13-yard line. Edwards in the backfield off the left hip of Davis Warren. He takes the snap, handoff to Donovan Edwards. First down, Donovan Edwards runs a man over and drags a tackler down to the 6-yard line. 1st and goal, Michigan.
Well, that's the Donovan Edwards we thought we were going to get in week 1. And when he gets through the line of scrimmage, you can see he's running with so much confidence because he's using that off arm as a weapon. Throwing guys past him, stiff arming guys. And when you've got the confidence that he's running with right now, that's how it continues to build.
Last tackle made by Marvin Ham, the Belleville High School native playing for Arkansas State. 1st and goal, ball marked at the 7. Edwards in the backfield, pistol formation. Again, 6 offensive linemen for Michigan. Edwards up the middle. Edwards puts his head down. Runs a man over to the goal line. Touchdown, Wolverines. Donovan Edwards gives Michigan a 13-3 run. Lead on a 7-yard touchdown run.
Just a mosh pit in the middle there. A great job by the offensive line of picking up all of the moving garbage, creating a big pile, and then the patience of Donovan Edwards to see that there's nothing between the guards, bouncing it off to the left, finding some green grass, and I love that drive. Absolutely love the drive.
Zavada, the former Red Wolf, on for the extra point. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And Michigan goes 13 plays, 75 yards, over 7 minutes and 37 seconds. Completes the drive on a 7-yard touchdown run from Donovan Edwards, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 6:41 to go first half, 14-3 Wolverines. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Fish your way to winnings this September at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Play for your chance to win over $115,000 in prizes every Saturday. Every hour from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., 2 lucky guests will reel in $1,000 in premium play and 500 grand prize bonus entries. Then on September 28th at 11 p.m., one lucky angler will take home a brand new 2024 StarCraft STX 2050. Only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan leading 14-3. Davis Warren so far 5 of 6 for 53 yards, the 1 interception. Donovan Edwards now 13 carries, 7 yards and a touchdown. Kalel Mullings 4 carries, 44 yards and a touchdown. Right now, Arkansas State has 55 yards through the air, -3 on the ground.
You know what? The reason I love that drive so much is because it was physical, but they also faced some adversity with that sack in the middle of the drive.
Tommy Doman's kick from right to left goes into the end zone, and Arkansas State will take over from the 25-yard line. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. .641 to go first half. Michigan leading 14-3 here in Ann Arbor.
We got an all-new secondary right now. Wink is going with some backups.
I see Jimmy Roller in there as well at linebacker. Rayner in a shotgun. Talented quarterback for Arkansas State. Takes the snap, back to pass. He'll look to get after that secondary. Bounces out of there under heavy duress and is going to get chased out of bounds by Rashawn Benny at the 27-yard line for a gain of 2. Brandon Hillman's back there, and Wink Martindale mentioned him this week to me as a player that has really started to step up in practice. One-time Notre Dame commit, opted to come to Ann Arbor instead. He's in one of the safety spots. Rayner, quick pass to the far sideline, short gain before driven out of bounds. I think it was Corey Jackson. Gain of 2. It'll be 3rd and medium here for the Red Wolves.
And the Red Wolves are trying to do a little bit of it pace the offense a little bit, trying to get things to move a little bit quicker. What it does is now you're sitting at 3rd down. There's only been about 30 seconds come off the clock. Michigan has possessed the ball for 15 and a half minutes so far in this game.
3rd and 6 for the Red Wolves. Back to pass is Rayner. Here comes the rush. He gets hit and down he goes. Ernest Hausman on the sack, and Arkansas State will be forced to punt following a 3-and-out.
When you win up front, it clears things up for those linebackers, and it looked like Ernest Hausman was just shot out of a gun. And again, now, I mean, this time of possession on this one has been all of a minute. They haven't taken any time off, and they're going to give the ball right back to Michigan's offense.
Samaj Morgan deep to field this punt from Ryan Hiker. Honorable mention All-State from Walled Lake. And a 69-yarder his freshman year at Saginaw Valley before transferring here to Arkansas State. And the ball's going to go out of bounds to the Arkansas bench on Hiker's punt.
Good
the
field
Arkansas
position
State
for
bench.
Michigan.
Where are they marking this? At the 45-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over. Hey, when you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app. Available for both Apple and Android. Listen to College Sports Live with the Varsity Network app. 4:56 to go. First half, Michigan leads 14-3, and the Wolverines have the football back. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan completes a 15-0 national championship season here in Houston.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Neighbors help neighbors. That's why when the unexpected happens, floods, fires, or tornadoes hit, Belfour has your back. At Belfour, we are the people who live next door. Faces and names you know, right here in Michigan. For us, the only thing more important than restoring your property is helping you rebuild your life whenever disasters strike. 24/7, 365. Belfour Property Restoration. Your home, your life, our promise. Call 800-800-BELFOR or visit belfour.com.
John, Michigan so far in this game, 128 yards rushing on 6.7 yards per carry.
Obviously a vast improvement. Now the opponent's not the same as it was last week, but when you have the ability to run the ball, and this is a run-first offense, 11 plays, 76 yards, almost 640 on their first touchdown drives, 7.5 minutes on their second touchdown drive, and that was 13 plays, 75 yards. They're milking the clock. They're converting third downs. And as of right now, 5 of 5 on third down conversions for this Michigan offense.
And Jason, I think they've actually dialed up a couple of deep shots. Both plays got blown up with lack of protection.
The one interception that Davis threw, it was a wide open deep cross coming toward him. Just couldn't protect it. In both plays, they had guys running open down the field.
1st and 10 Wolverines from the 45-yard line. Leading 14-3 here. Getting late here in the second quarter. Shotgun snap and handoff to Kalel Mullins. Breaks a tackle at the line of scrimmage. Bounces it over towards the Michigan sideline. Then up the middle of the field into Arkansas State territory where he's tripped up at the 48-yard line after a gain of 7. James Reed from his free safety spot brings down Kalel. Good hard running.
That Arkansas State line was really close to being offsides, and if they're getting that timing down on the snap, Davis Warren is going to have to start thinking about changing up the cadence just a little bit. Maybe you get a couple of free plays down the field.
Pistol formation. Kalel continues in the backfield. C.J. Charleston goes in motion from left to right. Snap, back to pass. Davis Warren fires, and he's got a man. It's Fred Moore at the 35-yard line, and he's dropped there, moved the chains, first down. Fred Moore starting to make his presence felt here in this game.
And this is exactly what Davis Moore needs, is develop the confidence in another target other than Colston Loveland. And Fred Moore is going to be that guy. Did a great job of reading the defense, understanding the zone, sitting down in between 2 defenders, and making himself available to Davis.
Andrew Gentry in the game again, extra offensive lineman. Davis under center. with Kalel Mullings deep, the lone setback. And he will take the handoff running left. He's got some room, bounces off a tackler, 30, 20, 15. Kalel Mullings splits a pair of defenders inside the 10 and is dragged down at the 5-yard line by Travion Thomas. Kalel Mullings in the Michigan running game continuing to produce. And the Wolverines have it, 1st and goal.
I don't care who the opponent is, you've got to have confidence up front. And this offensive line is starting to play like they believe they belong on a Michigan offensive line.
That is Kalel's second 30-yard run in this game. 1st and goal, Wolverines from the Arkansas State 5. Shotgun for Davis Warren. Takes the snap. Kalel Mullings up the middle. Touchdown, Wolverines. 5 yards out. Kalel Mullings makes it 20-3.
Now, there was a parting of the Red Sea right up the middle, right behind the center and between both guards. Did a great job of redirecting their defenders. And I tell you what, a really nice job of getting to the second level as they've got Greg Crippen in there. Nice job of keeping the shoulder square and getting a hit on the linebacker.
Zavada on for the extra point. Snap is clean. Hold is good. The kick is up and the kick is good. And Michigan's lead now over Arkansas State goes to 21-3 with 2:57 to go. 4 plays, 55 yards, over 1 minute and 59 seconds. Most of it Kalel Mullings with 1 pass to Fred Moore mixed in. And Michigan on the 5-yard touchdown run leads at 21-3. That touchdown run by Kalel Mullings brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up.
Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane?
Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Okay, I'm not usually one to exaggerate, but you need to drop everything and get to Kohl's because they have so many ways to save right now. I just shopped their customer appreciation event, and not only did I get great deals on a bunch of fall styles, I also got 30% off because I'm a Kohl's card holder. Or if you're a rewards member, you get 20% off. Even non-members can save with 15% off. Plus, you can earn Kohl's cash too. So what are you waiting for? Hurry to Kohl's and thank me later. Offers end September 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Back at the big house, Michigan leading 21-3. Davis Warren now 6 of 7 for 66 yards. Kalel Mullings leading the way on the ground, 7 carries, 86 yards and 2 touchdowns. Donovan Edwards, 13 carries, 70 yards and a touchdown as Michigan has extended its lead to 21-3 here in Ann Arbor. Tommy Doman will kick off from right to left here. Moves this one towards the northern end zone. Cross will let it go over his head and into the end zone, and Arkansas State will take over at the 25-yard line. Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. To celebrate, they're inviting retirees and pre-retirees to attend their night out at the Big House. On Thursday, October 3rd, visit mgoblue.com/bighouse for more details. Michigan's starting to look like last year's Michigan team. They wanted to smash today, and they are.
Yep, and now this is another opportunity, because with just under 3 minutes left, if this offense thinks they're going to try and get something on the board, you can pin your ears back and see if you can get a couple more pressures.
And off the cross up the middle, not much there, puts his head down and burrows forward for maybe a couple.
And Michigan has all 3 timeouts. If they want to get the ball back, they actually could.
The 2-minute warning, and clock running at 2:40 to go first half. And Jason, they're continuing with a couple of the guys on the depth chart on that secondary. Is that Wesley Walker out there for the first time?
You got a few guys out there.
Yeah. Last time they got into the bench a little bit and got a 3 and out. Clock running. Arkansas State taking their time. They don't want Michigan to get the football back. Second down and 8 on the 27-yard line. Rainer's got the snap. Got a fire out of the backfield, and he's got his tight end, who's knocked out of bounds at the 29-yard line. Wesley Walker with the stop of Miller McCrumbie.
That should have been a penalty on them. He went for our guy's head. I couldn't see who made the tackle, but the offensive player went right for his head.
It was Wesley Walker
in
on the tackle.
Remember early in the game, all those third down conversions Arkansas State has had. They're looking at a 3rd down and 6 here. They have not converted a 3rd down since their first possession of the game. So I'm sure that makes Wink Martindale happy.
Definitely a nice adjustment by the defense. In the fact that they are forcing Arkansas State. They're allowing themselves to get off the field and forcing into some 3rd and long situations. Michigan's been really good, really all season long, on 1st and 2nd downs. And if you're going to be good on 1st and 2nd down, then all of a sudden you're thinking, hey, we're going to be able to get off the field. In that first drive, there were conversions of 10-plus yards on 3rd down. Since then, no conversions. So you like to be able to see this defense adjust.
Michigan called a timeout there to stop the clock with 2:09 to go. 3rd and 5 for Arkansas State out of the timeout. Wolverines showing blitz. Rayner in a shotgun, pistol formation, with Zach Wallace deep. 3rd and 5, Wolverines crowding the line of scrimmage. Rayner's got the snap, back to pass, flushed out of the pocket, in trouble, is going to fire deep down the field, and underthrown, incomplete. Zeke Berry in coverage down there, and Courtney Jackson. Rayner just had to get rid of it, and Will Johnson on the blitz is the man who almost caught up to Rayner, and that stops the clock with 2:03 to go, and the Wolverines are going to get the football back.
Nice adjustment in the secondary, bringing that corner blitz all the way from the boundary, trying to chase down Jalen Rayner with Will Johnson. And the secondary did a nice job of rotating over and picking up where Will Johnson left off, and not allowing any leakage on the backside.
On to punt, Ryan Heichert, deep. Samaj Morgan standing on his own 25-yard line. Wolverines look like they're trying to set up a return. Good punt from Heichert. This kid's good. Fair catch signaled for and made by Samaj Morgan at his own 20-yard line, and that's where Michigan will take over. That's a 56-yard bomb. He's got a 55-yarder, 56. He did mix in the 33-yarder that went out of bounds, but
he's been booming it.
That brings us to the 2-minute timeout, with Michigan leading 21-3, and the Wolverines have the football back. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Taylor to the 20, down to the 15, down to the 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Billy Taylor!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to think Ford first. Right now, check out the 2024 Ford Explorer at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. The Explorer offers an available twin-panel moonroof and has available seating for up to 7. Easy Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Explorer XLT 4x4 SUV for $369 a month for 24 months, with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all buyers will qualify for a low-mileage Ford Credit red carpet lease. Payment includes $3,750 trade assist. Offer only valid on package 202A. Take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and details. Lease an Explorer XLT 4x4 for $369 a month for 24 months. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Bruce Monty, our statistician. Rich Marion, our spotter. Tony Butler, our engineer. Brian Bush, our host. Jack Miller will be along at halftime. Rob Joyce in our studios. Michigan leading 21-3 here at the Big House with 1:55 to go in the first half, and the Wolverines have the football back. And during the commercial break, guys, we were talking, and are you predicting that that's what they'll do, or is it what you want to see them do right here?
Well, I want to see them take a deep shot on first down.
Okay.
Jason and I were both talking about it, but here's the issue. We know that Arkansas State was trying to run the clock out on that last offensive possession. They were in no hurry to snap the ball until Michigan called a timeout. They're probably going to be in a, hey, keep everything in front of you style of defense. But let's see some deep routes. Let's see if you can get something downfield. If it's not there, you can dump it off and take a shot on second down.
Yeah, we're looking at it like a cover 2 shell right now. Let's see if they bring the safety down in the box. If they bring them down in the box, there's a good chance for a shot, John.
And the Wolverines, of course, get the football to start the second half as well. Shotgun. Davis Warren has the snap. Back to pass over the middle. Colston Loveland, slant pattern, 35 out to the 40 where he's dragged down. And he's going to get up and limp off. Colston Loveland.
Yeah. I don't know, it looks like he's holding his hamstring or something. But, yeah, I mean, so you got a flag on the far side of the field.
I'm sorry, yep.
Legal formation, offense. More than 4 players. Number 18 was covered up. Legal to catch the pass. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That's frustrating.
Yeah. Well, they had that cover 2 shell, and they actually dropped a nickel guy as a deep safety. So they were really trying to keep everything in front of them, not allowing that deep shot. But if that happens, now you've got the underneath route to a Colston Loveland. It should be wide open. They hit him on it, and let's go right back to the same thing.
Colston's out of the game now. We'll try and get an update on his condition. 1st and 15 for Michigan with 1:43 to go. Davis has the snap, back to pass. Fires. He's got Marlon Klein, who will scamper out of bounds across the 20 out to the 22-yard line, stopping the clock with 1:37 to go. Wolverines going hurry up, no huddle. They don't need to with this clock stoppage, of course.
Well, it's all going to be keyed on quick, easy passes, and good protection.
And Arkansas State might have jumped into the neutral zone. Davis is going to go deep, and he's got his man, Marlon Klein, at midfield and into Arkansas State territory. We await the flag, but it looks like Dom Jadis, who's back in, snapped with a Red Wolf in the neutral zone, and a first down there in Arkansas State territory. What a throw.
Defense. Penalties decline. Zone of play. First down.
Oh, remember I mentioned a couple of drives ago, this Arkansas State defensive front is trying to jump the count. So in this situation, go ahead and use that to your advantage. Hey, go on 2, go on 3, different types of cadence, and then you get a free play, and then great job by Davis identifying and going deep.
Benjamin Hall on a handoff, running right. He's got some room, 40, 35, puts his head down. Gang tacklers there trying to bring him down, and they eventually do at the 31-yard line. Benjamin Hall with his first carry, and the clock stops to move the chains after a 14-yard gain. 1:20 to go first half.
Number 5, defense.
Colston's on the sideline. He still has his helmet on, and he's looking like he's able to go in.
Oh, good. That's great news.
Yeah.
From the 31-yard line, the ball is set. We await the ready for play.
I don't know. What's the official doing?
I don't know.
There's no... So, they're talking to Chiron.
10-second runoff for first down.
Okay, 1st and 10 Michigan. Clock running now, 1:19 to go first half. Davis Warren back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, delivers, and is it intercepted? Intercepted at the 22-yard line by Travion Thomas.
1st and 10, Arkansas State.
Well, that was weird because that didn't look like, it looked like he might not have been on the same page with a receiver there.
No, it looked to me, was that Fred Moore? It was intended. Fred Moore ran in. Davis Warren thought he was going to run out.
Wow.
I don't know who was throwing that ball.
No, you know what? There's nobody in that area.
Yeah, when you couple that play with the previous interception and then missing where the play action read would be, I'm starting to think it could be Davis Warren in that situation.
Yeah, and I'm curious. I want to see the replay. It looked like his arm may have been hit on the follow, or as he was throwing the ball.
Arkansas State takes over at their own 21-yard line. Rayner back to pass, fires over the middle, and he's hit immediately as the receiver and dropped after a gain of 3. There's Jaden McBurrows, who lost his bucket and has to check out of the game.
Yeah. Nice job by squaring him up. Great open field tackle.
That is the 5th interception this year. Michigan threw 5 interceptions all of last year.
Well, I mean, that's obviously something. Sometimes it's a receiver, as we heard from Chiron, running the wrong route last week, a tip ball. That one is, I think, 100% on Davis Warren.
From the 22-yard line, Rayner in a shotgun, back to pass. Over the middle, delivers, and caught in traffic. Wow, what a catch there by Reagan Ely at the 39-yard line, the 40-yard line. Will Johnson and Makari Page were converging. I thought it might get picked, but Ely comes down with it with 58 seconds to go.
Will Johnson slipped right before the ball got there.
And now we get another stoppage. Jerry McGinn and his crew
leave the game for one play for his helmet coming off. There's no 10-second option since it was a first down.
And Oeta, the player that had to leave the field. 1st and 10, Arkansas State from the 40. 58 seconds to go in the half. Michigan leading 21-3. Rayner from a shotgun, back to pass. Gonna go deep over the middle, and Ely couldn't come down with that one. Check that. That was Manny Stevenson Jr., the tight end. Ernest Hausman in coverage. It'll be 2nd down and 10 with 54 seconds to go.
Yeah, I don't know if Ernest actually got a hand on the ball or not, but he came right across the field of view of the receiver just as he was about to catch it. And I know, Jason, that's got to be tough to catch.
You got to catch that.
Rayner on a slant pattern's got his man, and he breaks a tackle across the 50. 1st down to the Michigan 48-yard line. Zeke Berry drags down Corey Rucker. 1st and 10, Arkansas State, 44 seconds to go. Clock running to the line of scrimmage. Now Rayner going to take a deep shot down the sideline, overthrows his man out there. It was Rucker again. Jair Hill stride for stride with him. Good coverage. Stopping the clock with 38 seconds to go.
Yeah, as a defense, you got to know, I mean, who's their number 1 playmaker? We talked about it in the pregame. We talked about it early on. It's going to be Corey Rucker, number 7. They're going to be looking for him heavy here. Nice job by Jair Hill of being stride for stride with him.
2nd and 10, Arkansas State from the 48 of Michigan. Back to pass is Rayner. Pump fakes, now delivers, and he's got his man complete inside the 35. And stepping out of bounds is Adam Jones now at the 30-yard line of Michigan with 33 seconds to go. Clock is stopped with 33 seconds left. 1st and 10 from the Michigan 30. Rayner's got the snap. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. Delivers. It's tipped and incomplete. Good coverage downfield from Will Johnson. Adam Jones, the intended receiver there for the Red Wolves.
Nice pressure by Derek Moore. Able to get around the left side and apply pressure just as Rayner was about to throw it.
From the 30-yard line, 2nd and 10. Shotgun for Jalen Rayner. And Derek Moore jumped into the neutral zone. The Red Wolves moved, but we'll see what the call is. Noah Smith is the right tackle.
Offside. Defense, number 8. Moving in the neutral zone, calls in the offense to move. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Yeah, I mentioned on that last play, he was so close to getting a hit and a sack on Jalen Rayner. And I think he just got a little bit excited.
Yeah. 2nd down and 5 from the Michigan 25-yard line. Jalen Rayner in a shotgun. And now we get a whistle, and it looks like this time Arkansas State moved. So march it 5 yards back. A little do-si-do here.
Well, Derek Moore almost came across.
Ball start. Offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
I had to have a discussion with the side judge there, make sure that Derek Moore actually did not cross the line of scrimmage, which he didn't, and trade penalties.
And so Lyric Watson, Arkansas State playing without McKylan Thomas, their starting right tackle, out with an injury. He is not dressed today. Back to pass is Rayner. Fires. He's got a man. Will Johnson closes quickly and knocks him out of bounds at the 25-yard line with 24 seconds to go in the half. Arkansas State gets their 5 yards back. It'll be 3rd down and 5.
Well, that's the way to come up and tackle right there for Will Johnson.
Yeah, he threw him into the front row.
Yeah.
Michigan trying to get a stop here and force a field goal attempt. The Wolverines do get the ball to start the 2nd half. 3rd down and 5 for Arkansas State. Rayner's got the snap, back to pass, fires, and it's caught, but short of the line to gain. Will Johnson comes up and takes down Jaquez Cross, the running back, out of the backfield. And the clock is running. It's going to be 4th and 1, 10 seconds to go in the half, and it looks like Butch Jones will let the clock tick down and take a timeout. 5 seconds to go, 4, 3, and there's the whistle at 2.
Timeout. Arkansas State, their first of the half. Be a 30-second charge timeout.
Clune Van Andel, who's 1 for 2.
Well, I love those last 2 plays by Will Johnson. The fact that they took away everything. Will Johnson knew, hey, I'm going to go ahead and give him a 5-yard out because he knew that he could close on him enough to throw him into the first row, that first one, and then close enough to prevent them from getting a 1st down on 3rd down.
Another 3rd down stop there for the Michigan defense. And as I mentioned, Clune Van Andel out of Grand Rapids will try and cut into this Michigan lead. Wolverines up 21-3 with 2 seconds to go here in the first half. Ball will be on the left hash. This will be a 38-yard field goal attempt. Here we go. And we get a whistle and a timeout. Chiron Moore is going to try and ice the kicker.
Timeout, Michigan. Their 2nd and a half. It'll be a 30-second charge timeout.
All right, John, you're a former special teamer, long snapper.
Yeah.
Does this stuff matter?
The icing the kicker?
Icing the kicker.
Not when it's, what is it, going to be a 40-yard kick, just shy of 40 yards?
Yep.
I don't think it would, but he's already got one that, went off the upright.
Yep.
So that's got to be in his mind, but this is one that he's a good enough kicker. This one should be automatic. No, as a snapper, all it does is make you mad because now I got to get in my stance and have sweat dripping in my face again. Got to hold my breath for 10 seconds to snap the ball.
Did you ever have a bad snap?
One, but I was snapping with a broken hand. That was in Minnesota, the old dome. Yeah.
Here we go, 38-yard attempt for Clune Van Andel. Snap is good, kick is on the way, and he hit the upright again!
This time the left upright. Maybe it does. I stand corrected.
Clune Van Andel, 3 field goal attempts, 2 uprights, and 1 made field goal. No good from 41, no good from 38, and good from 26.
The Florida State-Miami right there, left and right.
Wow.
Michigan will take a 21-3 lead to the locker room here in Ann Arbor. Decent first half, great first half running the ball.
Yeah, 176 yards on the ground. A great job by the offense of converting on 3rd downs, extending some of those drives. When you have drives of, 6:39, 7:37, you're possessing the ball. Something's working for you. They've been able to find some confidence in the run game. Now I'd like to see, we saw a little bit on that one drive where they started to hit some receivers. Fred Moore's been a target. I'd like to see more confidence, more chances of taking the ball downfield.
Wolverines lead at 21-3 here at the intermission. Lots to do during our halftime show, including scores from around the Big Ten and the country. Look at Jack Miller's thoughts as well. Halftime analysis with Michigan leading here on Homecoming Saturday in Ann Arbor, 21-3. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Wow. Seeing the autumn leaves from way up here is spectacular.
Yep, the view's worth the climb if you find your true north.
Oh yeah, I think I see it.
No, that's a winery.
Yep, my true north.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
So how long are we going to stay up here in this tree?
Ask the bear.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime and homecoming weekend. Michigan leads Arkansas State 21-3. Time to recap the opening 30 minutes with the highlights. Red Wolves with the ball first, and some of last week's issues creep back up on the opening drive, as A-State converted on 3rd and 8, aided by a Michigan penalty on 3rd and 20, and then 3rd and 15, a pickup of 16. However, the defense let off the hook. Red Wolves hit the upright on a field goal attempt, so 6 minutes in, it would remain scoreless, so the offense has to wait a bit to see the field. Thrives, though, on 3rd down on its opening possession. 3rd and 1, a Donovan Edwards run. 3rd and 5, Fred Moore, an 8-yard catch. 3rd and 6, Colston Loveland takes it inside the 40, and they would turn those conversions into an explosive point.
And now the lone setback is Kalel Mullings, and Davis will take this snap from under center. Hands it off to Kalel Mullings running right. He's got a block, cuts between two tacklers, and he's in the clear. Kalel Mullings, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Touchdown Wolverines. Kalel Mullings, 30 yards, and Michigan takes a 6-0 lead.
Longest play of the season for Michigan, longest run of Mullings' career, 11 plays, 76 yards, took over 6.5 minutes. Late first, it opens the scoring 7-0. First rushing touchdown of the season for the Maize and Blue as well. Better second drive defensively, a 3-and-out, but then put in a bad spot by the offense. Davis Warren gets picked off. It's returned to the Michigan 15. Could have been worse. Good job by Max Bredesen to keep it from being a pick six, and those efforts pay off. The Red Wolves inside the red zone to start the second quarter. The defense stands tall. Amir Hall, a nice third down pass breakup in the end zone, so A-State settles for a short field goal. Early second, it's 7-3 Wolverines, and then the offense goes back to work. Chunks of yards to get inside the Arkansas State 40. A first down sack could have stalled things after that, but on 3rd and long, Warren finds Fred Moore for 17 yards, keeps the drive alive, brings the ball near the red zone. Donovan Edwards pounds it inside the 10, and then he'd finish the job.
Edwards in the backfield, pistol formation. Again, 6 offensive linemen for Michigan. Edwards up the middle. Edwards puts his head down, runs a man over to the goal line. Touchdown, Wolverines. Donovan Edwards gives Michigan a 13-3 run lead on a 7-yard touchdown run.
13 plays, took over 7.5 minutes to make it 14-3 with the point after. 6:30 to halftime. Offense will get the ball back a minute later after a 3-and-out capped by an Ernest Hausman third down sack. 5 minutes to halftime. They would take over near midfield. Another grab by Moore moves the sticks. Mullings another 30-yard run, this time to the 5-yard line. And the next play, he sees the reward.
First and goal, Wolverines from the Arkansas State 5. Shotgun for Davis Warren. Takes the snap. Khalil Mullings up the middle. Touchdown, Wolverines. 5 yards out. Khalil Mullings makes it 20-3.
25 carries, 176 yards, 7 yards per toe, and 3 touchdowns. Rushing the ball for Michigan in the first half makes it 21-3. 2 minutes left. Wolverines will get another chance, taking over at the 20. Warren connects on a deep shot to Marvin Klein to midfield, but then an interception shortly thereafter ends the drive. A-State one last push in it, gets the ball down to the Michigan 21, but for the second time would hit the upright on a field goal attempt, and we go into the locker room with Michigan holding a 21-3 halftime lead. Today's halftime show driven by Jermaine and Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. We'll take a timeout, run through the scoreboard. Big Ten Top 25 next. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Players toward the end zone. Touchdown! Mario Manningham calling on the vote, and Michigan will win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Fogut Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The third annual Night Out at the Big House on September 12th sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, October 3rd. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on the beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
At the half, Michigan leads Arkansas State 21-3. Time now for another check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Busy day as usual in the Big Ten. 2 other games underway right now within the conference. We'll start at Camp Randall. Alabama leads Wisconsin 14-3, 27 seconds until halftime, and the Crimson Tide have the ball inside the Badger 30-yard line. But the bigger story for Wisconsin, starting quarterback Tyler Van Dyke carted off on the opening drive of the game after taking a hard hit on a rush attempt, has not come back. Redshirt sophomore Braden Locke, who started a couple of games last year for Wisconsin, has been the quarterback since. But again, Alabama, in fact, just scored a touchdown. Jalen Miller, a 26-yard touchdown pass to make it 20-3 Alabama, with the point after pending as they approach halftime there. One other game going on in the conference. Illinois leads Central Michigan 10-6. 20 seconds till halftime there. The Illini have the ball inside plus territory. If Illinois wins, would be 3-0 for the first time since 2011. Everything else later on, a bunch of rivalry games at 3:30. Oregon is at Oregon State. Washington meets Washington State at the Seahawks Stadium in Seattle. And then Purdue hosts Notre Dame. Also at 3:30, some non-rivalries. Minnesota at home against Nevada. Michigan State entertains an FCS opponent in Prairie View A&M. And then the afternoon slate rounds out at 4 o'clock. Iowa with a home kick against Troy at Kinnick. Tonight, UCLA makes its Big Ten debut officially, hosting Indiana at 7:30 from the Rose Bowl. Same start time, 7:30 for a couple of games against FCS opponents. Nebraska, ranked for the first time in 6 years, takes on Northern Iowa, and then Northwestern hosts Eastern Illinois. Lastly, 8 o'clock in Charlottesville, a Power 4 matchup in the non-conference. Maryland does battle with Virginia. So that's the day in the Big Ten. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. Going on right now, the only ranked versus ranked matchup on the Saturday slate in progress. Number 6 Missouri and 24th ranked Boston College. The Eagles in Como just took a 13-3 lead with a point after pending. 5 minutes into the second quarter in Columbia. Elsewhere, number 13 Oklahoma State all over Tulsa at halftime, 28-0. And 16th ranked LSU trails at South Carolina. Gamecocks have a 17-10 advantage, 4:30 to halftime there. Beyond that, not a great slate, admittedly, to tell you the truth. Some notable games later on today. Oklahoma and Tulane at 3:30. 6:30, number 5 Ole Miss is at Wake Forest. Top-ranked Georgia at Kentucky at 7:30. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Michigan leads Arkansas State 21-3. Brian, Jason, and Jack break down the first half when we return. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm going to move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Emily Neal's 70-inch TV. Because after watching her second-grade students yell at each other for hours, there's nothing Emily enjoys more than watching super-rich housewives also yell at each other. Why? Because those women are not her responsibility. And that's why her TV is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Back here at the Big House on the Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor halftime show. Wolverines in front of Arkansas State, 21-3. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofannarbor.com. Brian Bush, Jack Miller, high atop Michigan Stadium. Jason Avant on the floor here at the Big House. And Jack, I'll start with you because a big point coming into this one was the discussion around the offensive and defensive lines. And if you just look at the rushing yard battle, right now Michigan 176 and Arkansas State -6. And if you adjust for sacks, Arkansas State has 1 rushing yard. What have you seen on both sides of the ball up front?
Yeah, they're dominating up front like we hoped that they would. And the big guys on the offensive line are getting the job done. They're creating seams and holes for the running backs to get through. They're not running into contact until a couple yards down the field. But I also want to give a shout out to the running backs, too, who are running really, really hard. We've always talked about, is Donovan Edwards, can he be that every down back? Yeah. Not a guy that necessarily always breaks arm tackles, falls forward. Whether it's him, Mullings, whoever's in there right now, they're falling forward. They are getting another 2 or 3 yards, and when the offensive line opens up holes for you where you're not getting touched until 3 or 4 yards down the field, it's a good thing. They're relying on that. Now, what do they do to complement that? Hopefully they show a little bit in the second half. We have got to get some of the mistakes out of Davis Warren. He has not played particularly well thus far, but save for that, the offense looks pretty good.
Yeah, Jason, if you look at this running attack, normally it's Donovan Edwards with the big plays, and Kalel Mullings is the grinder, but Mullings has 2 30-yard runs today, both career highs, and Edwards averaging 5.5 yards a carry, and his long is 9.
Yeah, you know, the thing about it is, I think John said it earlier in the broadcast, is that one guy is not taking down Kalel Mullings, and he does a good job. He has excellent feet for a guy that's that big. He can change directions really well, and he throws you off balance and make the angle hard for you to tackle him. So I love to see it. And yes, normally you would see Donovan Edwards going for 50 or 60, but both of them are doing a good job when it comes to running the football. But Khalil Mullins is pretty smooth carrying that appeal.
Yeah, I'll say whether it's running the football for Michigan or stopping the run, we seem pretty in sync. They seem to be finding a rhythm. They're gelling together. I think where we're struggling still is the passing attack on both sides. Our passing attack, obviously Davis Warren doesn't look super comfortable today. He's made some really poor decisions and have to work on that in the second half here. And then defensively, too. I mean, they're playing well, don't get me wrong, but where we've seen some lapses is just communication in the back end. So we still have to work on those explosive side of things, whether it's passing offensively or stopping the pass. Got to shore that up, but it looks good inside as far as the run's concerned.
From a skill weapon standpoint in the pass game, good to see Fred Moore get involved. That was a point of emphasis for the coaching staff after the first 2 weeks. He and Marlon Klein are the top 2 receivers on this team. Moore in terms of catches with 3, Klein in terms of yards with 40. And Jason, we've talked about it for the first couple weeks of the season. They need somebody else alongside Colston Loveland to emerge in that receiver corps.
Yeah, and you love to see Fred Moore get that, because against Fresno State, he had the post route where he allowed the guy, King Griffey Jr.'s nephew, to intercept the ball. And then last game, late in that game, he had a critical drop when they were driving. So to see him come out with 3 catches and third down conversions, that's good going forward, because talking to Coach Ron Bellamy, he gets open better than anybody in the receiving room. So I love to see him going. Klein had one down the field. That was the best ball that Davis Warren has thrown at the Michigan quarterback up the seam to Klein. So hopefully they can get some other guys going. Amarion Walker was running free, but Davis Warren got sacked on that play. So there are some plays to be made down the field, but he has to protect the football, like Jack said. Protecting the football is critical, and I wonder if we're going to see anybody else this next half.
New challenge for Jason, who interviewed Derek Jeter last week. See if he can get a baseball player into every broadcast. He's 3 for 3 this season. Jack, things you want to see here in the second half. It's a 21-3 game, but getting ready for the Big Ten and USC coming up next week. What do you want them to make sure they're shoring up before then?
Yeah, I think you got to keep doing what you've been doing so far. I mean, you want to use this as an opportunity to get in a rhythm with the things that are going to win you football games. And at least for this year for Michigan, that's running the football. That starts at the line of scrimmage, controlling the clock. Start with that. Look, it's only 21-3. It should be a little bit better than that. It's not. So you're still going to have to take some chances down the field. When you do, make sure you capitalize on it. And then defensively, continue to communicate. I think that still shows up from time to time. You can see guys sneak open. It's just a communication thing. They're a little slow. Just continue to get better. Get in a rhythm. Roll through this game.
Yeah, some missed opportunities for both sides. Arkansas State's hit 2 uprights today, but Michigan takes the 21-3 lead heading into the second half. That was the halftime show driven by Jermaine Lexus of Ann Arbor. Stay tuned. Doug, John, and Jason bring in the second half from the Big House. When we come back, Wolverines looking to get to 2-1 and cap non-conference play with a win, up 21-3 right now. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
The Wolverines smash here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and business. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Hylant and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance are on your team. Visit Hylant today at www.hylant.com/defense. That's www.hylant.com/defense.
When you travel, they always say, get a room with a view. And there's no better way to travel than in a roomy new Toyota. Like the family-size Highlander with room for up to 8. Now through September 30th, you can lease a Highlander XLE all-wheel drive for $489 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details. Or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Wolverines, Red Wolves. It's homecoming in Ann Arbor. And today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Michigan leading 21-3 here at the Big House. Welcoming you back to the game, brought to you by your Founders Brewing Company and John Jansen. Some good and bad in the first half. The good, obviously, the rushing attack. Some really good plays in the passing game, but two pretty bad ones.
Yeah, I mean, when you're thinking about the two interceptions, it really goes to decision-making and being on the same page. The first one, I know that he wasn't on the same, Davis Ward was not on the same page as the protection. Did not expect to have somebody in his face when he turned around, but no matter if it's supposed to be there or not, you do not throw the ball up. Great play by Max Bredesen to prevent the touchdown. But then on the other one, I did go get a chance to talk to the Big Ten Network guys. Jake Butt obviously doing the game for the Big Ten Network, and they replayed it. His arm did get hit on that second interception, so give him a little bit of a pass, but you cannot turn the ball over.
This welcome back to the Big House, brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft. Jason Avant down on the field as Chiron Moore's comments to the team in the locker room. What was emphasized, Jason?
To the offense, continue to strain in the run game, wear them out, clean up the protections in the passing game, protect the football, and no pre-snap penalties. To the defense, let's make sure that we tackle, prevent yards after the catch, stay in our gaps, and no yards given up on the ground. And as a team, let's get prepared for the Big Ten season, but let's play with momentum and let's start this half off right.
All right, Michigan will get the football, moving left to right here at the Big House. And standing deep is Tavier Dunlap, along with Keyshawn Harris. Field Clayton Amaya's kickoff, and it's going to come down to Harris at the 5. Running towards the far sideline and gets chopped down at the 17-yard line. A lot of east to west there and not enough north and south. And Michigan will take over on their own 17. 1st and 10 with Davis Warren, who went 8 for 10 in the first half, but his 2 passes that were not caught by Wolverines were caught by Red Wolves.
Yeah, and I would like to honestly see them come out in attack mode here. Try to take a deep shot here on 1st down. You know the rushing game can be there. They've gained a lot of confidence in that realm. And you know, 2nd and 10 is not where you want to be if it's an incomplete, but I do want to see them stress this defense and show a threat down the field.
Well, Donovan Edwards, the running back spot behind Davis Warren, who takes the snap, play action, rolls out to his right, fires underneath. He's got Colston Loveland, turns up the field at the 15, across the 20, out to the 23-yard line. Good gain on 1st down. They got Davis Warren on the run there and finding Colston Loveland.
I'll take it. I like David Colston. I like Davis Warren on the run, and it's great to see Colston Loveland back out there after he limped off the field after that one reception. So give him a clear view, an easy target.
To be 2nd down and 3 with the ball on the 24-yard line. Warren in a shotgun. Pistol formation with Donovan Edwards deep. Max Bredesen goes in motion. Handoff to Edwards, and he's hitting the backfield and dropped. It's going to be a short loss. Somebody missed a block. And it'll be 3rd down.
Right at the point of attack, when you get a nice block from Bredesen coming across the formation like that as a kick-out block, I like the patience again by Donovan Edwards, but you can't allow penetration at the point of attack between center and guard.
Colston Loveland getting worked on the sideline. We'll try and get an update there. 3rd down and 4 for the Michigan offense. Warren in a shotgun. Puts a man in motion. That's Kendrick Bell. Davis Warren back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to run. Davis Warren, 1st down, 30. 35, Davis Warren right up the heart of the defense, moved the chains, and he's fired up. And Michigan has a 1st down.
Wow, good for him. I love the fact that he's able to pick up that with his feet, and good recognition. Nowhere to go with the ball down the field. He sees a little sliver of light right in the middle of that protection and picks up the 1st, showing a little enthusiasm.
Yeah, it was a pretty good run. There wasn't a lot of running room there, but he's got some wheels now. 1st and 10, Warren takes the snap, handoff to Donovan Edwards, trying to bounce it outside in front of the Michigan bench, turns upfield, flag is down. Edwards takes a late hit, no flag there, but this looks like it's in the area of holding.
Yeah, it was designed to go between the tackles, nothing there. Nice job making it a foot race.
Holding, offense, number 71, 10-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage, 1st down.
Evan Link.
Yeah, in his 3rd start, and You know, he's struggled a little bit early in the season here, more in pass protection than anything, but one of the things he'll learn is when you have a running back that starts to get a good feel for the game, he's not always going to hit where it's designed to hit in between. And when a defender starts to run away, you've got to let go of the jersey. Hey, when he's right in front of you, it's not holding. As soon as he tries to escape, then it becomes holding, and you got to release.
1st and 20 now. Back up the football to the 26-yard line. Davis Warren fires swing pass out of the backfield. Samaj Morgan tries to spin away from a tackle and can't. C.J. Charleston out there couldn't give him the block he needed. And that'll be another loss. Justin Parks on the stop. Hey, Jason.
Colston Loveland is headed to the locker room right now. He was just being worked on in the tent. I don't know what it is, but he's headed to the locker room right now.
Okay. Well, that's not great. 2nd down and 22. With the ball on the Michigan 24-yard line, leading 21-3 here, early 3rd quarter. Shotgun snap, handoff, delayed handoff to Donovan Edwards, who gets a few yards back out to the 27-yard line. Dante Joyner on the stop. It'll be 3rd down and long.
Yeah, just trying to pick up a few yards, see if they could possibly cut this distance in half. They only picked up a few yards, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and go some type of max protection here, because it's going to take some time to get downfield. It's either going to be max protection or they're going to roll Davis Warren out to try and give those receivers a little extra time to get downfield.
Well, they're going 5 wide here on 3rd down and 18. The ball on the Michigan 28-yard line. Now they shift Donovan Edwards into the backfield. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Fires it to Edwards. He's got some blockers. 30. Cuts back inside, 35, puts his head down out to the 39-yard line, but unfortunately, well shy of the sticks. And they got a lot of the yardage back. They play the field position game here, and Tommy Doman will come on for his first punt of the game.
That's not one that you're really intending to pick the first down up on. It's just, it takes too long, and reinforcements will eventually arrive before Donovan Edwards is able to get near the first down marker.
Tommy Doman on to punt, and Courtney Jackson deep for Arkansas State. He does have a 77-yarder in punt return earlier this year, and he signals for a fair catch late and makes it at his 16-yard line. And that's where Arkansas State will take over in their first possession of the second half, following a 45-yard punt from Tommy Doman. 21-3, Michigan on top here at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Pioneer State Mutual has been insuring Michigan for over 100 years, and as a Michigan-only company, we're focused on helping our neighbors with over 230 agents statewide. You get all the benefits offered by the national companies with the convenience of an agent who works nearby. If you're ready to make a change, visit insuringmichigan.com to quote your auto or renter's insurance today, and feel confident knowing you'll also have a local agent who can answer your questions. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right, we'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports, made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older and in Michigan to play.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear. Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Hey, no one Nothing gets you closer to the game than SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2024. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan leading 21-3 with 10:21 to go here in the third quarter. Fortunately, Colston Loveland has gone to the locker room with some kind of injury. Did get the football in the first play of the second half. And
hopefully
went
we get
straight
a good
to the
report.
bench.
Whether he could return or not, I would highly doubt that we'll see him at any point the rest of today.
Yeah, talking to some people on the sideline there, he went to the back to get checked. We don't know what on, but it's not like a lower extremity like a hamstring.
1st and 10. Rayner takes the snap. Handoff running right is Arkansas State. And a gain of 2 from Zach Wallace. Quentin Johnson on the stop for Michigan. 3-yard gain. 2nd down and 7 for the Redhawks. Going hurry up again.
There hasn't been anything for this Arkansas State team on the ground. Still -4 yards rushing.
Back to pass is Rayner. Looking to his left. Now it's flushed out of the pocket. Floats one out there, and it's caught at the 25-yard line.
I can't see. Mason Graham is so mad. He was so close to getting the sack. He was literally had him by the towel as he released the ball, beat the center. I mean, just off the snap.
3rd and 1, handoff up the middle to Jaquez Cross, and he gets the first down out to the 28-yard line. Hey, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Ball at the 28, 1st and 10, Red Wolves. Jalen Rayner in a shotgun. Looking over the Michigan defense. Wolverines with a 5-man front. Quick pass on a slant, and it's caught by Courtney Jackson at the 40, and he's dropped at the 41-yard line by Quentin Johnson.
Boy, Rayner, I mean, that was a bullet. He threw that one on a rope. That was a nice pass because Will Johnson was right there, and Quentin Johnson was in great position if Will didn't make the play on that slant pass.
Gain of 13. Cameron Brandt, TJ Guy in at the edge positions for Michigan on this 1st and 10. Snap, handoff, running left is Cross, and he's buried, and a flag comes in as he gets right back to the line of scrimmage. Mason Graham leading the Michigan tacklers.
That's the first time we've seen him run the read option.
Holding. Offense. Number 73. 10-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage. Remains 1st down.
John, I was always perplexed when the offensive lineman holds and you get no yards. That used to drive me nuts when I played. I'm like, dude, if you guys are going to hold, at least get some yards.
Especially if it's backside.
Yeah.
Then you know you've already put yourself in a bad position because you didn't take the right steps.
Back up Arkansas State 10 yards after the holding flag, and it is 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line. Empty backfield, Rayner back to pass. Wolverines bring 5. Rayner's going to go deep down the sideline. Far side, it's tipped and incomplete. Oh, that was awfully close to being a big gainer out there. Jayshawn Barham in coverage. And Jaquez Cross, a running back, the transfer from Purdue, couldn't pull it in. Had to lay out for it.
That was a really good play design right there.
It was, and they got the matchup they wanted. And how about Jayshawn Barnum being about 6'4", running down the field with almost stride for stride with a running back.
2nd down and 20. Quick wide receiver screen to the left. It's caught out there by Rucker. The Wolverines swarm him and bury him right away. They blew that one up. Cameron Brandt brings down Corey Rucker for no gain. It's going to be 3rd and forever.
A great job by Zeke Berry of that's exactly how you defend a wide receiver screen. Being able to stick that lead blocker and shove him right back into the wide receiver.
Rayner in a shotgun on this 3rd down and 20. From their own 31, they get it across midfield to the Michigan 49-yard line. Raynor's got the snap. Wolverines bring 4. Back to pass. Looks deep. Now he steps up in the pocket. He's going to run 35, 40, and slides down close to the original line of scrimmage, the 41. He gets 10 back. But it looks like the Red Wolves will be forced to punt.
Nice sound defensive series there. And I know, they don't make a play on a deep pass, but when you have Zeke Berry that's able to defeat a wide receiver screen, and then you've got, hey, it's 3rd and 20. Keep everything in front of you. Let them complete an 8-9 yard route and force them to punt. You don't have to do anything spectacular. Just get the ball back.
Ryan Hiker on to punt for the Red Wolves, has the snap, puts his right foot into it, and booms another one. Samaj Morgan signaling for a fair catch and will make it at the 10-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over with 6:27 to go here in the third quarter. And the Wolverines lead it 21-3 following a 49-yard punt from Ryan Hiker. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan will answer the mantra for Lloyd Carr with one more win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Doug Karts, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Wolverines leading at 21-3, 6:27 to go third quarter. When life gets real, start at Kohl's, where we've lowered prices on thousands of items your family needs for whatever life brings. Kohl's, where families come first. Wolverines backed up in their own 10-yard line here with an 18-point lead. And we see Greg Crippen checking back in at center. They've gone back and forth there, he and Dominic Jadis today.
Mm-hmm.
Three receivers split to the left, including Amarion Walker in the game again. He's a deep threat. Davis claps his hands. Handoff to Donovan Edwards running left. Gets what he can, turns his head upfield out to the 11-yard line. Give him 1 on first down.
That offensive line didn't come out with the same confidence they finished the first half with. Their allowance of penetration in between in that interior offensive line, center guard area. And I mean, that's, I said last week, this week, you can't allow penetration in the middle of that offensive line. You can get by with it at some other places, but right there, it cuts the offense in half. You get nothing from the backside.
Second down and 9 for the Wolverines. 2 tight ends to the right. Peyton O'Leary in there. He comes in motion. Handoff to Donovan Edwards. Donovan Edwards runs a man over at the 15, out to the 20. Close to first down yardage. It'll depend on the spot. Looks like he's just shy. Dante Joyner on the stop for Arkansas State. Yep, they're going to mark him just shy of the first down.
Nice play call on that, having that extra offensive lineman in there. Arkansas State brought a linebacker backside and basically blocked him for us and left a void at that second level.
Wolverines got to get it across the 20, and they are just shy of that. Kalel Mullings in the backfield for Michigan. Wolverines offset to the left. Hand off to Kalel Mullings. He's got the first down, jumps over a tackler out to the 25-yard line, pushes the pile forward out to the 28. Move the chains. Webster Etienne on the tackle. A gain of 9 for Kalel Mullings.
Great awareness, no push on the right side, which is where it was originally intended to go, and he immediately cut it back to the left.
Both Kalel and Donovan moving in on 100 yards.
It certainly would be nice to have 200-yard backs for the first time this year.
Marion Walker back in there, split out wide left. Samaj Morgan split wide right. Pistol formation, Kalel in the backfield. 4:24 to go, third quarter. Wolverines up 21-3. Play action, back to pass. Davis Warren looking, fires, and overthrown and intercepted. Coming the other direction are the Red Wolves into Michigan territory down to the 36-yard line.
So John, on that play, they had the deep cross concept. That's a post by Marion Walker and a deep cross by Samaj. Marion Walker falls down, which causes the safety to be free to go and pick that ball.
Yeah, and I think Davis Warren was anticipating that he was going to be there instead of actually seeing him, and just kind of threw it up for grabs.
Well, it got returned.
1st and 10, Arkansas State. Sideline warning, Arkansas State. They're first of the game. Next violation will result in a yardage penalty. Timeout on the field.
Dante Joyner, the man that picked that pass off, returned it to the Michigan 36-yard line, and that's where the Red Wolves will take over, trailing 21-3 here at the Big House. The Michigan defense in another sudden change situation.
Yeah, not where you want to be. The defense stood up in the first half. Now it's a time for them to, continue to set the tone for this team as the offense. It sputtered. We found in the first half, they found a little bit of something that worked, but you go into the locker room, you make some adjustments, you got to come out and be able to pick up right where you left off.
1st and 10 Red Wolves from the 36-yard line. And a shotgun is Rayner. Now he's going to change the play. Barks and commands at his offensive line. They trail it 21-3 with 4:11 to go, third quarter. Rayner takes the snap. Inside handoff. It's Cross who gets back to the line of scrimmage and maybe another yard, but not much. There hasn't been much in the run game all day for the Red Wolves. Mason Graham on the stop.
Yeah, Mason and Kenneth Grant have both been doing a great job of stuffing the inside.
Alex Oji's warming up here on the sideline, you guys.
Well, Davis just threw his third pick, and that one, I think, was pretty clearly on him. 2nd down and 9 for the Red Wolves. Back to pass is Rayner. Fires and incomplete on the right side. Looked like a miscommunication between he and his receivers. He bounced that one well short of his intended receiver. Courtney Jackson, Will Johnson in coverage there.
Will's doing a nice job of manning up his guys, doing everything that you would expect a big play corner to be able to be doing.
3rd down and 8 for the Red Wolves. From the Michigan 35-yard line. Rayner in a shotgun. Now he's going to change the play, talking to his offensive line. Michigan showing a 5-man front. Rayner back to pass. Wolverines bring 6. Here comes the heat. Fires incomplete. Far sideline. Will Johnson in coverage out there on Reagan Ely. And under heavy duress. Looked like Rayner had to get rid of that one early, and it's going to be 4th down. The question is, will they try to make it 3 for 3 and maybe hit the crossbar from here? They hit both uprights. They hit the crossbar, and it looks like Red Wolves are going to go for it.
Well, Michigan's defense lined up. Everybody slanted to the left, leaving Josiah Stewart one-on-one with the tackle. He's the one that ended up putting a hit on the quarterback.
Big play here. 4th down and 8. Rayner's got the snap. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. Flag is down. Rayner going to fire a deep ball. Throws it up for grabs, and the Wolverines knock it down at the 5-yard line. It was a jump ball.
Somebody's got to call for it.
Yeah, that was a total Hail Mary in every way, as there was almost nothing but Michigan players back there. And since it was 4th down, it's actually good they didn't catch it. Of course, we await the flag.
Yeah. Personal foul. Hands to the face. Defense. Number 8. 15-yard penalty from the previous line of scrimmage. Automatic. First down.
Hands to the face.
I mean,
it's a situation where I know that the defensive front wants to be aggressive. They want to put a hit on the quarterback.
I don't see that hands to the face. It looked like his jersey.
That moves the ball down to the Michigan 20-yard line, and the Red Wolves retain possession following the penalty on Derek Moore for illegal hands to the face. 1st and 10, and a shotgun is Rayner. Takes the snap, back to pass, looking to his left. He's going to fire, corner route, and it is almost picked off. Knocked down by Makari Page as Rayner underthrew Corey Rucker at the goal line.
Dang.
No,
that's why the guys on defense, they can't catch.
I know. Those
right in the hands.
Yeah, I said the same thing, but not in words that could be used on the radio. It's so frustrating because Makari Page plays it perfectly, baits him into throwing the pass, and then is there to make the interception, but then just drops it.
2nd and 10 from the 20. Rayner in a shotgun, puts Rucker in motion, takes the snap, fires, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage. Cameron Brandt got the big paw up there, and it'll be 3rd and long.
Well, this is Arkansas State's 4th trip inside the 30-yard line of Michigan today. And, I mean, we've seen some of the results, a couple of missed field goals, but that's way too much penetration for this offense.
3:13 to go in quarter number 3. Michigan up 21-3, 3rd and 10 for Arkansas State from the Michigan 20-yard line. Rayner in a shotgun, bunch formation to the left, takes the snap, back to pass, looking left, gonna fire. Here's that corner route again, and there's Makari Page, and this time he picks it off. Intercepted in the end zone. Makari Page, there you go, Jason.
Yeah, they had to hit him in a bread basket.
And that'll bring it back to the 20-yard line as the Michigan defense gets the stop again.
Nice play of just playing center field, reading the quarterback, knowing where the ball is going to go, and then being in position to pick it off. Great play by Makari Page.
3:07 to go, 3rd quarter. Michigan takes over after the touchback out at the 20-yard line, leading 21-3 here at the Big House. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
you deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, remarkable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude. Gets up when they fall down and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
People just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check the kickoff time first before showing up at the stadium.
What? The slot's full already? You said kickoff was at 3. It was last week.
That's not how it works, Bob. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. Welcome back to our broadcast of the 2024 homecoming game. It's Michigan and Arkansas State.
Well, Jason said Alex Orji was warming up, and he checks into the ball game at quarterback. with 3:07 to go here in the third quarter, and Michigan protecting a 21-3 lead. And do we have a change up front as well? No, we just got the extra offensive lineman in there with Andrew Gentry. Kalel Mullings in the backfield, Orji under center. Takes the snap, hands it off to Mullings, running left, met in the hole at the 20. Everybody pushing, Wolverines pushing to the right. Red Wolves pushing left.
Got a scrum.
And after the standoff, give him half a yard. Dane Motley leading the Arkansas State tacklers.
Colston Loveland came back out of the tunnel and doesn't have shoulder pads on. Looked like he's out for the game.
Thank you, Jason.
Now, the Red Wolves defense is starting to show some movement up front, and it's created some difficulties for this offensive line to get movement and get some square blocks.
Shotgun, Orji, toss sweep to Kalel Mullings, running left across the 25, gets undercut as he gets out to the 26-yard line. Good gain there. Marvin Ham, the Belleville native, on the stop there for Arkansas State.
I like seeing the big boy Miles hit and pull from that tackle position, get a lick on a little fella out there, and get a big body out in space, trying to create some more room for Kalel Mullins.
That run put Kalel over 100 yards rushing today. 3rd down and 3. Orji surveying the defense, looks to the sideline. Mullings continues in the backfield to the right of Alex Orji. Handoff, Kalel Mullings breaks the tackle, first down across the 30 out to the 31-yard line. Good run. Travion Thomas gets the stop for the Red Wolves. Move the chains.
Now, if they keep closing down that defensive end, don't be surprised to see them call the read option and Orji keep it and get around outside. We know what he can do in that situation, and right now Arkansas State is collapsing that backside end.
Ball marked at the 32-yard line. 1st and 10 Michigan. Alex Orji in at quarterback. Takes the snap, handoff. Kalel Mullings running left, and he is stacked up at the line of scrimmage. Nowhere to go there. No gain on 1st down.
That's probably a decision he'd like to have back. I think it was there for him to be able to get around outside. He's got to get into the rhythm of the game here quickly and make those reads. And if he's going to err on the side of, hey, I'm going to go ahead and keep this one, I think it'd be all right. I'd like him in a foot race against anybody on this defense.
Yeah, John, we got to change our snap count up. They're firing off the ball on him.
Yeah.
Wolverines split 2 receivers wide right. C.J. Charleston and Peyton O'Leary. Shotgun for Alex Orji. Takes the snap. Handoff. Kalel Mullings hesitates. Got some room running left. Gets dragged down. I thought he was going to get away from the tackler chasing him down, Dante Joyner. Drags him to the ground by his shoulder pads out at the 38-yard line. And that might be the last play of quarter number 3. A gain of 6 there for Kalel.
Nice job of bouncing it outside. Everything's getting clogged up on the inside.
Very close to a horse collar there. 3rd and 4 for Michigan. Orji in a shotgun. Now looks to the sidelines. 7 seconds to go in the quarter, and it looks like the Wolverines will take this 21-3 lead to quarter number 4. It's kind of been a wild game here at the Big House. The Wolverines shoving the ball down Arkansas State's throat, but shot themselves in the foot with 3 turnovers. They've also made some mistakes defensively. In spite of playing a really good defensive game, they've committed some unfortunate penalties to keep drives alive for the Red Wolves. Michigan leads at 21-3 as we head to the 4th quarter here in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, You can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
The fall lineup is set and a thrill is in the air at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Warm up with a night of laughs hosted by JB Smoove, September 22nd. Bring that same energy September 29th as pop icon Nick Carter continues his Who I Am tour. Keep the fun rolling with the hilarious ventriloquist Terry Fader on October 5th, only at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan leading 21-3 and looking at a 3rd down and 4. Alex Orji in at quarterback following 3 interceptions from Davis Warren. And the Wolverines doing a great job defensively in this game. But they'd like to get kind of a kill shot touchdown here at the Big House. The last time a Michigan quarterback threw 3 interceptions was just last year when J.J. McCarthy threw 3 early in the year against Bowling Green.
That was the 3rd non-conference game as well, wasn't it?
I believe you're right.
Now, this is where I'd really like to see. I'd like to see Alex Orji make a play here. Get him out in space. Find a way to get him on the edge.
From the 38-yard line, the Wolverines have to get it across the 42. Snap. Rolling out Orji to the right. Turns upfield to the 40. Cuts inside. First down, Alex Orji across midfield. He carries tacklers. Move the chains for the Wolverines.
That's what he can provide this offense. There wasn't a whole lot there, but with his speed and strength, is able to slice through it and make a first down.
13 yards. Some good running there from Alex Orji into Red Wolves territory at the 49-yard line.
And all he is doing is reading that outside guy. Brian Whitehead was the edge defender on that play.
XLOL with Gentry in there and Orji under center. Lone running back is Kalel Mullings. Orji takes the snap, hands it off to Mullings. He goes from left to right down to the 47-yard line where Travion Thomas brings him down. Give him 2 on first down.
Well, Alex Orji, if he's able to find a rhythm in when he hands the ball off, when he keeps it, it's really going to keep a defense on their heels. Then what they have to find out is what are the type of pass plays that he can be comfortable throwing.
2nd down and 8. He's in a shotgun here with Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Snap, toss, sweep. Mullings running left. He's got some room. 45, turns upfield. 40, 30, outside the numbers, down the near sideline. 20, 15. Kalel Mullings knocked out of bounds inside the 15, down at the 9-yard line by Travion Thomas. Good run there as Kalel Mullings continues to get the job done. And Michigan will have it 1st and goal.
I mentioned it a couple of plays ago. Miles Hinton getting out, pulling on a corner. What a beautiful block there. He just envelops number 3, Adrian Cole, who was their corner on that play.
38 yards there for Kalel Mullings. 1st and goal from the 9. Donovan Edwards in the backfield next to Alex Orji. In a shotgun. Takes the snap. Fakes the reverse. Now he's going to fire. He's got his man to the goal line and in. Touchdown, Wolverines. Hogan Hansen. How about that?
Nice job. Going down the depth chart a little bit on that one.
Well, he'd been in a snap or 2 earlier with Colston Loveland out with injury. But here, Alex Orji finds him for his 2nd touchdown pass of the season. This to Hogan Hansen, and the Wolverines extend the lead to 27-3. Zavada on for the extra point out of the hold of Tommy Doman. Good snap. Ball's put down. Kick is up, and the kick is good. How about that? Hogan Hansen.
Yeah. It's great for him to be able to get in the end zone, but for Alex Orji to come in, that's what he does provide, is when you are a quarterback that can get outside, you stress a defense in ways that they're eventually going to break. He gets outside and forces that edge guy to come up on him, which clears things up for Hogan Hansen, and it's an easy pitch and catch for him.
9 plays, 80 yards over 5 minutes and 18 seconds, and the 9-yard touchdown pass from Alex Orji to Hogan Hansen. Brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Wolverines on top 28-3, 12:49 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Gambling can be fun.
Here we go.
Kind of like skydiving. The thrill, the excitement. But be careful, or gambling will start to feel like skydiving without a parachute. For tips that will help keep you out of harm's way, go to don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back here at the Big House. Michigan leading Arkansas State 28-3. So, John, Arkansas State.
Oh, boy. Is this going to be a quiz?
Their baseball stadium is named after a Detroit broadcast legend.
Ernie Harwell.
Incorrect. It is called Kell Field, named after George and Skeeter Kell, who both played baseball at Arkansas State. George Kell, of course, longtime Tiger broadcaster.
Yeah.
I didn't know as much about Skeeter.
No.
But it is Kell Field.
Skeeter sounds like he may have the better personality.
George Kell had a great personality. Tommy Doman's kickoff goes into the end zone, and Arkansas State will take over at the 25-yard line.
Well, I love that series with Alex Orji, and you see what it happens when you have a mobile quarterback and one that is as explosive as him. 3rd and 4, you complete it because the quarterback keeps it, and it wasn't even a great keep, but he was able to pick it up because of his explosiveness and his power. It opened things up for Kalel Mullins on the 38-yard run, and then it made things very easy on the Hogan Hansen touchdown.
Shotgun snap to Rayner. Handoff up the middle. It is Devin Spencer. Puts his head down and drives forward out to the 29-yard line.
I don't know if they've had a run over 5 yards the entire game.
I think you might be right. Michigan's run defense has been dominant. The long came from Rayner, that 10-yard scramble. Remember on third and 20?
They haven't had a running back run for more than 5 yards.
Back to passes. Rayner's going to fire far side and the flat. Boom! Whoa! Brandon Hillman comes up from his safety spot, and that was a unfair negotiation as he knocks somebody to the ground with some physicality.
I like the way that this secondary is playing a physical way. We talked about Will Johnson throwing somebody into the front row, and Braden Hillman there coming up and putting a hurting.
Gain of 3, 3rd down and 4 for Arkansas State. Rayner in a shotgun. Surveying the Michigan front, changes the play. Wolverines with a 4-man front. Rayner takes the snap on this 3rd down. Fire slant pattern, and it is broken up. Jair Hill jumped the route. Intended for Hunter Summers, the transfer from Tulane, and it'll be 4th down. And it looks like we will see the Arkansas State punt team.
Yeah, boy, I tell you what, the way Jair Hill jumped that route, he turned Hunter Summers into the defensive back, and Hill came the receiver. That was really close to being an interception.
4th down and 4. Ryan Hiker, the Walled Lake Northern product, transfer from Saginaw Valley State, on to punt for the Red Wolves. Samaj Morgan deep for Michigan, standing on his own 25-yard line. And he will signal for a fair catch and make it back at the 18. And that's where Michigan will take over with 11:32 to go in the ball game. And the Wolverines leading it 28-3. 57 yards on that punt. This kid isn't even from Australia.
He has got a rocket for a leg.
Correction, 51.
I'm trying to figure out why we didn't bring him with Zavada. They should have been a package deal.
28-3, Michigan on top. 11:32 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and a close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
The 2024 F-150 is built Ford tough and proud to be the official truck of your Detroit Lions. With intelligent functionality already built in, everything from home renovation to tailgating just got better. Right now, returning Easy Plan lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $339 a month for 24 months, with $3,959 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $3,000 renewal cash. Offer ends September 30th. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $339 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Founders Brewing Company is a proud sponsor of Michigan athletics. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, welcome to craft. Alex Orji continues at quarterback for Michigan following that last drive. Saw Michigan get a touchdown on a Alex Orji to Hogan Hansen touchdown pass. Unfortunately, Colston Loveland out of the game. They've gotten in the depth chart a little bit at tight end, but now we go quarterback run with Orji up the middle across the 25. Ran into the back of one of his blockers out to the 30.
Come on, Gio. Find somebody to hit.
He's out there taking up space, John.
Oh, man. Wasting air. Let's go. I mean, he's out there, and there's really nobody around. I mean, look for some work. Find a body.
All the yards out here, you happen to be in my yard.
I'll give 10 for Alex Orji and move the chains. 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line. Alex Orji takes the snap, handoff, Kalel Mullings up the middle, runs into a tackler at the 33, stood up, pushes out to the 34 before the whistles blow. A gain of 5 on 1st down. Travion Thomas, who's been heavily involved defensively for the Redhawks today, on the stop.
Boy, when you have the threat of that quarterback being a runner, it changes the whole complexion of that defense. It has taken away all of that movement that we talked about them coming in with the second half. Now they're statues trying to figure out, do I attack the running back? Do I stay in position for the quarterback? It's made it so much easier for the O-line.
Shotgun, snap, handed off to Kalel Mullings, met in the backfield, spins out of one tackle and dropped at the 35. That was Benjamin Hall correction on the carry. Give him a yard.
If I'm Michigan's offense here, it's not about picking up the 1st down. It's about continuing to find things that Alex Orji can do on the field. If this is the way that they're going to move, forward with him, and no predictions here of what they end up doing, but find some pass plays that he's comfortable looking downfield and completing.
3rd and 4, empty backfield. Alex Orji in a shotgun. Here comes the blitz, back to pass. Orji fires it over the middle, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage. Looking for Fred Moore on a crossing route. And we have an injured offensive lineman slow to get up. Now
Miles Hinton got a little cramp going on. Looks
might
like.
be. Yep. He's got that walk. You're familiar with that walk?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like he has to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like he's got a load in his drawers. Never a good look, but cramps you can get over.
Well, we'll have Jason update us on what exactly it is.
I hope it's just a cramp.
Tommy Doman on the punt. Courtney Jackson deep for the Red Wolves. Doman straight up the elevator shaft, and this one will come down and bounce backwards at the 30 out to the 35. And it is down by Andrew Gentry down there.
That's right.
Coverage.
Us big fellas can cover too.
9:20 to go in the ballgame. Michigan leading it 28-3 here at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Need metals? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Our customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. Alro Metals Outlet stores offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Grand Rapids, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Lansing, Livonia, Troy, and Warren. Learn more at alro.com.
It's Yacht Round to float your boat. Saturday, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band. Special guest, the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Tickets as low as $35 and are on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office and etix.com. Smooth sailing, October 5th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, the Little River Band and Atlanta Rhythm Section, SoaringEagleCasino.com.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Vogus Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. The third annual Night Out at the Big House on September 12th sold out, but due to increased demand, another date is scheduled for Thursday, October 3rd. Learn strategies for managing the risks of retirement and enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks, door prizes, and exclusive access to tour Michigan Stadium. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available.
Today's broadcast is presented by the leaders and best at Michigan Medicine. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To find your Michigan answer, visit MichiganAnswers.com. We're back for more of the 2024 homecoming game at Michigan Stadium.
28-3 Michigan on top. It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. John Jansen.
It's the rushing attack. 297 total yards. Khalil Mullings, 15 carries, 153 yards. So he's averaging just over 10 yards a carry. 2 touchdowns. Donovan Edwards, I love his patience, the way that he has improved over these first 3 games. 17 carries, 82 yards, and a touchdown. They finally found a little bit of rhythm in the rushing attack.
Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be Wolverines. John Jansen, Jason Avant, along with me, Doug Karsh. 28-3, Michigan on top here.
Miles Hinton was sidelined, and he looks like he's ready to go.
Okay, good to know.
Brown streaks in his pants for sure.
From the 36 back to pass, we got a backup quarterback in there. It's Timmy McClain, the transfer from UCF. He goes quarterback draw out to the 41-yard line for the Red Wolves.
This is where you start getting down the depth chart a little bit for this Michigan defense, and you want to see these guys play good, sound defense, play good technique, be assignment sound.
Yeah, get some backup, some run here, up big with 9 minutes to go in the ball game. McClain in a shotgun with Devin Spencer in the backfield. Takes the snap. Hand off to Spencer, up the middle, out to the 45. Give him a couple of yards. It'll be 3rd down and short.
Got Keyshawn Bennett in there, getting a chance to get some run at that defensive tackle position.
Breon Ishmael, I think, was in on that tackle as well. 3rd down and 1. They're going to go quarterback draw, and McLean hesitates in the backfield, makes one man miss, dives forwards, got the first down. Ike Iwuna on the tackle for Michigan. Move the chains for the Red Wolves.
And this is where, I mean, you're expecting Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, not just to be sitting on the sidelines, but to be coaching those guys up. They don't want to give up a touchdown. They haven't had one of those yet today. They want to make sure that this, even though there's a field goal on the board, that there's nobody getting in the end zone.
1st and 10 for Arkansas State. Back to pass is McLean. Here comes the rush. Fires far side. Got his man complete to Adam Jones, who's dragged down by Miles Pollard at the Michigan 42-yard line. Another first down for Arkansas State.
Doug, Jason was asking this question earlier. Longest run by an Arkansas running back is 4 yards at this point.
From the 42, shotgun, back to pass is McLean. Here comes the rush, bailing out of there. McLean makes a man miss. Now rolling towards the Michigan sideline, and he will fire it into the sideline. Incomplete, as he just got rid of it, avoiding the rush of Breon Ishmael.
You gotta love the pressure that these young fellas are putting on. Getting a chance to get in there.
Sophomore out of Hamilton, Ohio. Also, we see Tyler McLaurin in there. 2nd down and 10 for Arkansas State. 7:15 to go. Michigan up 28-3. McLean back to pass, fires quickly to the far sideline. He's got his man out there, Reagan Ely. Puts his head down and drives forward and gets what he can, close to the first down. Amir Hall. That was actually Reginald Harden on the reception. 3rd down and about 4. Pistol formation on this 3rd and 4. McLean. So he wants to change the play. Looks to the sideline to Butch Jones' staff. 13 on the play clock. Michigan showing a 6-man front. Snap, handoff, Spencer up the middle. He's got the first down across the 30, and he's tripped up by Walker coming up from a safety spot at the Michigan 28-yard line.
We jinxed it, John.
Yeah, well, we did, and when you get that 6-man front with only one linebacker stacked behind them, if they break through that initial line of defense, there's not much there for support.
The jinx being that was an 8-yard run, the longest of the day for a running back for Arkansas State. Handoff to Spencer, and this will be nowhere close to 8 as he has dropped with a gain of 2, maybe 3 down to the 24-yard line. Clock ticking, 6 minutes to go, 28-3 Michigan.
They're bringing Wesley Walker up, playing at linebacker depth. He did a nice job of filling in, making that play for a short gain.
Dominic Nichols on the tackle there for the Michigan defense. 2nd down and 7. Timmy McLean. He actually has played at USF and UCF before transferring here to Arkansas State. And he's going to fire. He's got a man in the end zone, wide open, caught, touchdown. Oh boy, double move out there, and I believe it was Miles Pollard who got fooled.
Got caught looking at the quarterback, not paying attention to his receiver, and got his feet stopped. And by the time he recovered, the receiver was standing all alone in the end zone.
That was Reginald Harden Jr., 24 yards for a touchdown. And Arkansas State, with their first touchdown of the game, has cut the lead to 28-9. Clune Van Andel on for the extra point. Snap is good. Hold is clean, the kick is up, and the kick is good.
A lot of lessons to be learned by some of these guys that are getting some reps right now. And you mentioned it, they came in with 9 minutes to go in the game. They're going to get some good run here and some good experience.
9 plays, 64 yards, 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the drive. And Arkansas State has cut the lead to 28-10 with 5:38 to go in the ball game. Let's throw it to the update desk for a check on the scoreboard with our Rob Joyce. Rob?
Thank you, Doug. This Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Abso Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. 2 other games in progress in the conference. Well, Wisconsin kicked a field goal on its opening drive against Alabama. It's pretty much been all Crimson Tide since then. 35-10 Bama the score early 4th at Camp Randall, and the Badgers quarterback Tyler Van Dyke carted off in the first quarter with a knee injury, has not returned. The other game in progress, end of 3, Illinois leads Central Michigan 23-6. Everything else later on, 3:30 rivalry games, Oregon at Oregon State, Washington and Washington State, and then Purdue hosts Notre Dame. Also at 3:30, Minnesota entertains Nevada. Michigan State takes on an FCS school in Prairie View A&M. Then 4 o'clock, Iowa at home against Troy. Tonight, UCLA, it's Big Ten opener hosting Indiana. Same start time for Nebraska and Northern Iowa, as well as Northwestern and Eastern Illinois. And then lastly, 8 o'clock in Charlottesville, Maryland doing battle with Virginia. A couple of national scores of note. The only other top 25 game today, Missouri just took a 24-14 lead on Boston College, early third in Como. And then out of the ACC, Florida State 0-2 on the year, where they're trailing Memphis 20-9 early in the fourth, although the Noles do have the ball inside the Memphis 10-yard line. So, more meaningful Saturday than usual with all the rivalry games. We'll recap it all. We'll get to the highlights of our game and get some post-game reaction all on the SeatGeek post-game show. For now, back to Doug and John, guys.
Thank you. That Florida State score. Florida State is suing the ACC to leave. The way they are playing,
they might
get kicked out of the ACC.
Yeah, it's been a rough start.
Wow. Talking about missing in the portal with the quarterback.
Yeah. Do we have a out-of-town score on your daughter's Powder Puff game?
Yeah. A lot to a little, and not in favor of Marion. Oh. So Regina comes away with a win this year.
Yeah.
But we still have hope for another win today in the Jansen household, other than the one here in the big house. That's the Plymouth Canton Steelers at 4 o'clock.
How's the Jansen kid doing for the Steelers?
He's representing 77 pretty proud.
Is he?
Playing left tackle, defensive tackle, a little bit linebacker here and there. So we'll see if they can come away with the win. Big rivalry today. Canton Lions.
For off the records. Clayton Amaya to kick. Michigan needs to be aware of a potential onside kick here with Arkansas State down 18 points. And Amaya's going to pop one up. And a fair catch signal for and made at the 22-yard line. I believe that was Joe Taylor down there.
Mm-hmm. Come on, JB. Let those guys return it.
Yeah. You got one shot like Eminem. It's your chance to blow right there. You got to get out of there.
Ball's out at the 25-yard line, and that's where Michigan will take over. And Alex Orji continues at quarterback. Some changes up front for the Michigan offense. Jeff Percy's in at left tackle as Orji takes the snap, fakes the handoff to Benjamin Hall, back to pass. He's going to take a shot. He's got a man wide open. It's Fred Moore, and he overthrows him at the 30.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
Well, you love to see the arm strength. Obviously, you'd like to see a little more accuracy, but you also love to see the fact that Fred Moore had, 5 steps on a defender, wide open.
He has a rocket, though. There's no way. He took his time in the drop and everything. Got to hit that pass.
Second down and 10, 5:31 to go in the ball game. Orji in a shotgun. Claps his hands and goes quick pass out the flat to Marlon Klein. 25, puts his head down and gets out to the 29-yard line where he's dragged down. Andrew Sprague also in on the offensive line for Michigan. They're getting some guys some snaps here, but there's still 5 minutes to go. It's 28-10. Relatively comfortable lead, but I'm sure they'd like to churn out a few first downs.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to be able to see them convert this into a first, and they've got options, right? Alex Orji doesn't have to throw to pick this one up. He's shown in a 3rd and 4, he's been able to pick it up just a little bit longer.
3rd and 7. Orji takes the snap, back to pass, steps up in the pocket, bounces out to the left. Now he's going to run to the 30, and he's going to get dropped at the 32-yard line, short of the first down. Did he tuck it a little early there?
Well, I liked his pocket presence, knowing that it's going to escape, or that he had to escape, and I liked his escape route. But I do think that he could have kept his eyes downfield, but when he does decide to tuck it and run it, head north and south. Too much dancing once he got past the line of scrimmage.
Tommy Doman on to punt for Michigan. Courtney Jackson deep for the Red Wolves. Clock running, 4:15 to go. Wolverines are going to let the play clock tick down before they snap it, and they do just that. Doman gets it off. Jackson signals for a fair catch and makes it under duress at the 24-yard line. So, That's where Arkansas State will take over after a 44-yard Tommy Doman punt.
All right, now it's an opportunity for the defense that just gave up a touchdown. Same guys are going to be on the field. Arkansas State's not going to go away from what worked. So how do you make some adjustments? Obviously, you came to the sidelines. You heard what went well, what didn't go well from your coaches. Now you've got to implement some of those changes. That's a lot of what the coaches are looking at right now. They're not expecting these guys to be perfect that are on the field right now. They want to test them, and they want to see how well they can handle coaching inside of the game.
Timmy McClain continues at quarterback. The lefty fires on a wide receiver screen, and a broken tackle out there by Bryant out to the 35-yard line. Tennell Bryant, the sophomore out of Cincinnati, gets 9 yards there, brought down by Breon Ishmael.
Well, nice play. He's in position to make the play, just isn't able to finish it.
3:35 to go, clock running. 2nd down and 1. McClain in a shotgun. 3 receivers split wide right. McClain takes the snap. Hands it off to Spencer, who finds a hole on the left side of the line and gets the first down out to the 36-yard line. Brought down there by Amir Hall from the Michigan secondary.
Number 10.
First down, 3:13 to go, clock running. Michigan up 28-10.
I still like the way that the interior of the defensive line is coming off the ball. They're coming off with good pad level, using their hands, or striking first. 1st and 10. McClain back to pass. Fires far side on a comeback route to his receiver, Reginald Harden, who can't hang on. Incomplete. Amir Hall in coverage for Michigan. 2:54 to go in the game. 2nd down and 10. Well, it's an opportunity up front. Now that you're at 2nd and 10, you know they're going to be passing the ball. Show off a little bit of one-on-one pass rush.
4 wide now for McClain. As the snap, handoff running left is Mike Sharp, who gets knocked out of bounds into the Arkansas State bench area at the 45-yard line by Jimmy Rolder. Gain of 8. It'll be 3rd down.
Jimmy Rolder's really added a lot of depth to this linebacker core. Obviously, Barham and Hausman are the guys that are going to be out there for the majority of the time, but we've seen him through the first couple of games, and obviously through earlier today. It's not just this, last few minutes of the game that he's getting some time. He's really been a solid addition to this linebacker group.
3rd and 2, empty backfield for McClain. Takes the snap, quick wide receiver screens, got his man, 1st down out towards midfield. Before he is gang tackled there is Mike Sharp, the running back. Amir Hall on the stop, and that's going to take us to the 2-minute timeout. The chains for the Red Wolves, and they will get another 1st down here with 2 minutes to go, and Michigan leading 28-10 at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest, from some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Another Maize Out is on the way. Michigan volleyball hosts rival Michigan State on Friday, September 27th at 7 o'clock, and the first 1,000 fans at Chrysler Center receive a Maize Rally towel. Tickets are just $6 for one of the biggest matches of the year for Michigan volleyball. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your seats today. That's mgoblue.com/tickets. Go Blue, wear maize on Friday, September 27th for Michigan volleyball at Chrysler Center.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
I love watching my child grow through football.
learning values and life skills that extend beyond the playing field. Now, there are more ways to play than ever before, from flag to tackle and beyond, with opportunities for boys and girls at any age. To find the right team, explore FutureForFootball.com's new League Locator tool and explore nearby leagues. It's never been easier to get your family involved in the game.
Let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer. John Jansen, next week, the USC Trojans come to Ann Arbor.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, we're welcoming them to the Big Ten, and we're trying to figure out, with USC not playing this week, what type of team is USC? The opponent that they had last week didn't really give you much of a tell, and obviously playing against LSU, an SEC team that's a good team. We don't know really with what LSU is doing today what that matchup means.
South Carolina.
Yeah, what that matchup means.
Well, I've submitted a proposal since the first 7 or 8 Michigan USC games were played in the LA area. I think the next 7 or 8 should be played here in Ann Arbor.
Oh, I will support that.
See if that gets adopted by the Big Ten.
Yeah, good luck.
Our preview of the upcoming schedule is brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Arkansas State, following the 2-minute timeout, goes quick pass to the far sideline and dragged down by Jimmy Rolder. Is Malik Hornsby out there for a gain of 4.
Well, Doug, I do know that a team like USC is going to be really hard to beat if you turn the ball over 3 times. That's something that's going to have to get fixed immediately. We saw an interception in the first game against Fresno State. Obviously, we had 2 interceptions last week, now 3 this week. The trend is not going in the right direction.
Minute 25 to go in the ball game. Michigan up 28-10. Second down and 6. McClain in a shotgun formation takes the snap. Goes quarterback run to the right. Cuts up field across the 45 down to the 43-yard line. Jimmy Rolder trips him up. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Inside a minute to go, clock running. Arkansas State looking at a 3rd and 3 against the Michigan defense, which has got a lot of depth chart guys out there, getting some snaps in, some valuable reps in. McClain, again, that wide receiver screen, and it's blown up. Amir Hall got there as soon as the football did. The ball falls incomplete as Malik Hornsby couldn't hang on, and Amir Hall said enough of this. Yep. And it's 4th down with 39 seconds to go in the game.
Well, I mean, you got to love the recognition of being able to beat the blocker and be right in position as the ball arrives. I mean, he shut that thing down immediately.
4th down and 3 from the Michigan 43-yard line. Arkansas State, their last gasp here. McClain has the snap, looking to his right, gonna fire. Deep ball's got a man out there, but it's incomplete. And there's a flag in the backfield.
Oh, please don't tell me there's a penalty that's gonna extend this drive.
This will be the 3rd time today, if it is on Michigan.
Personal foul, rough on the passer, defense, throwing the quarterback to the ground. 15-yard penalty, automatic 1st down.
They didn't give a number. I believe it was Dominic Nichols.
Well, that's not going to earn you more playing time. And that's that. I mean, just like the turnovers, the penalties, especially costly penalties that extend drives, ones that sometimes they're aggressive penalties. But when you have a hit out of bounds, when you have throwing the quarterback to the ground, it's unnecessary, and you just give the opponent more opportunity.
28-10, Michigan up, 33 seconds to go in the ball game. McClain back to pass, looking downfield, is going to fire. It's tipped at the line of scrimmage and falls harmlessly incomplete in no man's land. It'll be 2nd down, 29 seconds to go. See, Cole Sullivan, the true freshman linebacker, has checked into the game here.
You know, Etta was the one that got his paw on that ball that time.
Second down and 10 for the Red Wolves. McClain in a shotgun. Gonna run. Bounces it outside, 30, 25, knocked out of bounds by Keyshawn Harris inside the 25, down at the 22-yard line, stopping the clock with 22 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, there's some concerning things, but the nice things today are the fact that, you know, when Michigan needed to pick up first downs in the first half, they found some confidence in the run game. Khalil Mullins had himself a 150-plus yard day, found the end zone a couple of times.
3rd and 4, back to pass is McClain, looking to his right. Here comes the rush. McClain in trouble, bounces out of there. Wow, how did he escape that? Complete, 20, 15, 10, cutting inside is Hornsby, diving for the end zone, loses the football. They're going to say he was in. Touchdown, Arkansas State, with 8 seconds to go in the game. Reginald Harden in the receiving end of that. And that was all creativity from Timmy McClain as he was...
The pocket was collapsing is probably a kind way to say it. I don't know how he got out of there. That was magician-like.
22 yards, and it's 28-16. Arkansas State is sent out the extra point unit without a kicker. And they're going to have to take a timeout.
Their first of the half.
With 8 seconds to go in the ball game. Well, John, lots to clean up.
There certainly is. And you would have liked to have had, with this last tune-up before they get into Big Ten play, a much cleaner game. 28-16 if they kick the extra point, 28-17. It's not an imposing score against a team like this. And with the interceptions, the penalties, and obviously defensively, there's still going to be things on both sides of the ball. I don't like how the offense came out in the second half. You know, Arkansas State made some adjustments. They were moving the front a little bit, and Michigan really struggled to block a moving front and blitzing linebackers run on rundowns. That's a little bit concerning, especially with a team like USC and some of the other ones that they're going to face in the Big Ten. That's going to provide more speed than Arkansas State does.
Arkansas State, they're going to go for 2. Trailing 28-16 against a Michigan defense with a bunch of second stringers in there and even third stringers, and now Michigan's going to take a timeout.
Timeout, Michigan. Their first of the half. It'll be a 30-second charge timeout.
The strangest stat line, Davis Warden didn't throw a pass today that was not caught. He went 11 of 14 for 122 yards. The 3 incompletions were interceptions.
Ball never hit the ground.
Alex Orji, 2 of 4 for 12 yards and a touchdown. The most impressive stat, and probably the thing that Chiron Moore will like the most. Yeah. Khalil Mullins, 15 carries, 153 yards, 2 touchdowns. Donovan Edwards, 17 carries, 82 yards and a touchdown. And probably the biggest concern, Tyler Morris out with injury today, didn't play. But Colston Loveland got hurt during the game, 3 catches for 30 yards.
Yep.
We wait an update on him. McClain in a shotgun on this 2-point conversion. Has the snap, back to pass. Looking, scrambles out to his right. He's going to run, and he's going to go into the end zone for a 2-point conversion to make it 28-18. So a bunch of add-on points here as Arkansas State has scored their last 2 possessions. But hey, man, you'd rather get these guys in the game now and get them some live reps.
Yeah, you want to be able to get this experience. And like I mentioned, when they gave up that initial touchdown, they're going to go to the sidelines. They're going to take a look at the pictures. Now they're looking at iPads and video and see where they went wrong. Coaches are going to make some adjustments, send them back out there. How well do they receive that coaching? How quickly can they process it? That's all a part of, are you building enough trust with the coaching staff that if somebody goes down, I'm next guy in? And some of these guys have, some of them haven't, but this is the test that you go through before, you get that opportunity to earn more time on the field. And it'll be interesting this week. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of conversation about Davis Warren or Alex Orji. What Chiron Moore and the offensive staff decide that they want to do. Not all of the struggles or all of the improvements are all on Davis Warren. I think when you throw 3 interceptions, that's where the finger pointing always starts.
There were some really good throws in there, too, but you just can't turn it over that much.
No.
Another little pop-up kick. Fair catch signal for and made by Joe Taylor again at the 25-yard line. And that's where Michigan will be able to take a knee here and put this one away.
But one of the reasons why Davis Warren initially won the job that Chiron Moore talked about was the fact that he was the guy that protected the ball most throughout training camp. And, I mean, that's great. You know, practice is one thing, but you got to be able to do it on Saturdays.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Alex Orji get the nod and still keep an eye on, you know, what as Jack Tuttle continues to rehab and get back on the field. Don't be surprised if he gets in the mix as well.
They're still looking for answers offensively, but Michigan will improve to 2-1 with this win today over Arkansas State, as Alex Orji will take the final snap of the ball game and take a knee.
All right, good job.
And that's going to do it from here at the Big House. Michigan with the win over Arkansas State, 28-18. Let's go down to our Jason Avant on the field. Jason?
I'm here with the defensive player of the game, Makari Page. How does it feel to be back in the win column?
It feels good to go out here and execute on defense and offense and get back in the win column.
Now, when it comes to the defense, there was about 3 or 4 penalties that kept the drive along for the opposing offense. How do you clean that up?
We got to go back to the basics, watch the film and just eliminate all them dumb penalties that we don't need, I think a lot of it is just, effort for real. They trying to go hard, and sometimes going hard, you get them penalties. So just eliminating those will do good for us.
Now, when it comes to your play in particular, you had a chance to intercept 3 passes on one drive. You finally got it done. Rob Moore came over and said finally to you. How does it feel getting that interception?
Thank God, God blessed me with that interception, I dropped the first one, dropped the second one, so third time, I have to get that right.
All right, congratulations on the victory.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Wolverines win here 28-18 over Arkansas State. And they got a big week of practice before they get set for that game against the USC Trojans. Next Saturday here at the Big House, a 3:30 kick. Will be on the air with pregame coverage at 12:30. As that will be a big one. These are the games you play with the EA Sports video game. You get them on campus sites, and now it's happening in real time. And yeah, a Big Ten opponent, the USC Trojans, come to town. Looking forward to that, but we got a lot to do to wrap this one up, including a trip into the Michigan locker room. We'll hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Chiron Moore. Also, Jason Avant will talk to some players after this one. A win for Michigan, 28-18 over Arkansas State.